It's even got a whore in it. Perfect. What is... Yeah, you better run myself for 27. This is my new toy. Gooning, I'm gooning, but death is coming sooner. Pay 500 every day for OnlyFans. I can't wait until I drop the chin off. He won't let. I'm gooning in my cool cave. That's mental. Yeah, I know that I'm a cool slave. I got 40 Twitter accounts and they're all porn. And my parents wish I was never born. Never born, never born. I eat American food, it's all corn. I think there's demons inside of it. Everything I watch this evening, I get cooning. I just cool all day. Gooning, yeah, I'm a straight goon cave slave. It's like I'm tackled up in you. It's like I got something on my shelf and it's a disease. But I don't even touch no pussy. I don't know how I contract STDs. It must be that everything I'm touching is touching my nuts. When I get to shuffling my forefinger flu, woo, my skin stuff, yeah. I want some real stick stuff, fuck sickos, is what King Cover told me. But my goon cave, it's never lonely, cause I'm gooning 24 hours a day. I just took another hit off that glass ice pipe, yeah. And I look at Ice Spice talking BWC modes, and I like gooning in my goon cave. I'm a straight up goon and goon slave. Yeah, I don't leave my computer chair. It's got like 3 different liquids and a lot of hair. I don't know, cause I don't ever go anywhere that I could be seen. I see my chrome dometers glistening. Now I'm back in the goon cave, gooning all day, straight up 24/7, goon slave, no homo though.
I'm gay, I suck penis every day. Fuck me in the ass until you make me spray. I'm fucking gay. I hug men romantically. Drop your balls into my mouth. I really love the taste. Yeah, I'm gay. I need cum to start my day. 1 teaspoon of penis juice to keep the straight away. I'm fucking gay. Your hole was made for me. I'll crawl inside and live a life of quiet dignity. I'm fucking gay. First is also gay, yeah, my last name is the same. I'm fucking gay. At least that's what they say when they see me dancing gaily in the big gay fat parade. Yeah, I'm gay. I eat poo-poo la souffle and wash it down with piss like delicious lemonade. I'm fucking gay, and gay sex is my trade. Bottom to top, I'll call the lot and make it rain. Don't tell my wife, she's not about this life. She doesn't know I'm with her, cause she looks like a guy. Don't tell my kids, they never would forgive. They don't know that I'm the one who killing penis kids. Don't tell the cops, they'd confiscate my cock and lock me up in jail with all the burly tongues. Tell the cops, I'm gayer than they thought. I've got a taste for man flesh and that will never stop, cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. Yeah, I'm gay. Cause I'm gay. That's right, I'm gay. Guess what, I'm gay. I'm fucking gay. I'm fucking gay. They call me Gay Jack the Ripper, cause I hate women and I'm gay. I'm like gay Jeffrey Dahmer, if he was normal and not straight.
Yo! Yo, 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 yo! We're back with the hats. We're back with the hats. Back with the hat. No, I did a gaming stream earlier. And I wore this and I thought, fuck it, I'll wear it again. Can't be bothered to do my hair today. Yes, I kept the hat, guys. I kept the hat. Just like the quartering. Just like Augie. Yes, yes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. I am back. So don't forget, guys, today I'm on my new schedule now. So 6-hour stream today. But I've got plenty of content to keep us tided over today. Loads of good stuff today. Very excited to get into what I've got to get into today. How are all of you guys? How's chat? How's chat doing? How's chat doing? No, no table jump me. I feel very, very fresh right now. Oh, hey, Freems. It's been a while. Hope you're well. Yeah, no, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm doing well. Doing well. Doing well.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Chud, you forgot your wig at the gay bar. Don't forget to pay your tab.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat, ladies and gentlemen. My chin is fine. Everything's kind of healing quite nicely, to be honest with you. So, yeah. No concerns, no issues with that. Nearly been 2 weeks since it happened. Time flies, doesn't it? Time really does fly. Time sure flies. Is Trump dead? Well, lots of people are asking this. Lots of people are talking about it on Twitter, aren't they? Apparently Trump might be dead. But, I mean, I don't know, man. Apparently he's not been heard from for like a couple of days or something. Is that right? I mean, it's, yeah.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you for the super chat. Looking fresh, Chud. I called the Chud jar tent. Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, it's right on my wheelhouse, isn't it? Right on my wheelhouse. Or is it like a troll? Is it all a big troll? Oh, are they trolling us? I guess we will find out, won't we, ladies and gentlemen? We will see. We will see. Is this the, what are you talking about? Oh shit, hang on. Is this what you mean? Looks like a memorial. Something like that. But yeah, guys, we will see what happens. We will see what happens. Right. I've had quite a good run of getting into British politics, first things first. So let's continue the trend. So, long story short, there is a hotel in Epping in the UK that houses asylum seekers. There was a determination by a court that it couldn't continue and the asylum seekers had to leave. However, there's now been a flip-flop maneuver on that, and they've said that the asylum seekers can stay. So it's a bit up in the air as to what's going to happen with it and what's going on. So let's see what's happening.
It's been the focus of local frustration. But there were more journalists than protesters in Epping this evening, as an attempt to block asylum seekers from staying in a local hotel was overturned. Judges at the Court of Appeal have criticised and reversed a High Court ruling made only last week, saying they were worried about more unrest if the 138 men staying at the Bell Hotel were forced out next month.
At its worst, if even unlawful protests are to be treated as relevant, there is a risk of encouraging further lawlessness.
The Bell Hotel has housed
Yes, it's all
asylum
men,
seekers
yes.
on and off since 2020, with the latest group living there since this April. On the 7th of July, an asylum seeker allegedly committed a sexual assault in Epping on a teenager, an offence he denies. His trial is ongoing. This triggered multiple protests in the town in the weeks since, both for and against the housing of asylum seekers. Last week, Epping Forest District Council went to court and won an interim injunction that said no asylum seekers could be housed at the hotel because its owners, Somani Hotels Limited, had not got the correct planning permission. After today's successful appeal by the Home Office, a reminder from a councillor outside court, this is not the end of this story.
Where we had clarity and resolution, we now have doubt and confusion. However, this is not the end of the matter. While the Court of Appeal has lifted the temporary injunction, the case for the final junction is still to be heard. Our battle on behalf of our residents will continue. Thank you very much.
Councillor, the court said that this injunction encouraged disorder.
In the short term, this was a win for the Home Office today. The court acknowledged that ministers have a legal duty to keep asylum seekers off the streets. If the injunction had been upheld, other councils would have felt much more confident about bringing forward similar legal action. But this is a victory, unlikely to come without political cost.
They're using the courts against the British people. They even brazenly argued in court that the rights of illegal immigrants were more important than the rights of local people in Epping.
Facing claims local people are being left out of...
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Hello ChudLogic, why the fuck are you wearing a cap again? You weren't wearing one yesterday. Take it off and show me that receding
Thank you
now.
for the super chat. I'm not doing tricks or treats, but thank you very much for the super chat. What do I think about this? I mean, I feel like this is just going to be more unpopularity for the government. But then I know you guys are going to say, just send them back, just send them back. But I don't know what the alternative is. Where do you stick these people if you close the hotel? It doesn't matter what the people of Epping think, Chud. We need Nigerians. Okay, dude. Oh. So yeah, man, it's just one of those where I'm a bit like, ugh. I don't know what the best thing, or I don't know what the best solution is here, really. It isn't just sending them back or sticking them in the fucking English Channel.
The loop. The government insisted it was listening to concerns.
We will get
out
of hotels which aren't a sustainable solution by the end of this Parliament. This judgment assists us in doing that in a planned and orderly fashion.
This unassuming building became a symbol of the political tension that surrounds immigration this summer, as this quiet Essex town found itself forced, reluctantly, onto the front line of debate.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know you guys love the easy answers for this. I know that. And I do support the, you know, I am sympathetic to people that don't want them in their town. But, okay, let's just say for the sake of argument, that putting them in the English Channel or sending them somewhere else is off the table. What happens then? What would you do then? What would your solution be then? The only thing I can think is to build, like, processing centres for them, but then that's going to cost money. I mean, obviously that's what Nigel Farage is talking about, and that's going to cost £10 billion, apparently. Let them be homeless. Yeah, but at least in a hotel, you've got some tracking of where they are. If they're homeless, who knows where the fuck they are? And they're asylum seekers, so they're not, you know, they've not been processed and assessed correctly yet. I honestly do not know what the solution to this is. Well, the best thing you can do is to speed up claims, process the claims, and then hopefully you get to a point where you don't have a big backlog and you've got to stuff these people in hotels for months on end, you know? But I don't know. Obviously, we saw the other day there's a massive increase in asylum claims, so it's difficult to process them all. Tough thing to solve.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Does the UK have the budget to import gators?
Possibly. Thank you for the tip.
Well, there is some relief in this result for the government tonight, but really this simply buys more time. The questions are going to keep coming. This is likely to be the toxic issue when MPs have to return to Westminster from recess next week. How do ministers balance concerns from some of their voters?
Bro, I don't want them in my house. Dude, I want their claims processed and dealt with. I'm not saying like, oh, you know, I'm not saying that I like the hotel situation, okay? Right? I don't like any of it. But it's just like, what is the fucking solution here?
Constituencies like Epping, who raise fears about safety, who feel their voices aren't being heard, without further antagonising their supporters on the left who believe the UK should...
Hey guys,
Boo-boo-doo-doo! Thank you for the super chat.
Coliseum and put them all into gladiator fights with tigers and spiked carriages to win citizenship. Index pointing up emoji, nerd face emoji.
Good call.
Be doing more to help asylum seekers. Now, Labour's opponents realise this. They have been quick to capitalise on this story this afternoon. Now, Kemi Badenoch was actually urging Conservative councils to continue to bring legal cases against asylum hotels anyway, saying this ruling was a setback and not the end. There's also been some international input on Epping this afternoon. Elon Musk posting that the government is committing treason against the people. And the spotlight is going to return to this story once again in October.
Getting involved.
That's because that will be a full High Court ruling to decide whether there should be a permanent injunction for the Bell Hotel.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Send them to Asmongold's house. True. Thank you for the super chat.
At the Home Office. Well, our reporter Amelia Jen is outside another hotel on the outskirts of London, which has also been the target of protests. Amelia.
Well, I'm outside a hotel in Cheshunt that's been the scene of protests every Friday night now for around a month. It's around 20 minutes away from the Bell Hotel. And a lot of the people who'd organised those protests, who'd been along to those protests, have started coming here because they saw it as the next target. They thought that the Bell Hotel being forced to move asylum seekers out could be a blueprint for what could happen here. And the council, Broxbourne, has already launched a legal case. I understand that they're not going to change their minds after today's ruling either. And that's exactly what the Home Office had feared in all of this, that there would be a wave of legal cases from councils across the country, and that would hamper its ability to fulfil its legal duty of housing asylum seekers. And today they will be free to make that case again in court. That's the next stage of the legal battle, and it's a debate that is very much live here tonight. Police have separated protesters and counter-protesters. People on this side have been shouting, "Send them back." On the other side.
Are you going out for reform? No, I don't think I'll ever vote for reform. Or definitely, Homeland is wild. Homeland is insane. They want to remigrate. They want to get rid of them, literally.
Refugees are welcome here.
Amelia Jen there. Well, I'm joined here in the studio now by the Conservative councillor.
Chud hates his own people. I do not hate my own people. I am very sympathetic to the concerns of people that live in these areas. I've said this repeatedly. It's easy to sit there and say your fucking solution, but that's not really what can be done. So it's the question of what do you actually do?
Paul Mason, who's in charge of planning on Broxbourne Council, where that hotel is located, and the Labour peer Lord Dubs. He fled to the UK from the Nazis as a child and campaigns on refugee issues. Gentlemen, thank you both for coming in. Paul Mason, first of all, this is just a victory for common sense. You can't make noises outside of these hotels, or worse, kick police vans and hope to change the law, can you?
There's no evidence in the protest that you've just shown in my borough, Broxbourne, and the Cheshunt.
But you know what I'm talking about?
Yes, but we've had no trouble there. We've had peaceful protests. There has been a police presence, but I certainly can't criticise.
Sure, but I'm obviously talking about Epping, as you know. There was a minor amount of trouble, and suddenly the law appears. They appear to get what they want. That can't be right, and the appeal judges have said so today.
I think today's decision, outcome at the appeal court was an outrage. I think the government are in disarray over their asylum policy. They had a manifesto pledge to close hotels.
They're fucking all... I'd accept this more if this was some reform guy. This is a fucking conservative politician saying this. It's your party's fault it's fucking like this in the first place, bro. What you want about?
By the end of this parliament, and we now find them... they now find themselves fighting in the courts to keep hotels open. They don't have a plan. Earlier in the Green Room, we saw Angela Eagle, government minister. She was talking about...
Well, if the party reformed, you'd want the Conservatives, I'm assuming, and you're doing a little joke. Anyway, they've still got a black leader. They probably want to sort that out if they want to get the racist vote back on board.
Their plan. They don't have a plan. When the government came in, they ditched the Rwanda plan. We had a plan. The Conservatives had a plan in Rwanda. This government has ditched it, and they don't know now what to do.
Hang on, the government's saying almost half the hotels have already
Right,
closed.
the Rwanda plan was like, I can't remember what happened with it. Wasn't it like a load of old fucking tosh or something? It was like very poorly administered or done or something. I can't remember exactly, but I'm fairly certain it was like a shit plan.
The rest are going in this parliament. That's a plan.
111,000 people have come in the last 12 months, more than ever.
Okay, Lord Dubs, Paul raises a number of points which have something to them. To put it mildly, the government looks in disarray. Who is making policy here? Is it protesters on the streets? Be they peaceful, as Paul Mason says they are in his patch, some others are not. Or is it the government, or is it the courts? It's a mess.
Well, it's a bit of a mess, but don't forget what the government inherited was more people in hotels than now.
Yes.
We had a lot of people coming over on boats.
Tell them.
Traffickers are appalling people.
Speak your truth, King.
And we inherited a very difficult situation. I don't speak for the government, although I'm a supporter of the government, but I don't think it's quite the mess Paul says it is. I think the government has said quite rightly they're going to clear the hotels by a certain date. They're going to do that, and I don't think today's court decision makes any difference fundamentally to that principle.
What about the slightly distasteful, a lot of people will think, the judge's observation that, frankly, the views of local people, your constituents, Paul Mason, are significant, the judges said, but not that significant. They don't matter as much as the greater issues here, like incentivizing violent protest and so forth, and the knock-on effects of where we're going to move these people to. That's troubling, isn't it?
Well, look, first of all, the right to protest peacefully is fundamental to the way we go about things, point number one.
Based, very based.
And then I think where it escalates into violence, and we've got to deal with it very, very forcefully. But you can't change policy on the basis of demonstrations. I think the government is right to do what it wants to do in terms of clearing people from the hotels, but the government is also right to listen to local...
I mean, that's true. I agree that you don't do that. But by the same token, it's like, you know, a protest can speak to a sentiment amongst the nation or a certain place in the UK. And so you would do well to at least have some consideration or some thought process about what's going on. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, like... You don't just do the policy off the back of it. But it's very obvious that this immigration stuff is very unpopular. But, I mean, to be honest with you, you know, I mean... Labour have got to sort this out. I know people don't like Labour, I get that. I'm not trying to sweep for Labour, right? But Labour just have to sort this issue out or they're fucked, right? They need to clear out these hotels, they need to reduce the hotels, they need to stop the boats, they need to fucking reduce immigration, all that shit. So either they'll do it, or they won't, and then Reform will win in the next election. You know, I'm pretty sure it's like, if not the number one of the top kind of like issues in the UK for people at the moment. Labour's in full support of this. In full support of what?
People. I certainly believe we have to listen to local people. Their views matter, but we don't succumb to the pressures just because there are some protests.
Okay, in that respect, Paul, did the judges get it right? These three judges who said, in effect, yes, local opinion matters, but it's not that significant in the greater role of things, which you were saying.
No, I don't think the judges did get it right, because I think they're going, they're assisting the government in going head to head.
Or is that old boy okay?
Clearly,
he looks a bit the worse for wear, doesn't he?
People that feel outraged, what's going on with our immigration policy. as I've just said a few moments ago, 111,000 people, more than ever, are crossing the channel in boats, and our government is incapable of protecting our borders and stopping these people from coming, and they have no plan whatsoever, and they have been silent.
The only party that's seemingly willing to stand up to the not hate speech laws necessarily, but definitely the Online Safety Act and other things like it is Reform. Reform are the only party that stand against it. Labour support it, Conservatives support it, so yeah, it's kind of fucked.
I want to get into things on the high seas, but here and now with these people, what
the hat is
all
back,
agreed on
shall
is
we?
they
Yes.
are here and they are now, and they've got to go somewhere. You think they shouldn't be in hotels in Broxbourne, Cheshunt, wherever else? Where should they be?
Well, they're already not in hotels. And what you said earlier was misleading.
But how do I make money
where you said the numbers in hotels have gone down.
You're wrong and also have a bad hat. Labour should upgrade all the hotels to 5-star hotels with Michelin chefs. The Indians deserve this.
Okay, thank you very much for the super chat.
They've actually been redistributed.
No, so the number of hotels.
Yeah, but it's misleading in the sense that people need to know that they've been redistributed in private accommodation and HMOs.
But where should they go?
Well, that's the job
In
for the
Broxbourne.
government. That isn't an argument. That's not an argument or a question to be answered by a local politician from
Well,
Broxbourne.
it is.
No,
it is.
It's an
I'm
actual
inviting you to do so
Yeah,
now.
yeah,
Where,
but
no, come on. Where do you think these people should go?
The government came in on a manifesto that they were going to clear
I'm not
up.
asking the government. I'm asking you. Where, Paul Mason, do you think these
I don't
people
think it's
should
the
go?
job of Broxbourne Council to make that decision.
Well, you don't know?
I think what
You
we
don't
need
have an
to do-
idea?
Yeah, well, yes, I do have an idea.
Well,
We'll say what the idea is then, bro. Come on, tell us.
Is it?
We should have stuck with the Rwanda policy because more people...
Bro, the Rwanda policy fucking sucked, bro. Even fucking right-wingers, I think, would probably agree the Rwanda policy was stupid.
Okay.
Since they've ditched the Rwanda policy...
That's a straight answer to a question. You say Rwanda's the answer.
So we should go back to a policy that was unsuccessful and expensive and didn't do what it was supposed to do. Okay, good answer, bro. Good answer.
Where should these people go? Because they're clearly going out of hotels. Even the Labour government.
Well, first of all, the Rwanda policy would never have worked. It was wrong in principle. It was wrong in practice. And I don't agree with your figure of 111,000.
But where should they go? That's the question I'm asking.
Right.
Not hotels. Where?
Right. We have to have a quicker process for deciding whether people have a legitimate claim under the Geneva Convention to become asylum seekers.
Quicker
to become
process,
refugees.
yes.
That has to be determined much quicker. The government
Yes,
is speeding up
that's
that
correct.
process. Once the process is determined, then the people who qualify as refugees, for having been victims of torture, war, and so on, they are the ones we then have to move on to ordinary housing and be allowed to work. For the rest, if they don't qualify, they should be sent back.
Okay. Now let's widen this out.
Based.
The European Convention on Human Rights. There are signs that things are beginning to shift, and what we thought was maybe on the rims of discussion is now very much on the agenda. Paul Mason, should we abandon that convention, which we played a big part, the UK, in setting up?
I think we should, if that means that we take control of our borders and we have an immigration policy that the British people can back. I think that then we need to...
Hey, Dio, thank you for the 500 yen.
We've got two ex-Labour cabinet members, David Blunkett, Jack Straw, from the Blair era, who are advocating that we reform the European Court of Human Rights. And I think I give advice to Keir Starmer here. Sack Yvette Cooper as Home Secretary. She's not doing anything. She's not said anything on the matter, and she's against the British people.
Okay, but you clearly think we should leave the convention.
Yep, and I'd just like to add that Australia, Canada and New Zealand are not in the European Court of Human Rights. Would we question the human rights of those Commonwealth countries?
Well, they're not in Europe, but...
I put that to you.
Okay, but Lord Dubs.
Well, first of all, the European Convention on Human Rights started by Churchill. Churchill played a leading part because he said the sort of country we are needs to protect human rights. That has been the British tradition, and we're just going to turn our back on that. We're not going to turn our back on what Winston Churchill did those years ago.
Events have moved us on.
Well, yes, the world has moved on, but the basic principles of protecting vulnerable people are still there. And as a country...
Hey, thank you, Super Chat. I forgot to type my message. Send them to the Falklands Island to stop Argentina getting any funny ideas.
Very based, very based. Thank you for the super chat.
We should uphold that rather than saying, oh, we don't like it now, never mind about Winston Churchill, never mind about our British traditions. I fly the British flag with pride. I think this is a wonderful country, and our contribution to human rights has been first class.
Is it the case, though, that if we do that, Paul Mason, what you want to do, we are throwing out one huge baby with the bathwater. A lot of rights are going to go.
Well, I believe we are upholding human rights. The problem we've got our immigration policy is being abused. We're not in control of it. We don't have a consistent policy. And Lord Dubs mentioned Winston Churchill, but we can't have policies going back to the 30s, 40s and apply them in the 21st century. We need modern policies for the modern age.
Well, look, let me say this. What difference would it make in terms of what you're trying to achieve if we left the European Convention on Human Rights? It would make no appreciable difference at all to dealing with controlling our borders. It wouldn't do it. How would it make any difference?
The British government that's sovereign in this country could basically make legislation that wouldn't be challenged in the courts, where they could decide where people are going to go.
Yeah, give me one example. Give me an example of what would happen if you had your way. Just demonstrate.
Well, we would have been able to
he's getting pressed by the old man.
Processing in Rwanda.
Well, the Rwanda decision was reversed by the British Parliament. It didn't work that way.
No, the Labour government, when they came in, Labour came in saying they were going to tackle it. They didn't want to adopt the Rwanda scheme. Yeah. They ditched it, and they've shot themselves in the foot now because they have no idea. They're in disarray. The Home Office is not fit for purpose.
Okay, we're kind of ending where we started. Gentlemen, both, thanks very much for coming in. Appreciate it.
There we go, guys. That is... I didn't really say much during that. I feel bad. I kind of just leached off the content. Okay, one more, well, sort of quick video. I'll speed it up a bit because I don't want to get to the jar 10. But, dude, I've been waiting for some legal analysis of the Raja Jackson stuff. And we have got the only good law tuber that I know of. Okay? Bruce Rivers! Let's go! Bruce Rivers has weighed in. Well, there's other good ones too, to be fair. But yeah. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. And what he do? Dude, immaculate drip. Dude, why can't
Hi, this is Bruce Rivers. Welcome to another fun-filled episode of Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers, your upper respiratory impaired criminal defense lawyer. Today we're reacting to Raja Jackson. This is a kind of a really vicious assault that took place, and we'll kind of get into what happened and why it happened and what are the implications now. But before we get into that, this is brought to you by AskALawyer.com. If you are looking for a lawyer, let's say you have a landlord dispute, or let's say you have some other dispute with somebody, and you want to find out if you have a good case, well, you go to AskALawyer.com. For $49, you can get a real
incredible stuff. What a great
consultation.
What a great fucking idea.
It's really a good deal, actually. And they're the same people that brought you eForm and eSign, so I highly support them. If you're doing your own legal research, they have an AI component trained in all the 50 states, so you can do whatever you need to do. So if you have a case, you don't have a case, they'll let you know, and it's peace of mind. I mean, at your fingertips.
Absolutely.
AskALawyer.com, an incredible supporter of CLR, Bruce Rivers. So go to AskALawyer.com. Raja Jackson. Who's Raja Jackson? He is the son of Rampage Jackson.
Bro, these pictures, man. Could you have picked a more racist image? I mean, what the fuck?
Your UFC, Ultimate Fighting. Michael was really into that UFC. I'm a lover, not a fighter, and so it's hard for me. Like, did you see that one where Conor McGregor broke his fucking leg? That was hard for me to watch. I mean, it's just, oh, shit. And these guys just pummel each other so hard. But he was at an event that was promoted and run by KnockX Pro Wrestling in Sun Valley, California. He was at an event, pro wrestling, and you know what pro wrestling is?
Call it with the racist remarks in chat, ladies and gentlemen, please.
It's staged, and there's some physical contact. I'm not going to say it's fake, because I don't want anybody coming after me. Raja Jackson was live streaming while he was backstage. Can I tell you something about live streaming people? It's great evidence.
Yes. Oh my God, dude. This is so true. This is so true. Raja Jackson just fucking, he's self-snitched. It's the equivalent of a fucking rap artist doing a rap song about, robbing a car that they're currently being investigated for.
Great evidence. And a lot of times people like to live stream, criminal activity. Wow. Fantastic. But guess what? it's self-snitching. Try to avoid it
yes.
if you can. So Roger Jackson was backstage at this live and he was event and he was live streaming. And the footage shows various wrestlers in character. A heated exchange occurs between Roger Jackson and indie wrestler Psycho Stu. Fuck, I have to admit, when I was younger, like a lot younger, like in 7th and 9th grade, that's when I was into pro wrestling. A lot of pro wrestling started here in Minneapolis, actually. People don't know that.
Come on, Kenny! What happens in one of these affairs is that 24 great big men get into 2 wrestling rings and chase each other around until all but 2 wrestlers have been tossed over the top rope. And you'd think that for 50 grand, some of these guys would have tried harder.
We had Mean Gene Okerlund, who was the announcer, and then Jesse the Body Ventura, and we had the Crusher, Mad Dog Vachon, the Claw. We had all these guys.
I don't know any of these people.
And,
no idea who they are.
I would go to these
no
events
clue.
and
No
I'd
clue.
take pictures of them, and then I would
no clue.
Publish it in our school newspaper. It was kind of fun to do, So I don't know who any of these guys are now. The footage shows various wrestlers in character. A heated exchange occurs between Jackson and Psycho Stu, a.k.a. Stuart Smith.
I had just got out of the military, probably about 6 months earlier. I got out of the military, I joined Knox Pro, because I needed something to focus on. I needed something to help me adjust back into civilian life. A lot of veterans, it's hard for them to readjust into civilian life coming from the life of the military. I'm an American soldier that suffers from PTSD. Being in front of a crowd, it doesn't...
Dude, this guy... I mean, I always find some of the veteran stuff a bit like, okay, we get it. But, yeah, this is like, I don't know, man. He seems like a nice guy. Do you know what I mean? He seems like a nice guy. He's got some problems. He found something that helped him with his issues. He pulled himself up by his bootstraps. It's just so fucked so that he's getting, the shit kicked out of him because a black guy wanted to protect his fucking honor.
Me as much anxiety and aggression as I thought it would.
A lot of these guys have a lot of aggression. There's no question about that. And so if this is if this event is a pro veteran kind of thing, more power to him. So Psycho Stu, Stuart Smith, he's the guy that we just showed you, and he's I
said about that the PTSD thing. That he got PTSD over in Iraq or whatever, and then he comes back and he gets fucking PTSD Mark II.
He retired from the military, and so he gets into this crazy dispute with Roger Jackson. Just a little bit about Jackson. Roger Jackson is 25 years old. He is son of Rampage Jackson, but he's no small person himself. He lives in Los Angeles, and he's dabbed in MMA, but gained wider attention after this viral stream assault at Knox Wrestling event. So let's take a look at his live streaming event.
What's up, chat? It's good.
Okay, so you've seen
I didn't go with my pops.
It's only short clips.
It's only short clips. I'm still fucked up. I'm not even gonna lie. That's part of the reason why I didn't stream earlier. I was supposed to stream.
If it doesn't happen on the internet, it didn't happen at all. That's what people think nowadays. People take pictures of their food and post it. It's like, who gives a shit what you're eating? Nobody does.
Going to fucking paintballing with AJ, but my head was fucked up. I was throwing up and shit.
So one of the things that you have with whether it's NFL or whatever, the CTE thing is a real thing. And if you are suffering a concussion.
I saw some clips of a movie about this that looked quite interesting with Will Smith. I don't know if anyone's seen it. I've just seen a few clips, and I might watch the movie. But basically, it's about a doctor who exposes all the CTE issues that NFL players have. It's like based a little while ago, I guess, because apparently for a long time the NFL denied that playing football fucked people's heads up and shit like that, right? And they claimed it was nothing to do with football, but it obviously was. And all these various injuries and stuff, you obviously collect up, and eventually you get a fucked up brain. Daily CT mention. Tick, tick, tick in the box.
One of the symptoms. I'm not a doctor, so I'm not trying to be one, but you should not mess around with a concussion.
My dad is trying to pick up a 5 right now. Yeah, that nigga crazy. Diddy Booty Jackson. Yeah, I'm fucked up right now, guys. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I know I need a fucking rest, but yeah, so I'm gonna take a break from it for a while, but my coach, my lifting coach and shit, one of my teammates, Andre, who was on the stream the last time, is having a pro wrestling show, and I told him I will come and support, and then I wanted to bring you guys with me. You know what I'm saying? Get an MRI. I'm gonna go definitely get checked out on Monday though. Yeah, I was throwing up and shit.
So could this have had an impact on why he makes the decisions he later makes? We don't know.
Yeah.
No,
my head still feels like
dude.
funny. I'm not even gonna cap.
That sounds like total fucking bullshit To me, I don't think it had an impact. He clearly has got this like honor culture stuff, you know, respect culture, the black respect culture thing. And his dad was egging him on. His chat was egging him on. Low impulse control. I don't say that racially. I don't want to get into that fucking thing again. Low impulse control. I'm not saying that racially, just generally speaking, you know, all contributed to this.
Cap. So now my understanding of the facts is that he has this interaction with Psycho Stu. And one of the things he does is he takes a can. It's actually a fake can that you can crush really easily. And he takes offense to it.
Not animal with low impulse control.
What's a black man's idea of foreplay?
This is Reno. Oh, what's up, big host? Oh, nice to meet you, brother. You too, man. Come on. Yes, sir. I know this. Oh, no. I do it for fun. Huh? As Presidente, I fucking hate you. I hate this dude. Worse. Nice to meet you, bro. No, you're my favorite wrestler here. Fuck him. You're the coolest. Yeah. He's cool. Yeah.
El Prez whooping my ass when I first started out.
Yeah, I remember that. You're my favorite wrestler because of that. You beat the fuck out of him. Yeah. Where's the real McKill at? Where's he at?
You don't need to worry about him. You need to be worried about Psycho Stu.
Psycho Stu?
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
So some things can start out so innocently and be taken up wrong, as the Irish say. You know, when you're engaged with somebody that's Irish, all of a sudden you become Irish. So we have a lot of sayings like, "I'm gonna go clean the skirt."
He does just snap. He does just snap.
Don't take me up wrong.
Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little.
So now he just hit him in the head with a can, and it probably wasn't meant to be anything but a joke. But this is how it goes wrong.
Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
Whoa!
What the fuck was that?
Whoa! They bounced him.
What the fuck was that? Hold on.
So is Psycho Stu, I mean, was he drunk? I mean, that seems like kind of an odd thing to do to somebody that you don't know very well.
I don't play that shit, bro. No, I will fuck him up.
Good. I know you will. We're good.
I will fuck him up, bro. I don't play that shit. No, I will fuck him up, bro.
I know you will. I got you.
That's what we call a little foreshadowing. I will fuck him up. And that doesn't bode well for him down the line.
I did not play that shit at all.
Nah, I got you. I'm good. Apologize for that.
What was Psycho Stu thinking? Now, one could argue that you're acting in self-defense. No, you're acting in revenge. At this point, the affray is over, right? The confrontation. You know, Psycho Stu, that was an assault on Raja. It absolutely was. But now that the confrontation is over,
yes,
you can't reinitiate at this point and claim self-defense.
Fix that. You hear me?
Yeah.
Where is he? So what are you going? Good, dude.
Nah, fuck that, dude.
Oh, so yeah, still fucking up. I'm gonna help you or something. I don't know why. Sorry about that, dude. He always.
So if Psycho Stu was joking around, he should be profusely apologizing at this point. So look, I didn't mean anything by it, blah blah blah. But
well,
he's not. They're just staring each other down.
Bro, he did the same pause, Andy, that I did. Yes, he does. He does. Keep watching. He does. He does apologize twice, not once, but twice. And the second time, he's even more profusely apologizing for what happened, obviously.
I always think that we're working over here, like it's part of the fucking storyline.
No, how you guys feel?
Rampage. That's how we
No.
So he holds his hand out with two guys in between him.
No, bro.
Go ahead, Stu. It's all good. Because he always thinks it's a work. So he's already hot, bro. Good?
Oh, on the left side.
Stu.
Oh,
can you put that down first?
Everything calms down.
No,
relaxes.
That's for me.
I know it's for you, but we're trying to solve something right now. You know, we don't want no heat. We don't want no problem.
No, I'm cool. I'm cool now, but you know what I'm saying?
No, just want to make sure.
I'm cool now, but you know what I'm saying? In other words, I'm cool, but I'm not cool.
Make sure everything's okay. He knows he fucked up. He's trying to apologize and stuff.
Yeah, you think it's part of the, you know.
We just don't want no problem. You know, if we are apologizing, we're sorry.
I appreciate that.
Let me draw mine on real quick. I get the sweat, but that's some real shit.
You got
apologies. Get out of hand sometimes with, working and stuff, pro wrestling stuff. So, he is racing. So I understand where you're coming from. I'm a little hot right now, so let's go ahead.
You know what's the good thing about this? Now I can make it something. I'm going to have you run in and fuck that motherfucker up in the mat. You ready for that?
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Right. Talk to the president.
Yeah, if you can do that for me, I'll be cool. Yeah.
That is a mistake. That's a 100% mistake. You wouldn't put somebody in the ring like this where there's an issue.
Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do that. Hell yeah.
Well, I mean, I think the problem is that in wrestling, you can use these sorts of things to fuel a storyline. And that's like a normal part of wrestling. But obviously, Raja doesn't get it. And he just thinks he can go in and batter the shit out of him. The promotion bears some brunt of the responsibility. Yes, absolutely. But the primary responsibility is obviously Raja Jackson for doing it.
In your match. Don't fucking feel that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, bro. Hey, it's going to all work out.
Yeah, as long as I can do that. Yeah.
He wants this opportunity. Now, keep in mind, it's stagecraft. You know, wrestling is stagecraft. But they do get hurt. I mean, and these are big guys. And they do jump off of ropes. They do kind of put people in, you know, in harm's way. No question about it. There is a difference between putting on a show and taking revenge. And Raja is not an untrained individual.
Yeah, don't work out.
Right,
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got you.
What's your name again?
Raja.
What's that?
Raja.
Raja? Joe, man. Nice to meet you.
Okay, hey, set it up. Who's gonna come in and put them down?
I'm straight. No, you good, bro. You good. Straight. Yeah.
I don't know.
The affray is over.
Oh, make sure he get it.
I appreciate it.
I didn't know. I thought you were
I get it.
So he legitimately thought he was another wrestler. And he saw the camera there, thought he'd just act for the camera. So he wasn't meaning to, you know.
Chud, someone messaged yesterday and Hat makes a triumphant return. No, I just had it on earlier for the gaming stream and I thought I'd keep it on. That's all it is, okay?
We're not working out. Well, he's gonna come out on your mat, Juice. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. I get it now. Now you know
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're always working. So we'll set it up. I'll have him come out during your match so we can fucking seal the whole thing and we'll make something out of it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
Well, now you just involved fucking Rampage himself because that's his boy.
No, he can handle it.
Yeah, I can handle myself. Yeah, I can handle myself.
Rampage gonna come whoop your ass.
You don't need his dad. He handles his own shit.
Yeah, I got my own shit.
I mean, they're talking about him whooping his ass. And Raja's told to give Stu his receipt.
Hey,
I thought part of it, I wasn't swaying.
No.
What he thought was he was a pro.
I just said.
Yeah. Another thing is, even when we are working like that, you don't fucking, you know
That's
what
I'm
saying? So you don't. He's a fucking idiot. Hey. So when you run out on his shit, you fucking give him his receipt. You remember what a receipt is?
So he is.
The cowboy guy. The cowboy guy. Listening to it again, I'm like, okay, well, he didn't help matters, did he? He didn't help matters. The cowboy guy definitely had a negative impact in that situation. But he's still not responsible. It's just, you know, he probably should have, well, he probably didn't realise the kind of character that Raja was to go nuts like that. But, you know, I think the cowboy guy should have been more chill in that situation. What did the cowboy guy say about it all?
He's encouraging him to do this.
Give him that fucking receipt, bro. Tag this shit. If you got a fucking problem with it, I'll fucking run out there. Tag his shit, bro.
Tag his shit, bro. So, I mean, you've got aiding, advising, counseling, conspiring, or otherwise procuring. You know, basically aiding and abetting.
No. I'm not denying the black part. I just didn't. I remember the receipt bit, but it's like, you know, he is reaffirming too much. Like, you know, the fact. I just think he should have been more professional there, and you know, he should have taken a different tack. That's all. I don't even know if it would have made a difference anyway. But just from like a perspective of, you know, the absolute best thing you can do in that situation. But again, he's not really responsible in any way. The other wrestlers said that Cowboy has a previous beef with Stu, so he set this up for Stu to get beat up. I don't know about the level he did. Maybe he wanted to get a bit of a punch or something, but yeah. Well, no, because a receipt means you actually punch someone like once hard, you know, in a way that hurts them to let them know that they've done something wrong, right? That's what a receipt means. So he is somewhat saying like hit him for real, but not to the point that he did obviously, but he's saying hit him for real.
Hey, as long as I get my lick back, I'm straight. I'm straight.
There's such a thing as proportionality too, as you will see when this thing happens. I've just seen a little bit of it. But when you fight somebody,
a receipt is a one good shot to calm them down. Yeah, exactly. So again, still not his responsibility, but definitely like, you know, probably should have been more cautious, just to be absolutely the best behavior.
All of a sudden, they're laying down. Let's say they start the fight, and you legitimately have a claim of self-defense. In other words, they punch you, and you have nowhere to run, and you're not in a stand, you know, or you're in a stand your ground state, and you punch back, right? And they fall to the ground and they're unconscious. You don't have the right to keep pummeling on them just because they started. You lose your right to self-defense when the fray is over. And if your opponent is defenseless, the fray is over. So here we're back to the live streaming.
Man, we had a fucking pro wrestling show, GF, And the motherfucker hit me with a can, thought I was a pro wrestler and shit because I have a camera and something. And he's a little like fucked up, a little drunk or something. And that shit pissed me off. And I'm gonna have to get him back. They said I can go in the ring and get it at. I don't even know why I'm gonna do it.
Revenge is never a defense in a criminal case.
No, I'm beating this guy's ass, bro. I'm trying to see how long I get to stand there for. I don't know how long I get to stand there.
So he's planning on not just this fake attack. He's going to beat his ass, and he wants to see how long he can stay in there for. That tells you something, doesn't it? Psycho Stu is unsuspecting at this point. He thinks this is all going to be part of a show.
Yeah.
And the separation between when the incident happened and
well, yeah, because Psycho Stu presumably has been told Raja is going to get in the ring and he's going to do a thing to you to play out the storyline of that. So he's probably expecting something, but not the battering, obviously.
Is an hour and a half, something like that.
What do you think Roger gonna do, chat? What do you think Roger gonna do?
All right, now here we go.
You!
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hold up. Oh, he senses it. He senses it.
I think at that point, when he hits his head on the mat, he's out. He's defenseless. This is now an aggravated assault.
You can see enough. You can see enough to know what's going on. Dude, he's probably censored that. Well done. Good censor job. The fucking two-faced guy coming in. So good, man. Why is it muted?
These are not little guys. These are not weak guys. And the minute Stu was out, it's over.
Oh, lots of swearing. Okay. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Or music, maybe? Screaming.
Raja's not a small guy, an untrained guy. He's tough.
The audience are just like, what the fuck is going on here? The audience are like, what is this?
And while this is a professional wrestling thing, it's a low-level professional wrestling thing. This isn't. You're not talking about a 20,000 seat stadium where where you got the Hulkster and your big names, The Rock and all that kind of stuff. And so he's got a camera following him around. So it captures, I'm going to beat his ass. This is all premeditated. And that's part of an issue.
It comes back in a sec, I think.
Call a fucking ambulance.
Oh, he senses the blood as well.
You get in such a rage that all of a sudden you just can't stop.
It is very ominous with this sound in the background, isn't it? It's like, what the fuck?
It's all on recording. That was his own cameras that were following him around.
Hello?
Hey, where the hell are you at? I told you to double leg that motherfucker and start welding. I just saw the video.
Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now they can't wait to dig it up.
That's a problem. And if he dies, it's at least felony murder.
He's fucking in the ring.
He survived it, didn't he? Oh no, he didn't sense the blood. But he survived. He survived. He did survive.
My bad. My bad. My fucking bad. If he doesn't wake up, it's murder.
I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take advantage.
All right, I'll call you back later.
Unbelievable. Psycho Stu is in the hospital with severe head trauma, and he supposedly is recovering. A GoFundMe for Psycho Stu or Stu Smith is already
Happy Saturday, guys! Happy Saturday! Happy weekend!
As support pours in and is still growing. Unbelievable. I mean, you
Happy
can't
weekend.
Take it out on somebody that can't take it.
But the most disgusting thing is that people at this school are being encouraged to not cooperate with the police. From what I hear, the police were there investigating the scene shortly after Stu was removed, and there has been multiple requests that have gone downstream.
Who gives a shit? Honestly, if they're quiet, there's plenty there. you know, you've got from beginning to end footage of what happened.
Upper management to not talk with the police directly if they are contacted and to only let a certain group of individuals interact with the police. That is extremely dishonest. You guys let your friend almost die, and now you're trying to have people lie for you. And fuck you to every single person who replied to them, yes, sir,
also,
you are all...
we're a few days down the line now, and Raja Jackson still hasn't been arrested, has he? Because I thought he was going to get arrested. Maybe there's still time for that to happen, but for such a obvious public assault thing happening, it's kind of crazy that there's no action or movement on it yet, as far as I understand. Like, yeah, what more do they need to investigate? Maybe it's just time to actually get someone to watch the footage and go over it or something, I don't know. But, I mean, yeah, this guy should get arrested, right?
But how do I make money off depressed people?
The slam was the receipt. The next few punches were assault. Everything else was attempted murder.
That is a great way of looking at it, to be fair. Thank you very much, Dan, for the super chats.
Weak sacks of shit, and I hope you rot in hell. You are wasting oxygen that other people could be breathing.
Okay, well, somebody had a definite strong opinion about that. So this is Doug Malo, wrestler who tackled Raja off of Psycho Steve or Psycho Stu.
When we're in the ring and I'm breaking it up and he shoots a fucking double leg on me, by the way, work a better fucking double leg, you fucking prick. And then I'm telling you to fucking calm down. I'm not even fucking fighting. I'm not even being fucking hostile. Then you're trying to fucking work and get lower, do this, change positions, and I'm over here having to swim with you, all this other shit. And then you fucking punch me in the fucking eye after we're breaking it up, you fucking loser. That's why you got fucking
Bro! I didn't know that. I didn't see this part of it. Raja Jackson punched this guy as well. Dude, the levels of impulse control are an absolute fucking minimum level to the degree I never would have expected to see. The guy that was trying to break it up, he started brawling with him too. That's fucking mental.
Why I fucking punch you and you're fucking lucky I was tired from the match before this. What kind of fucking person are you?
Well, I saw the scuffle. I did see the scuffle, but I didn't know it was that, you know, I didn't know he was punching him and shit. No, I didn't see that part. That's what fucking crazy.
Low life fucking clown. You want...
So it sounds like Doug has got some definite opinions. You know, but he's right, though. I mean, this was supposed to be a show.
You want fucking clout, so you beat up a guy that's fucking half unconscious. You punch a guy that's trying to break up a fight and not even trying to fight you. I wasn't even trying to fucking hurt you. The fuck is wrong with you?
So, do you think he wanted to continue beating up Stu?
I think he would.
I think we all know what's wrong with him, don't we, guys?
He didn't stop, right?
I promise you he would have killed him. He would have killed me if he would have got the best of me. If he would have took my legs out from under me like he was trying to, he was going to do the same thing to me that he did to Stu. Clearly, you watched the stream when he's walking away. I'm tired of people fucking with me. I don't care how many times you've been fingered in your life, bro. I don't give a fuck. If you got a fucking problem with the fucking world and the people around you, change your fucking people around you. Change it up a little bit. Go to therapy. Get some fucking help. Don't take it out on everybody else. And then you want to train by one of the best fighters to ever fucking live, your fucking father. Use his fucking clout. Use his fucking knowledge. And then you want to hurt people that don't fucking train like that? You're a fucking bully. You're a bitch. Fuck you.
Well, it sounds like Doug is not too keen. While fans were waiting for any updates on Stu, Doug Malo was one of the wrestlers stopping Raja from assaulting Smith and told USA Today that Smith is awake. However, he had broken bones in his face, lost a lot of teeth, was choking on his own blood and teeth. And this is a guy who's doing this wrestling.
God, that's horrible.
To combat his combat symptoms, you know, the PTSD and the other things that he was experiencing.
Oh, no.
You know, and I don't know.
Dude, he's making the PTSD point. He's making the PTSD point. Well, if he had trouble with PTSD before, he's really going to have trouble now.
How much Raja knew about the purpose of what was going on. But so Kevin Thomas is a Knox pro wrestler, better known on his moniker KT King, was telling fellow wrestlers not to talk to police. And you can't do that. That's called obstruction of justice. You can't tell somebody to not talk to the police. Please refrain from engaging in comment sections on social media posts about this tragedy. It will be weaponized and potential criminal and civil cases fly low. Well, of course he's worried about the civil implications because guess what? They encouraged him to go in there and do this. I think there's a significant liability on the promoters of the show. If law enforcement or an attorney for the suspect contacts you in any capacity, let someone here know right away for guidance on how to address them. So he's worried about his own ass is what's going on there.
Time flies seemingly when you're having fun, and it looks like summer's about to come to a close. You want to close your summer out on a high note with KT King and the rest of the future stars of professional wrestling here at Knoxville Entertainment at the world famous Domain. Next weekend, Friday, August 22nd, 7:30 p.m. at the world famous Domain is the Epping Warriors Wrestling Show. Followed up the next day with the Knox Experience, 8548 Lancashire Boulevard. Again, hosted by KPE.
It's probably not a show that's got a lot of money. They probably have to have insurance. And whether this would be covered or not, I don't know. But I would love to be Psycho Stu's lawyer. I would love to be Psycho Stu's lawyer. I would love to be Psycho Stu's lawyer on this deal because he didn't mean to do what he did. And there was a break in the action. And, you know, Raja was coming for him, and he was encouraged by the promoters. So Knox Entertainment Academy, so it's a wrestling school. First and foremost, our thoughts and prayers are with our brother, Mr. Stuart Smith, as he remains a priority, and we are monitoring his well-being. What was supposed to be a planned and agreed upon wrestling spot
wonderful.
turned into a selfish.
How do I make money off depressed people?
And you thought I was rough.
Chud's Table. Thank you very much for the 333, Chud's Table. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Irresponsible act of violence against Mr.
Very
Smith.
funny.
The
Very
egregious
funny.
act is reprehensible and never should have occurred. Oh, gee, now you tell me. But what did the one wrestler say before he got in there? Go get your receipt. Go get your receipt. In the 17 years of operation of Knox Pro Wrestling Academy, there has never been anything as heinous take place such as this, and we apologize to our patrons and fans. Unbelievable, honestly. And so, but telling other wrestlers and anybody to not talk to the cops is definitely obstruction of justice and not legal. So Rampage Jackson, his father, everybody's got to get their 2 cents in, right? I mean, what you might as well. I want to clear the misinformation about my son, Raja. I've been informed that the wrestler, Stuart Smith, a.k.a. Psycho Stu, is awake and stable. Oh, good for you. He still didn't deserve what he got. Raja was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head by his by him moments before.
Oh my God, dude, the goat.
Off depressed people.
Jar looks a bit different.
And Figs, thank you for the super chat, guys. Literally just like 7 minutes left at 1.4 speed, okay, and then we'll get to it. I just wanted to see some legal analysis. And to be honest with you, the legal analysis seems to be, you know, that was assault. Yeah, that was assault. I mean, it's fucking on tape. And he self-snitched a bunch too.
Raja was told that he could get a payback in the ring, which he was. I thought it was a part of the show, and that's what everybody thought. It was a bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Raja is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in an event like this.
How do I make
I don't condone my son's actions.
Nick Rikita told me it's legal to kill someone for a work.
That sounds about right, yeah. Thank you for the super chat.
At all. He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and the well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset that any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and to kick for the situation. The problem that you have here is he was encouraged to do this by people at the show. The wrestlers who told Raja to fuck him up, and the other one who said...
Dude. He's missed a clip of the Rampage Jackson himself telling Raja to do it, unfortunately. The wrestlers who told Raja to fuck him up and the other ones who said given the receipt could face accessory charges. It's beyond negligence from them. They're instructed and allowed this guy into the ring to carry out this assault. That's accessory to the crime.
Give him his receipt. Could face accessory charges. It is beyond negligence for them. They instructed and allowed this guy...
Really? That sounds bogus to me. Accessory charges. Come off it.
Into the ring.
Oh my God, Mitchell Smith! With the $50 super sticker! Thank you. Sheba Dog wearing samurai armor writing, "You're amazing," in the air with sparklers. Well, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you.
And to carry out the assault. That's accessory to a crime. It's aiding and abetting. Absolutely it is. A receipt is by definition...
No way, dude. That I question Bruce Rivers' conclusion there. How could that be aiding and abetting? I don't think that's right. That doesn't sound right to me. Wait, Chud sweeping for gay cowboy on the org. Called up Bruce, hash this out. Well, I mean, you know, all I'd want is for him to be able to lay out what the case is for that, you know? And I would, you know, maybe he means that there could be a potential charge for aiding and abetting, but any good defense attorney would surely be able to argue that out and just, you know.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
I'm not sure if what Raja did was illegal, TBH. I think we might need legal mindset state.
Good point, good point. Thank you for the super chat. I'd just be interested to see him lay it out in terms of like, you know, well, this is the, you know, the argument or whatever. But surely a good defense attorney could argue, well, he wasn't, you know, intending for that to occur. It was more so as another type of thing, the receipt thing, etc. I don't know. Listen, I'm not compromised. I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. I just think that I'm just a bit skeptical about the idea that that action of saying that would be tantamount enough to be accessory to a crime. That seems excessive.
A one-on-one, 20 punches in the head, not justified as a receipt, to a can to the head. In other words, it's disproportionate. You know, and like I said, if you're acting in self-defense, you still have to be reasonable in your response. It's like if somebody slaps you in the face and you shoot him, you're using a disproportionate response. It's not reasonable. But if somebody slaps you in the face and you slap him back, that's reasonable. If somebody slaps you in the face, you slap him back, and then they keep slapping you, and you beat the shit out of them, is that reasonable? Well, that's a judgment call, right? But if you punch them once and they're out, unconscious, and you continue to pound their head in, that's not reasonable. And what Raja did was not reasonable, no matter how you slice it. Irish 0451 says, I'm not a legal expert by any means, but I'd love for one to weigh in and explain how Mana's not potentially on the hook for the second-degree criminal negligent homicide if this poor guy doesn't kick out. Well, I'll tell you this. Mana encouraged him, he incited him, and one could argue that he should be culpably responsible for the assault because he's aiding and abetting or otherwise conspiring. He's not conspiring, but it's not like they had an agreement. But he says, go fuck him up, basically. Go get your receipt. He could argue that the receipt would have been understood to be a single potato punch. But on the other hand...
Yeah, but but then you would argue the contextual meaning of receipt. You would say, well, no, receipt doesn't mean go and beat the shit out of them. It means, like, one hit in revenge or something. Right? Like, you could just argue the context of the words don't justify the idea that he was aiding and abetting the crime. Like, he had no clue that Raja was going to do that. Yeah, exactly. Like, maybe there's a charge there somewhere. Maybe Bruce... I mean, I'm sure Bruce Rivers knows way more than I do. But, I mean, I would have thought that's something that would not go anywhere. I would have thought. But anyway, this guy... I do trust this guy's kind of opinion on stuff, so I'm sure that he's, you know, knows more than I do about it. But, anyway.
There's an argument that that untrained MMA fighter would not understand what a receipt should entail. But I do think a reasonable person would believe that a trained in combat MMA fighter would not continue to punch an obviously unconscious person on the ground. Given the facts, I don't think that Mana's actions would rise to the level of second-degree depraved heart murder. This is likely a stronger case for negligent homicide. Well, he didn't die. It's not a homicide case. This person brings up a good point. You know, it's all that proportionality or the reasonableness of what you thought at the time. So did he tell him to go fuck him up? Yes, he did. He said, go get your receipt. Now, he's not a wrestler, right? He's an MMA fighter. And MMA, you are taught discipline, or supposedly you are. In martial arts, you know, it's all about what you have that you don't use.
Okay, that's wonderful.
That is the
but
deterrent.
How do I make money?
Right? I'm not going to whip out all my weapons
You
here.
don't
All in
tip
one.
your server. Stu served him a chilled beer, and Raja paid the receipt and left Fatso with a healthy 30% tip with his fists.
Indeed. Thank you very much for the $5 Canadian. Thank you.
Fell swoop. But you mess with me, I'm going to mess you up. This is everybody's thinking this is part of the show. He even said we're going to film it. Let's see what we get. You know, and so you've got somebody that is not really probably even told what a receipt is. You got somebody who's a trained MMA fighter, not a showman. You know, he's not a showman for, you know, wrestling purposes. And he's out when his head hits that mat. Right?
Also, the cowboy should have known that them like impulse control. Dude, if that cowboy was racist, it would have solved a lot of problems, wouldn't it? Like they should be.
Mat's not soft, and so he's not a showman for, you know, wrestling purposes. And he's out when his head hits that mat, right? The mat's not soft. And so then he proceeds to get on top and punch a defenseless person into oblivion, breaking bones in his face, causing brain damage. And he probably already has brain damage to begin with. So the LAPD is investigating the assault, but no further information is available in terms of the investigation. So what possible charges is he facing? Aggravated assault for sure. Attempted murder, maybe. And could his concussion be kind of a... If you are unable to control your actions because of a condition, then you don't know right from wrong. If you don't know right from wrong, then that can be a superseding intervening cause. Could the event promoter be held criminally liable in any way? I don't know that the event promoter would be held criminally liable, but they certainly could be held civilly liable. That's for damn sure. And
hey, that's what Nerdang was saying.
We'll continue to follow this, but there isn't a whole lot more that the authorities need other than the videos we just watched. You know, I mean, there's not much more to it. My heart goes out to Stu Smith because I don't think he meant anything by what he did. He crushed the can on the kid's head, and the kid already had a concussion. He shouldn't have done that, you know. But he saw the camera there. He thought that they were doing, you know, bits basically, and the kid didn't take it like that. He just took offense to it, and so it was just a meeting of the minds, basically. And,
the minds. I'm not sure about the minds part, but okay.
So it was over, but he was pissed off. And he was going to get his. And my heart goes out to Stu and his family. I hope he recovers. You know, and and my heart goes out to Raja and his father. I mean, you heard the tenor of the father's remarks. You know, I mean, he's this raging Jackson. You know, I mean, he's a wrestler. He knows the showmanship that goes on with this stuff. You know, and this should not have happened. It's low level bullshit, and thank God somebody was there to step in, because had they not stepped in sooner, it could have been a lot worse. Ugh. Hence why I'm a lover, not a fighter. So we'll see you next time.
There we go, guys.
Make sure you subscribe. Follow us on Instagram. Follow us on Twitter. Go to
There we go. Right. I shall link this. And we'll get into the jar tent. Oh my god, dude. I'm so stoked for this. We've had some great fun with some of the follow-up jar tent recently. But this is going to be good. This is going to be a banger. I can tell already. No, I don't think he explained why. I don't think he went into that. But, I mean, it would have been interesting to understand, you know, why it is that no one's been picked up, arrested, or charged for this yet. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. Let's get into it, okay? A drama very close to my heart. Obviously, the Just a Robot drama. For those of you that don't know, last year, there was a situation where someone called Cinebear, who is part of the art commentary community, they got a YouTube channel, they do animations. They were accused by the housemate. I'm going to be very careful what I say. Of the G word. Of the G word. Okay? G-wording a M. Let's put it that way. Okay? You know what I'm talking about. I'm sure you don't need an introduction anyway. And there was essentially a kind of campaign, and campaign of like commentary about this originally, and there was kind of debate about what it was. But I think if you look at the logs, it's very clear that Cinebear was guilty as sin. Okay, Cinebear was guilty. Cinebear was guilty. Did the thing they were accused of. End of story. At first they admitted to it, then they retracted it and said, "Oh no, I didn't actually do it. I just said that because I was under duress." Okay? Brooming diners. Yes, exactly. That's a good way of putting it. Anyway, everyone eventually was singing from the same hymn sheet and was like, "Yep, Cinebear did this. Cinebear did this." Now, there was one person, one brave soul, who decided to stand up in the face of everyone and say, "No, you are wrong. You are wrong. Cinebear did not do what you're saying that Cinebear did. Cinebear did not do the thing that Cinebear originally admitted to. Cinebear is innocent." And basically what Just a Robot did is he made a very poor video defending Cinebear, in spite of the fact there was evidence that Cinebear had done it, and there was broad agreement that Cinebear had done it, okay? Now, this video had very poor argumentation in it. And then also, on top of that as well, they had an interview with Cinebear, which was utterly bizarre. Totally and utterly bizarre interview, where they were like autistically laughing and all this kind of thing. It was just ridiculous, obscene, totally obscene video, right? Now, I got involved in this drama because Just a Robot sent the video to me and asked me to watch it. I wasn't really that jazzed about it because I'd already covered it and I was kind of done with the Cinebear stuff. But, on a quiet day, I thought, okay, let's throw it on and see what this is like. Obviously not knowing what the contents were. And then as I was watching it, obviously I was quite critical of the arguments that were made. I was critical of this interview. And, very critical of the video. And Just a Robot saw some of my coverage, okay? Now, Just a Robot agreed to come on to talk to me about the video, but in between him watching my coverage of his video and him coming on, he had to go and do some stuff, and so he didn't see what happened on my stream. Someone leaked me the messages between Cinebear and Just a Robot, so they'd had private communication between the two of them, and the private communication came across like Just a Robot had some sort of romantic interest or some sort of interest in Cinebear beyond a professional one to get to the bottom of these allegations. And so, Just a Robot came on and we ended up obviously talking about the video, and then I kind of presented him with the fact that I had these DMs, and he ended up making a bunch of very embarrassing, kind of cringeworthy admissions, including that, you know, well, of course he had some sort of interest in Cindy Bear because they're a woman. There was messages where he'd said things like, "Do you want to see my cock?" and then posted a picture of like a rooster. You know, obviously it's a joke, but it's like, should you really be making that joke with someone who is accused of this stuff? And, you know, is it a joke in as much as if they'd have turned around and said, "Well, yeah, sure, let's have a look," what would you have done then? So anyway, that's a kind of basic summary of it. This has now become like a sort of, you know, a drama. June the King recently made a video about it, talking about a lot of this stuff. Very entertaining, very interesting stuff, okay? There's obviously lots of side characters as well, but that's the main thrust of what happened, right? Now, further to that, there was other stuff that came out about Just a Robot, and many people were talking about all these various controversies that were coming to the forefront. And this then resulted in Just a Robot responding to these controversies in a video. And that was a few months ago now. And I think, you know, he moved on, everyone else moved on. There's been a few scraps of Just a Robot content since then. But generally speaking, people have kind of moved on from it and don't really care that much about it anymore. And, you know, that's kind of the long and the short of it. And that's the end of it, really. Or so we thought. Or so we thought, ladies and gentlemen. Because, for some reason, I'm not sure of, Just a Robot has decided to respond again to this in a brand new video.
Nothing like that.
Oh.
Just me.
Which came out 12 hours ago. Jar, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the content. But why are you doing this? Why have you decided to respond with another video? It doesn't make any sense. Like, this drama is dead. No one cares about this anymore. Everyone has moved on. Everyone is, you know, whatever. No one cares about this anymore. All you're going to do is bring more attention to this and get people talking about it again. So hopefully he's going to explain, and maybe we can get some insight into why he's decided to do another response. But the other response, I feel, was kind of adequate. It kind of explained things from his side, and that's about as best as you can hope for on that situation. So let's have a little look at this. I'm very much looking forward to this. So this is Just a Robot's second response to the Cindy Bear drama.
Hello everyone, it's me Luke. No, not Jar, Luke. There's gonna be no voice filter, no gameplay, no fancy editing, no nothing like that. Just me trying to explain myself to the best of my abilities. My last response was far from good to say the least. If it wasn't, then so many people wouldn't be clowning on it. I'm doing something I've never done before. I'm taking things seriously for the very first time in my life. I'm dealing with serious allegations, and serious allegations should be taken seriously. Not like my last response where I was joking around far too much. I'm primarily going to focus on the stuff around Cindy. There's so many allegations against me that if I go over them all at the same time, this video will just end up being a giant mess.
Bro, he's already responded to all of this. Dude, this guy is like, it's like a compulsion. It's like a compulsion or something that he's got to respond again. I don't get it. Is it the autism? Is it the fucking autism kicking in? I do not understand. There is no need to do this. You are just reopening the old drama for no fucking reason, dude.
I want to get this out of the way now. The version of the Cindy video I uploaded was bad. I would go as far as to say that it was the worst video I ever uploaded. However, I do not believe I would have uploaded this draft of the video if Kumo didn't leak it out first. I want to make this clear. He did not link people my video.
Okay, so to be clear, I probably need to explain that for those of you that don't know. So Kumo was another character in this who is very defensive of Cindy Bear. Okay? And there's a whole extra drama with them. Just a Robot's video got leaked to Kumo, and so Just a Robot, rather than, I don't know, just ignore it and continue on with what he wanted to do and release the video as he saw fit, decided to panic, upload the video, and release the video onto his channel. So, I mean, that's like an L on your part, because, you know, you should not let your actions be dictated by someone else that's trying to fuck with you like that. Like, you should just have a vision of what you want to do. and kind of continue on down that pathway with it, you know, continue on down that vision with it.
Or just play a few clips from it. He uploaded it in its entirety from start to finish onto his channel. And yes, he did this all before I released the video myself. This was not a re-upload, this was a pre-upload. I do have some proof that I was working on another draft of the video, such as the fact it was uploaded unlisted days before it went live. I did this so I would have plenty of time to think things over on whether I should upload the video.
Okay, this is all irrelevant. No one is going to care about this. Like, you know, I am somewhat interested because of the timeline and knowing a bit about this drama and stuff like that. But if you're not really that interested or know much about this drama, you're not going to care about all the timeline and when this was uploaded and that was uploaded. Like, it's just irrelevant, pointless information. Bro, it's not a compulsion. It's obvious Leo Convoy or some other freakazoid Beckett associate got on Jar's ear and told him to do this. You think so? I mean, that's pretty rough if that's true, because they've basically just fucked him over.
Or not. I was also sending people the video so they could look it over and upload the video or not. I was also sending people...
Mind looking, we're going to give you thoughts. Do not send it to anyone. Bro. Imagine getting like an hour-plus long video. Can you just give it a watch of this and see what you think? No. I'm not spending an hour watching a fucking video off stream, out of content doing it. No, fuck that. Dude, that is a wild thumbnail.
The video so they could look it over and give me...
Oh, yes. Okay, I think Styler's got a point. When he says take it seriously, yes, that probably is what's happened. Some freakazoid has said, your last response wasn't serious enough. You need to put out a serious response and address all of this stuff. And he's gone, yeah, okay. Not realizing it's totally unnecessary and is only going to open this up again for no good reason.
Their thoughts on it. Now I know that some of you are going to call me a liar, because the second draft of my Cine video was already fully edited. However, the first draft of my Cine video, which was more negative towards her, was also fully edited as well. I'll link it down below if you wish to check it out. Here's a clip from it.
Bro, I don't understand this ridiculous idea. It's like you look at a situation and you edit a video on the basis of what your conclusion is after reviewing everything. Why have you got two versions of a video? Why have you got, oh, I'm going to defend Cinebear, and oh, I'm not defend, I'm going to criticize Cinebear? Just do one video. It's like a waste of time. And it just creates a situation now that he's got, I don't know what his reasoning is and explanation, where people are going to say, well, you claim that you, like, what's happening is people are saying, because when he put out a second video, he claimed he didn't read all the evidence, the one defending Cinebear, and people are pointing out, well, the first video, you were criticising Cinebear, and it does seem that you did know the evidence that was available. So now he's in a position where he can just get kind of painted or seen as a liar, and seen as a dishonest actor, which is obviously, you know, very bad for your credibility. Yeah, how can you have two distinct opinions like that are oppositional to each other? It doesn't make any sense.
The funniest part about all of this is you didn't do what you did with that 14-year-old because you wanted to get with them, you just couldn't stop cooming. You coomed until you groomed. I never even heard of a situation like this happening until now.
It should be noted that I was not happy with that draft of the video as well. I was on Jack's, aka Birdie's side way too much in it. Yes, I made this first draft.
Oh, okay. Right. That is very telling, isn't it? So he is interpreting he is interpreting the drama through the lens of, like, whose side am I on? That fits perfectly with Just a Robot, doesn't it?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
You don't get it, Chud. He needs to flip a coin and decide which video to upload.
Thank you for the super chat, thank you. So he was looking at it not from the lens of what is correct. What can you reasonably discern from this? What is the correct insight? It's whose side am I on? And this is a typical thing with this guy. He's obsessed with this idea of the sides of the drama and who's on this side and who's on that side. It doesn't matter if you're on Birdie's side, if Birdie is correct, or at least somewhat correct in what they're saying, and you find more information to back it up. Jesus Christ, dude. What an idiot, bro!
on Cinny before I reached out to her. I was talking about grooming allegations, so I wanted to gain as much info as I possibly could. Honestly, I didn't expect Cinny to add me back, but she did. I was so ready to tear into you, and this was the day I was going to upload it unlisted for my Patreon supporters, and it was going to go live tomorrow. When I interviewed Cinny, I wanted to make it seem like I was on her side as much as possible so she wouldn't run away. I want to make this clear, I wasn't pulling an op on her or anything like that.
Oh, the classics. Not against you, I just hope I don't sound stupid. I think I'm a retard. I also don't sound my beast. Best. I was sleepy. And you were scared.
I was just trying to make sure my information was correct. I told Cinny I would be making another version of the video in favor of her before I reached out to Jack and Innuendo. But, yeah, the video in favor of her before I reached out.
Haha, I'm scared. I'm as well. Fuck Kumo for doing this. Chud. I'm assuming that's ChudLogic, not to be narcissistic, but I'm pretty sure that's a reference to me. So it'll make reaction to my video about you tomorrow. He would have reacted to it the day, but it was out. But Kumo just had to be a piece of shit. What? I mean, yay for ChudLogic. I'll try to catch the stream. Oh, that's City Bear. That's City Bear. City Bear, I got some bad news from the future, okay? I don't think the video is very good, and I think you're some sort of fucking nonce, okay? Unfortunately. Very, very unfortunate. Bit awkward. A little bit awkward, to be honest with you.
Out to Jack and Innuendo. But, yeah, I'm going to be changing my video a lot, and I'm also going to have to reach out to Jack because, you know, for all I know, you're
Uh-oh! Have fun with that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm gonna get the video ready because knowing Jack, they're probably gonna panic and try to control the narrative, like...
Of course, and that's gonna be hilarious, but...
Yes, this was indeed very stupid on my part. I thought because I made a video bashing her before I reached out to her, that I should do the same but in reverse. My roommate, Professor Dreadlock, was also getting ready to go on a very long business trip, so I couldn't go over all of the long Cinny documents with him. I have one of the worst cases of dyslexia in the world, so it's very hard for me to read. Professor Dreadlock, on the other hand, is an...
But this time he picked the wrong side. He has no actual beliefs.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for the super chats.
Extremely fast reader. A few people have pointed out that at the start of the Cinny draft that I uploaded, I claimed that I went through the doc. That was a lie. It wouldn't have been a lie if that draft didn't get leaked, but I have that recorded because I was going to go through the doc with my roommate before I decided to upload that draft or not. For anyone who knows me personally. You know, leaked, but I have pointed out that at the start of the Cinny draft that I uploaded, I claimed that I went through the doc. That was a lie. It wouldn't have been a lie if that draft didn't get leaked, but I have that recorded because I was going to go through the doc with my roommate before I decided to upload that draft or not. For anyone who knows me personally, you know how slow of a reader I am.
But my recollection is... Just a Robot had said things in the video that strongly suggested or proved or showed in some way that he did have knowledge of what was in the document, no? Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know what to make of this exactly.
You've seen me misspell things multiple times. The idea that I read through both docs very carefully by myself...
Hey, True Gamer!
I forgot how funny the jar roommate lore is.
Yes.
Big ups, Professor Dreadlock.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Do you think this makes it look good to say, I fully scripted, recorded, and edited a video without looking at the primary evidence for the video with plans to go over it later? I mean, yeah. Like, but I genuinely think... So this could actually be true on the basis that I think he is thinking of it as, oh, birdies. But I think if I'm being fair to Jar here, I mean, it still makes him look like a total retard, right? But I've got a suspicion or a feeling that his view on this was, oh, Birdie's getting support and Birdie's being believed. Well, I'm going to side with Birdie. And then he saw a few people saying, well, hang on a second, City Bear's getting a bit unreasonably criticised. I don't know if it's the G word, da-da-da-da. And then he went, oh, well, maybe I should go with that instead. And he spoke to City Bear, got this weird kind of interest in her, and then his die was cast, and that was that. So it could be that he just genuinely sided with Birdie because everyone was siding with Birdie. And picked up, you know, bits and pieces. I mean, I don't know what's worse, to be honest with you. I mean, all of it is very bad and fucks up his credibility completely. Because obviously you should base your opinion and conclusion on what the evidence is, not whose side is whose and who is getting the support and whatever. It should be, I've looked at it and this is what I think about it. And that's that, you know?
Is an absolutely ridiculous notion. In my initial draft, I was just listening to the popular opinion and quickly skimmed the 2 documents, mostly looking at the pictures on screen. When I heard that there were a few people defending Cindy, not saying that she was completely innocent, just that she wasn't as guilty as some were portraying her to be, I decided to reach out to Cindy, along with those who were defending her, to get their side of the story as well. After all, I've seen multiple dramas where everybody's bashing one person, only for the entire situation to be reversed later. I didn't want to just side with the popular opinion, only to find out that I spread misinformation later on. But why spend so much time editing the video before I even look through the 2 documents? I have to plan ahead on these things. After all, adding in my avatar takes a lot more time and effort than—
Bro, but how, dude, this is obscene. If this is true. I mean, I am leaning towards it being true. And anything he did have in his video that seemed to suggest he'd read it was the product of him reading stuff about it on the internet and not actually reading the document. I think actually, as someone that's covered this extensively, I think this makes perfect sense and aligns very well with what Just a Robot is like. So, yeah, I'm very open to the idea that he just saw bits and pieces of it, saw that was the popular narrative, and kind of like went along with that, you know? But in any case, I mean, it's obviously obscene. You can't make a video before you've looked at the evidence. That's like the opposite of what you're supposed to do.
And just adding in gameplay or recording my face. I knew that this situation was still ongoing and that more information was coming out. I could take my time on this video and remake it over and over again, of course salvaging what I could along the way. Or I could just get cold feet and not upload any draft of the video. After I made the first draft, I was not happy with it, so I wanted to remake it after getting Cindy and her friend's side of the story. Then I was going to remake it again after looking at the anti-Cindy side in more detail, and after me and my roommate looked through the doc in more detail.
Okay, so he's talking about how long it takes to make a video, right? But you are creating so much workload for yourself, creating these multiple fucking videos. This is why it makes way more sense for you to just do one video once you've looked at everything. God, what an idiot. What a fucking idiot. Now, I'm not a fucking video essayist, obviously. I'm just a humble streamer. But to me, that seems like a very poor, inefficient workflow that you've got there in terms of making a video.
But you already knew all of this if you see my last response. Unfortunately for me, I had no proof of this. I didn't record any calls about this because I never expected my video to get leaked. Until today. I completely forgot what I said about my sitting video in my call with Vincent Skullman. Ratsu, a person who interviewed me, you might have seen it around.
Bro. Once again, you cannot just name drop these fucking glup shittos. Please. Do at least a brief explanation of who they are and what they're about. Please. Please, just tell us something about them.
Later became friends with me because she came to the conclusion that the drama around me was overblown. I am happy with the friendship I developed with her. She has been extremely understanding and kind to me. She told me that Vincent Skullman sent Lio Convoy our call, and apparently Lio Convoy demanded that Vincent Skullman not upload it under any circumstances. Naratsu could be lying to me, but this did make me listen to the call, and I heard things that really piqued my interest. As you can see from the timestamps on screen, I had this call with Vincent only 15 hours. I sent the last part.
What, dude? Have we seen these before?
Me listen to the call, and I heard things that really piqued my interest. As you can see,
I had to do it in chunks. Here's the last part other than the small changes we'll make in the script for it. I'm going to bed now, good night. Should I delete the ending, or was it before it? Was it before or after the call? Also have a question. Did you talk to Jack or Eno?
From the timestamps on screen, I had this call with
I need to take a shit first, then I'll be ready. Have we seen this before? I feel like I've read that exact message before from Just a Robot. Or maybe he's just shit-maxing. Maybe he's just shit-maxing and says this a lot. Alright, okay, I'm ready. Oh yeah, can you send over the recording when you get the chance?
With Vincent only 15 hours, I sent the last part of my Cine video to my editor, Lorenzo. Now I want to make this clear so someone doesn't claim that I lied. I did send Lorenzo a few more parts for the Cine video after this call, but they were very small changes. This was the last big part I sent to him.
I've been interviewing people, I've been looking into this deeper, and I'm not saying Cine is innocent, I want to make that clear. It's just more people in this situation are guilty than you might think. The problem is, I know this community. They're going to twist it into me defending a groomer, and I'm like, that's not what I'm doing in the video, and I don't want to talk about it too.
Well, the main reason I'd rather view my videos before publishing is to ensure that my message is communicated clearly. I often find it challenging to express myself effectively with words. I tell you what, a great career path or hobby for someone who has trouble expressing themselves effectively with words, I would say is to be a content creator, a YouTuber. Great idea. Great call. Great call. Why make videos if this is a problem that you struggle with? What a fucking stupid idea.
Too far anymore with you, because like I don't want anything to get leaked, because I've been working on this for literal weeks, but I have been gathering a lot of information. I have been going back and reworking on the video because I want to make it clear I'm not saying Cine is innocent.
As you can hear clear as crystal, I was emphasizing to Vincent Skullman that my video's purpose was not to convince people that Cine was innocent, just less guilty. You can also...
Okay, well, I mean, even if you got a problem with the communication, you didn't just do that. You made defenses of Cinebear. You defended specific actions and behavior that they engaged in, often by downplaying how egregious or severe it was. So this is like a cope concept. You defended Cinebear and what you said about what Cinebear did, downplaying it, etc. So this is a very bogus concept that he's presenting here. But yeah, it's obviously stupid. Obviously really stupid, and not it doesn't really stack up to say, oh well, I just wanted to say they're less guilty. No, you defended Cinebear. You defended Cinebear.
Also tell that I didn't want anything to get leaked out because I put so much work into this already. Along with the fact that I stated that I'm going to go back to rework on the video to make it clear I'm not saying that Cine is innocent. I just wanted to finish what I had for now so I could go over it and see what needed to be changed and what I could salvage.
The first situation I was ever in with this, that I ever got into with this whole community was the Princess Elizabeth 013 drama. And when she was 14, people would send her, like, pictures of Rouge the Bat raping her avatar. People above the age of 30 were doing that, and when I called that out, I got accused of being a pedo, because why else would I defend a 14-year-old? So it's just like, my, have the turns have tabled. The thing is, like, I looked at the comic, the thing is, though, the doc maker didn't censor out anything. It was actually Cine who sent it out, censored it herself when she sent it. And when I found that out, I was like, wow, that makes things way less bad. It's still pretty bad. It's still pretty bad, but it's not as bad. Like, if you send a minor uncensored porn, it's worse than sending them censored porn. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's still overall fucking but it's gonna kind of lessen the blow.
Thanks to reaching out to Cine and her friends, I could make the information clear that she censored out the...
Yeah, obviously I'm, you know, not looking to cause yourself any problems. Let's put it that way. So I will just let you guys think as you wish about that. I'm sure we all agree on that one. Yeah, I mean, a lot of this is also just irrelevant to the matter at hand, I feel like. Like, I don't really understand the purpose or point of bringing all this other stuff into it. Like, this just feels like irrelevant padding that he's bringing in for no good reason. Don't really understand the point of all of that.
The doc herself. I did not disagree with Vincent when he said it's still overall yeah, because I agreed with that. Sending a minor porn of any kind is bad, censored or not, but censoring it is still less bad than sending uncensored porn. At the end of the day, they're both bad, but I wanted to get my information correct.
Here's my opinion.
I mean, I feel like you're splitting hairs at that point, to be honest with you. right? I mean, arguing a toss on that just seems like an optics nightmare and totally unnecessary. And the thing is, I think that in some ways, it perhaps even speaks to the person knowing more clearly that they're doing something wrong because they're censoring it. Like, it speaks to the fact that they're almost like, oh, that's too much, but I'll censor it and then that'll make it okay.
Cinny was very inappropriate. She deserves to get backlash, but I do not think she's a pedo. I don't think she's the next Cosmodor. I don't think she's a pedo because, like, I'm gonna be honest here, I think she would have done this with anyone. I think she's just an Omega Coomer, but she's not, like, a pedo. And that's pretty much my whole take on this situation. The problem is, if you don't say that Cinny is literally the living embodiment of Satan, people will twist it.
Even back then, I didn't believe that Cinny was a...
Okay. The problem is, Just a Robot said specific things to downplay Cinny Bear's behavior. If you want to argue the point he's trying to argue, by all means argue that point. But he didn't just do that.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Does autism just make you not understand why minors can't consent?
Thank you for the super chat. So, yeah, this is obviously very dishonest, I feel like, from Jar to claim that it was just about, you know, making that point. No, you were downplaying. You were downplaying what Cindy Bear was doing repeatedly throughout the video.
Pedo or trying to get with the minor, and I have kept that opinion consistent throughout this entire drama around me, and even in my old draft. In my opinion, Cindy was not trying to get with the minor romantically or sexually. She still messed up really, really badly, and she deserves to get bashed for it. Anytime I defended someone who was getting bashed, even a little bit, I always received...
Again, it's like, Cindy Bear's behavior was so egregious. Like, I'm trying to say this carefully to not get banned again. Cindy Bear was having conversations with this individual that were clearly designed to elicit, like, Cindy Bear's arousal. So it's kind of irrelevant to me what the actual intent was, because you're still participating in this behavior. Do you know what I mean? It's like, why argue that? Why argue the toss about that? Just seems like such a pointless endeavor. Jar can spin whatever story he wants, but the truth is, what he wanted Cinny and that the Cloud is that he wanted Cinny and that Cloud is already poor judgment. Well, I think he wanted Cinny in as much as he wanted like a sort of ally in the art commentary community. You know? And I think he wanted an ally. I think he wanted to slam dunk. He wanted to come along and put out a piece of content that had a contradictory, controversial opinion. That everyone was like, oh my god, Just a Robot. He had this crazy take, but it was right. Oh my god, he's so based and correct. You know?
Major backlash. Whenever I have defended someone, whether it's Mari, Antunes, or Peaches, I've never claimed that they were perfect little angels who never did anything wrong. I'm just saying that they're not as guilty as people have portrayed them to be. If you commit a crime, yes, you should be held responsible for it, but you shouldn't be held responsible for a greater crime that you have not committed.
Realistically, I have no issue at this point.
Oh, well, that's good. I wish more people in the ArtCC would do what you do. I wish we could just sit down and have a nice chat over a cup of tea, but, you know, things just have to escalate. And I did thank you for making the video because I was...
Okay, have you done that, Just a Robot, with all the people you've spoken about? Like, what are you on about, dude? If you've done something stupid and people want to talk about the public stuff, they've got a right to do that, right? Oh, thank you for talking to me directly. Stupid.
Getting a little overconfident, and when I go into a situation with the expectation that I'm going to lose, that's when I do my best. Like, you know how I got canceled to begin with? I got overconfident in the Toby drama. That's what happened. And you making that video probably saved my ass.
The reason why I thanked Vincent for making his video on me is because I thought it would save me in the long run. Of course, before I could go back and change things to make myself sound less confident, Kumo leaked out the second draft, and I panicked uploaded what I...
Why would I say this would made things 10 times harder if it was just truly the final draft? If this were the final draft, I wouldn't have said he made the process 10 times harder.
had. Vincent may have saved me, but Kumo doomed me.
Well, I'm glad we could sit down and have this talk because, like, the main thing I want for people to know is I'm not as mean as people think I am. I'd rather just sit down and talk.
Yep, what I truly want is a peaceful solution to a lot of the situations I find myself in. I just have a habit of pissing people off unintentionally, and I wish I didn't.
No! No ordinary person would have been able to.
No, this is another Vincent. This is not Vincent Martin. This is another Vincent. The autistic whale of a man. Knowing these fucked.
I didn't.
No! No ordinary person would have been able to read.
No. Kumo sent me a friend request.
Kumo?
Mr. Everybody's a Pedophile But Me is contacting me.
You can tell that even back then, I knew Kumo being around me wasn't a good thing. Before you ask, no, I did not send Kumo the video. Goblin Girl sent it to him after I told her not to. I told her not to send it to anyone because I was still looking over things.
In this hypothetical, you have a roommate, right?
Yep, alright.
You find out that your roommate is a threat to children, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, do you A, call the police, or B, ask for $10,000?
Right, okay.
You see what I mean, right?
You know, they should have contacted some form of authority that could, you know, deal with this.
Yeah, like, I find it disgusting that people are talking more about Jack.
I mean, I don't really know as bad as what happened was if the police would be able to do anything about this. I don't know, man. Like, it's all very abstract online stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like trying to get across to a detective or police officer or whatever what the problem with what's happened and all the reams of DMs. I don't know, man. Sounds like a tricky endeavor. Certainly not one that Jack is capable of doing.
In Cinny's like living situation than like the fucking minor who may or may not have been groomed.
One of my stances on the drama was that things should have been more focused on the minor Enno, and not on Cinny's relationship with Jack so much. I was also iffy at this point in time whether what Cinny did was grooming or not. I was going to talk to Vincent Skalman about this call, but then I realized that all of his drama videos, including the 2 new ones he made on me, are gone. And
wait, oh my god, dude.
I realized that all of his drama
1.16 subs, getting between 68 and 100 and 200 views a video. Oh my god, dude. Why do these people get... I mean, no disrespect to this Vincent Skolman guy, okay? I'm not trying to be mean to him. It's just a fact that he's got a low subscriber count compared to Just a Robot. Like, way lower. Why are you, like, spending your time with this guy? I don't know, it just seems a bit silly. It just seems a bit pointless. Like... You know, this is the problem with some of these people. They spend all this time having all these calls and speak to all these people. It's just ridiculous. It's like, who the fuck has got time for this? Yes, Glup Shito. Exactly.
Videos, including the 2 new ones he made on me, are gone. And both of his Twitters are currently locked. Huh. That's kind of weird. Now, you might try to claim that I'm a liar. After all, that's a lot of money to spend on 2 different drafts of a video. So why would I spend even more money on a 3rd draft? Well,
yes. It shows how desperate Jar is to have people in his corner. Yes. Exactly. Very true. Very true.
Is Lorenzo is just about my cheapest editor. He lives in the Philippines, where the US dollar goes very far. $5 to us is about $20 to them. Any payment he asked for, I would give it to him. Even after he asked for an extra $100 after I started getting canceled for this.
Base Jar business operator paying some Filipino to edit videos for him. Very base, taking advantage of the 3rd world. Very base, Just a Robot.
Any drama. I just gave it to him. But apparently, from what I have been told, he started going around telling people that I underpaid him, even though I always paid him what we agreed upon. If he wanted more money, he could have always asked for it. Now, Kumo claiming that he uploaded my draft of the video to stop me...
I mean, to be honest with you, like, you need some good evidence that you got underpaid. I mean, the thing is, between an editor and Just a Robot thing, if the editor says, I want this much money, and you say, yep, there you go, and they pay them, well, that's the editor's lookout for not asking for more money. You know? I mean, it's Just a Robot being a bit of a miser. Sure, you could argue that because he's doing this whole, like, oh, the US dollar goes far over there, so I'll pay you, you know, $300 for me for what maybe should be more, whatever. But if the editor's not asking for more, that's on you. That's on you.
Is the biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life. As far as I'm aware, that has never worked in the history of YouTube, and it doesn't make any sense. Uploading someone else's video onto your channel before they have a chance to upload it themselves doesn't stop them from uploading it. In my last response video, I asked people to show me examples of where this has ever worked, and no one has provided one single example. Personally speaking, I've never even heard of something like this happening before. I do not believe Kumo has any interest in protecting me or the truth. He was trying to convince Cindy that my end goal was to rape her.
Like, I knew how this guy was. I warned you how he was. I told you what position you were in, and I was very conscious and scared on your behalf because of what position you're in. Jar could have raped you, and that's probably what he was trying to, like, that was probably his dream, his end goal.
In my humble opinion, it's far more likely that Kumo did what he did to keep...
That is a classic call for starters. But yeah, I mean, obviously, extremely outrageous to claim that, and yeah, I don't know, man. It's just, unfortunately, very funny.
Keep me from reaching out to Jack and Enno to get their sides of the story. Or maybe he looked at this draft of the video and thought, wow, this is terrible, I better upload it in case Jar changes his mind about doing so himself. I'm pretty sure that if I didn't upload what I had, Kumo would have told people that I didn't upload it because I saw the backlash underneath his video. And if I claimed that this was just an early draft of the video, people would have said that I was lying. You can even hear in the last voice message I sent to Cindy that my confidence was pretty much all gone, and that I was getting cold feet about this entire situation.
Listen, Cindy, I can't promise this will fix everything for you, or even anything for you. I don't want you to feel like you have a false sense of hope. I'll do what I can, but that's it. I helped Peaches out, but the allegations on you are much more rough. But I'm going to do what I can to help, because I know this shit is and will leak into your real life.
This is part of the reason as to...
Bro, this is so inappropriate. You should not be concerning yourself with that. You should be just talking about it as it is. Why are you, like, trying to let them down gently when they've got this allegation? Like, look at the evidence and say what you want to say about it. I'm letting the nonce down easy, guys. I'm letting the nonce down easy.
This shit is and will leak into your real life.
This is part of the reason as to why I freaked out so much in the DMs with Cindy and Goblin Girl after I saw that Kumo uploaded the video himself. My thought process was...
It's so, I mean, yeah, that just backs up the idea that he did have this kind of soft spot for her. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes. Because why would you care otherwise like that? Like, you should have a cool, calm, collected, professional head talking about this in a way that is, you know, aligning with what the evidence is. Not, ooh, this is going to look bad for you. I'm sorry about that, but there's not much I can do. Like, dude, just say how it is. Just say what the fucking, you know, allegation, whatever it is, and go with that. Go, move on. Move forward.
Oh no, Kumo uploaded the video before I did. I wanted to do that first. My...
It is now live. Did you show it to Kumo or anyone after the video? I told you not to. I think Goblin did. I'm pissed off and I'll find out who did it. Jesus. Jesus.
Thought process was, oh no, everybody is going to believe that this is my final draft of the video. Now if you don't believe me, that I wouldn't have uploaded this video if Kumo didn't do what he did. Why is it that the first time I ever received massive...
The problem with this as well is, like, this is all your fault anyway. Why were you bandying the video about to so many people that you clearly couldn't trust? Like, why, like... You should have a trusted person that you can send it to that will give you honest feedback about it. And that's it. You know, going and banding about everyone. It's like Rose Malay with the Brad Tasted Music stuff. When Rose was banding about this video months ago, talking about Brad's arrest. It's like every person you send it to, you're increasing the chances of it leaking. You know? If you want no chance of it leaking, send it to no one. If you want a very small chance it leaks, but you want feedback, send it to 1 or 2 trusted people. And if you want it to get out there more so, send it to more and more people. Ridiculous.
Backlash is the same time a draft of my video is leaked. If you think it's just a coincidence, then stars aligned. That's quite a coincidence. I can already hear what the live streamers reacting to this video are saying. Jar, you're just using this as an excuse. Then why give me that excuse? Let me upload the video myself before you leak it, and then bash me for it.
I mean, the thing is, it's not about it being an excuse. That's me. That's me. It's not even about being an excuse. It's like, this speaks to how poor you are at doing this, and how shit you are at doing this, and how you trust the wrong people. You're sending your videos, like, you know, it's all about how much you suck. You just fucking suck at this, dude. And you need to fucking change things if you want to continue. I mean, to be honest with you, you shouldn't have even made this. You should have just fucking continued on, because everyone's fucking moved on from this.
Was bashed when I went against the grain in both the Toby and the Princess Elizabeth drama, so I wanted to be careful this time and make draft after draft until the video was perfect. That being said, I shouldn't have made the draft of that video in the first place. A topic this serious, even if I was trying to be careful, is something I should have never gotten involved in, and it's something I should have taken much more seriously. But
Kuma decided to leak it. It's not on the other streamers to watch Kuma and make sure he doesn't leak. Yeah, sure.
But even after I panic uploaded that draft, in less than 24 hours I took it down because I realized my mistake of uploading it in the first place. I did not double down, but I'm still receiving backlash for it to this day. Why would I tell Vincent that I was going back and forth on things, and that she deserved the backlash if this was supposed to be my final draft of the video? Why would I lie to Vincent? I had nothing to gain or to protect myself from. I just really wanted to finish up this draft.
I mean, sure, I don't know, I don't think I really have got much disagreement with the idea that there was these drafts and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure this sounds plausible to me. But what does it really what does it really change about anything? You still made really stupid fucking decisions that has ended up, you know, completely fucking torpedoing your credibility and all these issues that you've had over the last whatever many months. Like, just it's such a pointless thing to point out. It's just totally irrelevant to assessing and understanding what you've done and talking about what you've done. Like, I think Styler was correct in that, yeah, someone's probably said to him, you need to explain all this and you need to put another video out and you need to take it seriously. And he's unfortunately listened to that advice and put out a video that is just totally unnecessary and is only, again, going to open stuff up, open all this up again.
So I could use it as a reference, and of course see what I could salvage. That's part of the reason as to why I told my editor Lorenzo to stop adding edits to the call I had with Cinny. When you're working on a heavily edited video, you don't really see how good or bad it is until it's all in front of you. Do you guys really think I looked at this draft of the video and thought to myself, yeah, this is perfect, I should really just upload it as it is? Here are my current thoughts on Cinny. She didn't just speak inappropriately to a minor, she directly got them to engage with her fetish. She was 20 when she did this. She was at an age where she should have known better. I think she wanted to corrupt a minor in the same way she was corrupted when she was 14. She has also done many other inappropriate things with other minors as well. She more than likely would have kept doing stuff like this for years. I still, however, do not believe she had any interest in kids. I do not think Cinny hurts children out of any form of desire for them or interest in hurting them. I don't think she would have ever asked for nudes of a minor, or to send nudes of herself to a minor. But the fact is, she hurt children. Even if it wasn't out of any form of maliciousness, she still did it. She groomed a minor not to get with them romantically, but to get them to draw art of her fetish, and to get them to read out a comic of her fetish, which is something I didn't know about until later on. I don't think it's right for people to call her a pedo, but she's certainly predatory. As for the allegations of me rizzing up a pedo, this is also false. Cinny herself said she didn't think I was trying to make a pass at her.
Dude. The problem is, regardless of what Cinny Bear thought, there is enough there to reasonably intuit that you had some interest and were probing in sort of certain sexualized directions or romantic directions. Again, why bring this up again? Like, you're not going to get people to stop thinking that, and people can look at the evidence and come to their own conclusion about it and reasonably conclude there was some interest there.
I didn't think it was at the time. At the time, I thought it was just being, like, weird. I didn't think it was, like, an actual pass. Like, I was assuming that he was, like...
You're smarter than you're letting on.
Because I just thought it was strange to say, because it's just not something you say.
Because you thought it was a flirt.
Not really, it's just...
Well, then why would it be strange?
I mean... I don't know, it's just not a thing I hear people say very often.
So what else could it have been?
Just him being autistic? I don't fucking know.
So I don't think I was hitting on her, she doesn't think I was hitting on her, and neither does my girlfriend.
Okay, well, Great, they've got their opinion. Everyone else can have theirs based on the messages that we can see with our own fucking eyes. God, this is weak. Very weak. Very weak. And, you know, this has already been litigated, discussed, determined. People have made their minds up about it, and everyone's moved on. Why bring this up again? It's so stupid, so pointless, so futile to dive and dig this all up again. But like, how, I mean, bro, when it initially happened, then his response, and now again in fucking August 2025. He's bringing it up again. Also, the girlfriend not thinking it's flirting. Well, I mean, she could be engaged in motivated reasoning there. She might not want to think. She might not want to think of what you've done as that. So she maybe convinced herself that it isn't. So I'm not really interested in what she's got to say about it. And then obviously Cinebear, I mean, you know, it's about reading intent in the words that you were saying. And there's absolutely reasonable intent to think that you were engaging in some sort of flirtatious thing there. Dude, sleepy time calls. You do not have sleepy time calls with people that you do not have some sort of interest in. I just do not fucking buy it, man. There's no fucking way. Oh, I wanted help getting to sleep.
All three of the people who matter most on whether this was rizzing or not seem to be in agreement with one another. People have told me that they're willing to look past the chicken joke or the pussycat joke, but they have a hard time believing that the sleepy time calls were not romantic in nature. The thing is, though, this only happened once or twice, and they only lasted a couple of minutes.
Right, okay, dude. What does it matter, bro? It doesn't matter. It does not matter how long it was or how few times it was. Sleepy time calls is more intimate. There's a level of intimacy there that would reasonably lead people to conclude that you have some sort of interest. And you cannot defeat that. You cannot beat that. You cannot overcome that. You cannot overcome that. You just got to accept that there's going to be people out there that are going to think that you had an interest in Cinebear and go about your fucking life, your channel, whatever you want to do. Totally futile to try and argue. It's like trying to push that big boulder up a massive hill forever. Like, it's not worth it. Let the boulder go. Let the boulder go. Just a robot.
She herself confirmed that we did not goon, and that we mostly talked about Star Wars.
Did you guys goon together at all?
No, what the fuck?
He didn't make it like in your phone calls with him. You guys didn't do anything freaky.
No, he mostly just talked about fucking like Star Wars and shit. And I mostly just talked about my cat, like...
I do not hit on women by telling them about Star Wars lore. Even I have more riz than that. I have enough social awareness to know that if you're going to try to get into a woman's pants, you don't tell her about the 2-hour-long Disney Plus Star Wars show review you're working on. The thought of getting with her, gooning with her, getting her to draw porn of me, or meeting up with her in real life never crossed my mind.
Morning, Chud. Did you hear about Trump passing away?
Thank you for the super chat. Unfortunately, for those of you that don't like Trump, he was just spotted leaving for a golf course. So you've all got into a big excitement over nothing.
I have done quote-unquote sleepy time calls with other people, and yes, that does include my girlfriend. The problem is, she has an early morning shift, and she normally passes out long before I do. But here's 3 people aside from my girlfriend that I have also done sleepy time calls with.
Have I ever fell asleep on the phone while talking to you?
Yes.
Out of all the time you've known me, the several months, have I ever made it a pass or an advance or anything like that towards you?
No.
Have I ever done a quote-unquote sleepy time call with you where I fall asleep while chatting with you?
Yes, you have. I wanted to confirm if that was true or not. I think...
Wait! Is that Vincent Martin? Is that Vincent Martin? That guy that made that video? That fucking video defending Jar? Oh, little conflict of interest. And also he's queer. Vincent Martin, massive queer, falling asleep with just a robot on the phone. Vincent, you're compromised and you're gay. Unlucky.
It's pretty obvious you do that. It's weird, but I can understand. I think I suggested ASMR for you.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
So, Via Qui, I want to ask you something. You're a male, right?
Yes.
Do you think I have any romantic interest or attraction to you?
No.
Okay, have I fallen asleep on calls with you?
Yeah.
Definitely more than
Bro,
one.
I'm just realizing this dude has gone and actually spoken to people he's had sleepy time calls with in order to get them to verify that he's not interested. What an absolutely insane thing to do, bro. Yes, this is the Spurg Hall of Fame, exactly. Dude, if some shitter, if some other person, oh, can I have a sleep time call with you? Unless I was romantically interested in them, I'd be like, no, you can't. What? Fucking no. What are you on about? That's weird. Literally. Only time you do that is when you're romantically interested. Now, to be fair, maybe just a robot is insanely autistic, and this is a thing where he just has a sleepy time desire with anyone, right? But the idea of a sleepy time call being of romantic interesting is so deeply ingrained you cannot get past it anyway. Worthless. Totally worthless and totally pointless. And also, even if we accept that there's not a romantic interest here, right? Well, that doesn't mean that you can't still engage in the behavior with someone else and it might still be romantically of interest anyway. Like, there's no way out of this. There's no way out of this.
Yeah.
And you never thought it was a romantic or sexual thing?
No.
And it usually just lasts a couple of minutes. We talk about random shit as I'm laying in bed, and then I say, all right, man, I think I'm going to pass out now. And then you say bye, I stop the call, and then maybe I'll hit you up again, but usually I fall asleep, right?
Yeah.
Okay, are you positive I'm not just, like, leading you on with these responses?
Yes.
In my last response, I told you guys I couldn't explain why I do sleepy time calls. That was a lie. Last response, I told.
Oh, I think I do. Sorry, I'm recording a call right now. I'll have to give it after. Calling me out of bed now. Good night, pajama boy. I'm so ill. I'm so mad I can't work. Could we call as a fall asleep? Yeah, man, dude. Don't you dare think that's of any romantic interest. It's not. There's no way you could reasonably interpret it that way.
Told you guys I couldn't explain why I do sleepy time calls. That.
I can't sleep. No. No what? Oh no, I can call now if you want. 1 sec in the bathroom. Oh my god, my internet.
Was a lie. The true reason why I do sleepy time calls is quite embarrassing. Throughout the day I distract myself from my thoughts, whether that's playing video games, going to work, hanging out with friends, or even going for a walk. But when it's time for sleep, I have nothing to distract myself with, and all of those bad thoughts quickly surface all at the same time. I can't look at my phone or the screen will wake me up, and I think about things that make me angry and things that make me anxious.
How many subs for a Chud sleepy time call?
Oh my god, this is brilliant! Thank you for the 500 bits, Malkaz. Appreciate it. How many subs, dude? I'm telling you, it doesn't matter how many subs. Someone I'm romantically interested in, yes. Beyond that, absolutely not. Dude, I don't believe he's admitting to this.
Look me back. Do sleepy time calls is quite embarrassing. Throughout the day I distract myself from my thoughts, whether that's playing video games, going to work, hanging out with friends, or even going for a walk.
Dude, this is so embarrassing.
Boo-hoo, give in to the bad thoughts already.
Thank you, Ludex, for the super chat. And let us thank you for the super chat.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
So you'll smooch a table but not the homies good night? SMH.
Thank you for the super chat. Dude, there's lots of different sleep aids that you can get. You could take a sleeping tablet. You could put on a video. Like, there's videos you can listen to that are designed to help you fall asleep. You listen to one of those. I don't know, man. Like, there's plenty of things that you can do to get to sleep. Like, it just seems bizarre that you would call someone you're not romantically interested in to do that. Listen to a podcast. Yeah, exactly.
But when it's time for sleep, I have nothing to distract myself with, and all of those bad thoughts quickly surface all at the same time. I can't look at my phone or the screen will wake me up, and I think about things that make me angry and things that make me anxious.
Bro, just a robot just laid flat out in bed, absolutely seething about something, absolutely furious about some fucking internet drama. Glup Shitto quote tweeted him and fucking shit on him, and he's fuming about it in bed.
Unquote sleepy time calls are a good way for me to distract myself from these intrusive thoughts. I didn't do this with a lot of people because, well, it seems like a weird thing to do. I did this with my roommate a few times, but he was off on a business trip. I really didn't want this getting out there, but now it's out there, so I can do all the sleepy time calls I want to do with people now. I knew for a fact that people would find it weird, but I really—
Great! Good news, guys. The sleepy time calls are on. If you want to get on a sleepy time call with just a robot, you're clear for takeoff. Let's go!
really don't see a problem with it. All it is me laying in bed talking to someone about some random topic as I slowly pass out, and then I hang up. I think people are overreacting to this a little bit too much, especially when they put a romantic spin on it. However, I still shouldn't have done this with someone I was looking into with a topic this serious. It won't happen again.
Okay, so, I mean, I will accept that as a good self-reflection moment. I mean, I would have thought it should be obvious on the face of it, but hey, I guess, you know, not all of us are able to think about these things that deeply or something, but yes, obviously it is exceptionally inappropriate and unacceptable to have a sleepy time call with someone who you are investigating or, you know, talking to for the purposes of assessing the allegations against them. It's just obvious on the face of it. I mean, come on, dude. But at the very least, he seemingly is self-reflected enough to accept and admit that. So, fair play to Jar for at least recognizing the obvious now.
If Kumo truly did believe that I had romantic interest in Cindy, he could have set me up, get me to quote-unquote confess my love to her, and then I would have no way of backing out of it. I think he didn't do this because he knew I would say, sorry, I'm not into you like that. Here's what I think happened. Kumo might have had a thing for Cindy. Not saying it was a romantic thing, but him calling her sweetheart was definitely an odd thing for him to do.
Oh! He's getting the body blows into Kumo. Yeah, I mean, I think Kumo is equally culpable for this kind of like allegation, you know, equally possible as of this allegation as much as Just a Robot is. He's got this kind of ongoing conversation, calling her sweetheart and all this stuff, being way too nice to her. But it's kind of like the wrong messenger, really. I don't know, it's like, well, what about you? What about you? Just denied it with very bullshit arguments, I feel like. So I'm just a bit like, okay, well, yeah, sure, but you're the same to me.
He realized he was in over his head trying to defend Cindy. I don't believe he was saying she was totally innocent, just less guilty like I was. And once he got his hands on my video...
No, Kumo was doing the same shit. Kumo was doing the same thing. Come off it. He was doing the same downplaying shit and the same well, just the downplaying of it, the same downplaying.
He could use me as the fall guy. He released it so I wouldn't have a chance to remake it or reach out to Jack and Enno.
No, Chud, this is just streamer innovation. Why are you still going about the streamer innovation thing, Jar Defender? Great name, great profile picture.
He then got Cindy to send him her DMs with me. Then he proceeded reach out. He knew he could use me as the fall guy. He released it so I wouldn't have a chance to remake it or reach out to Jack and Enno. He then got Cindy to send him her DMs with me. Then he proceeded to release it to everyone without my or her permission first. When I was asked for my DMs with Cindy, the first thing I said was, let me ask her for permission first.
I don't know what happened, to be fair. I don't know how Kumo got those.
That's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Peeping Sam became a member. Peeping Sam celebrates 6 months of membership. Kumo, come home, we miss you.
Peeping Sam, thank you for the membership. Appreciate that. And also, I don't understand this idea of like, oh, I couldn't remake the video. Yes, you can. You could just say, post on YouTube, hey guys,
okay, that's wonderful.
I was too trusting.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Shekels for the Jar Defense Fund, thank you. You can say, guys, I've been foolish, I was too trusting, I sent my video to too many people, it's now leaked, it's not the final version of my video, I am working on another version, so if you see it, bear in mind it's a work in progress. And that's it. Go and make your video and put it out. Dude, Kumo was like a 1K sub Andy. Your video is not going to get broadly viewed on a 1K sub fucking channel, whatever subs he had. Right? This is the problem when you mix about with all these fucking shitters. You think that there's way more attention knocking about on their channels than there truly is. You could have just ignored that even. In fact, you probably could have just ignored it. You probably could have just totally ignored the fact that he leaked the video and you could have just continued to do what you wanted to do and no one would have fucking said anything or noticed, I don't think. I mean, how many fucking people are watching on Kumo's channel? Like, it's not going to be many, is it?
When I realized she sent them to Kumo, it absolutely shocked me and caught me off guard. The original accusation that I was simping for Cinny originally came from Kumo, and according to him, he did it to stop me from raping Cinny. Kumo and Goblin Girl did what they did to get the hate off of themselves, but it didn't work. Kumo, Goblin Girl, Cinny, and Jack are now all gone. I was very stupid with how I handled this situation. But out of everything in this drama around me, people saying that I cheated on my girlfriend hurts the most of all.
So, mind if I ask you, do you think I'm the type?
Has this guy gone and got his girlfriend on tape to assert that she doesn't believe he cheated on her? Oh my fucking god. What an absolute disaster. What a disastrous decision, bro. Why would you do this in a million fucking years, man?
Type of person who would cheat on my girlfriend?
No, I think anybody with a functional brain can tell you're quite the opposite. You get very worried about upsetting her, even like the tiniest amount. There's no way.
Oh no, sorry, it's not quite as bad as that. It's some third party, I guess, that knows the girlfriend, I think, that he's spoken to.
Hell, you would ever cheat on her. That's obvious to anybody who's spoken to you for even a couple of minutes. Having known you for months, in my experience, I can say no.
Listen to my voice. Listen to the way I talk. Do I really sound like the kind of guy who just sleeps around with women all the time? No, of course not. Obviously, I'm the type of guy who is so happy.
Bro, people have kept saying this in chat, and I've just picked up on it now, really. But doesn't he sound so broken? He's like a broken man. He's crushed. He's totally crushed. And I don't know why, bro. Everyone's beyond this drama. You didn't need to make this video, dude. No, just a robot. Stop. Dude, that's why he's presenting himself as this broken down bot, isn't it? That's how he feels inside. That's truly how he feels inside.
A woman gives me the chance that I won't try anything to mess it up. My girlfriend is absolutely wonderful. She is amazing, and I'm so happy that she can love me despite my flaws. I never thought I would meet a woman like that. It's not okay for you guys to make statements about me cheating on my girlfriend with such flimsy evidence, or for a handful of you to try to gaslight.
Bro, many people are doing it because it's funny. Dude, this is so stupid. Okay? I would wager that most people that are doing this don't give a fuck about you potentially cheating. It's just funny to say it to mock you. That's all it is. And you're taking it way too seriously and responding to it like it's a super serious allegation. Holy fuck. This is absolutely an ignorable thing. You do not need to respond to the idea that you're cheating on your girlfriend. Because people are just saying it because it's funny to mock you. Oh my god, dude.
Her into thinking I cheated on her. I've been cheated on before. It's not a fun thing to go through, and I would never put someone else through that same pain. As for me claiming that Cinny's avatar, along with the avatars of other people, are attractive, yeah, of course they are. They're artistically pleasing to look at. If someone has an attractive avatar, that does not mean I want to get with them. That is absolutely ridiculous and silly. I can't even believe I'm having this conversation right now. This is such a weird and bizarre thing for people to focus in on. I've never even heard of someone else dealing with something like this. I never asked nor looked for an image of what Cindy looked like in real life. Now I've seen what she looks like in real life, and I'm gonna be honest here, I'm not interested.
Oh my god, dude! Absolute Kino content here. That is incredible. Not interested in that Uggo. Just a robot doesn't go for Uggos. Based. Absolutely based.
That I saw her avatar, fell in love with her, and then decided to protect her so she would...
Dude. Okay. I mean, I you know, dude. Some of the... Dude, I don't know, man. Because some people do claim this. I personally think it's, you know, he probably had a soft spot for her. He also wanted her on his side for future dramas, and he wanted to come in with a big win video that disproved everyone that had said the certain thing about it and have a slam dunk sort of like win situation. Some people do argue that you fell in love with her and stuff like that, but some of that is tongue-in-cheek. Some of that is like to mock you again. Like it's almost like maybe it's the autism, but it feels like he's unable to reasonably discern what is a serious claim worthy of consideration and response, and what is more of a, oh, this clearly just taking the piss out of me and I should just ignore it, you know?
get with me so I could do things to her unconsensually is an absolutely ridiculous and stupid idea. After everything happened with the Cine drama, a bunch of people came out of the woodworks, and Gish galloped by hitting me with as many allegations as they could, most famously of which are the allegations from Choco. Choco made the claim that she had a perfect memory from a call that happened over 4 years ago. Gotta admit, that's pretty impressive. I struggle to remember a call.
Why is it? I thought he wasn't going to go into other allegations, man. I thought he was... This guy can't stick to his own fucking ideas from the start of the video.
I had with Vincent Skullman just a couple of weeks ago. Unsurprisingly, this call was unrecorded. She made the claim that I asked her to draw my avatar, raping J Animation's avatar. I do consider this to be a strange claim, especially when we consider the fact that I've never requested rape porn of my character before, or
Good to know, good to know. Good to know. Thank you, Just a Robot, for letting us know. Letting us know that. Oh my god, man. This is incredible, isn't it?
after this. Choco did show evidence that I got her to draw Jade Animations lifting up her shirt when she was 17 and a half. I do not know how you go from requesting rape porn to ending up with a picture that could fit in a thumbnail. I think I was going to use this for a thumbnail about Jaden porn, but I decided not to because I thought it would be in bad taste. Some people have pointed out I said,
unlike DK, who put that absolute monstrous image of Jaden Animations fart porn in one of the thumbnails. I looked at that when I was like, "Oh god, that's a bit much, isn't it? Oof, that's a bit spicy."
And you drew porn of her for me as a way to claim that I lied. The thing is, though, this was for a thumbnail about Jaden Animations porn, so of course it's going to be pornographic in nature. She told me that she was 17 at the time.
But how do I make money off depressed
people?
In all his responses, he never addresses the chief problem. He cared more about making an alliance with Cine than covering her situation accurately.
Yep. Yep, very true. Very true. Very true. Also, I've just realised I need to do another goal. Come on, let's get the grift going, guys. Let's go. The grift train continues to roll on through the stations.
Time when she drew it, and I just didn't know how to react. This was the day before Christmas, so the next day I spent time with my family and kind of forgot about it. I didn't know Choco's age at the time, and I should have asked for it. After Choco released her doc on me, she blocked me, and I do not know why. She was always the one trying to talk to me for years, and I always gave her short responses. Sometimes they were as short as one word. I went over this in my last response, and a few people have been making the claim that I said everything in her document was true. I never said that in my last response. Every time I've asked someone for an example of this, they either went back and watched it, realized they were wrong, and apologized, or they would just call me a liar and not even bother to check. I guess this is one of those famous examples of me quote-unquote self-reporting. The idea that I just really wanted rape porn then and there and couldn't wait for her to turn 18, and then I proceeded to never do it again. She went on to not talk to anyone about this, and then proceeded to constantly try to get into contact with me. All just seems a bit ridiculous. This story does not add up at all. Something I did not go over in my last response is my whole interaction with a 16-year-old girl at the pool. I didn't think I needed to go over this originally, but a lot of people have been commenting about it.
You don't,
Some
Jar.
people, like Chuli, have even made the claim that I got an erection from seeing the 16-year-old girl at the pool.
One thing I feel isn't brought up enough, and something Jar hasn't responded to, is how he admitted to not being able to go to public pools because underage 16-year-olds...
Dude, I gotta be honest with you. My anxiety levels are peaking right now because I did not expect him to go into this. I don't think he should go into it, not only because, you know, he shouldn't go into it and address this, but also because I don't want to get fucking banned again.
Girls might show up and he won't be able to stop himself from leering at and daydreaming about them, causing himself to get an erection.
That's what they say happened. Now let's listen to what I actually said.
Like, can I tell you the worst part about being a guy? I'm at the pool, just relaxing. 16-year-old girl shows up in her bikini. I realize I have to get the fuck out of there right now because,
dude,
like...
I'm just going to skip it, man. I'm sorry. You know what the details are of that. Whatever. I just can't risk it, man.
And then my audience already knows.
DK, can you cut all that out, please? Cut all that nonsense out.
Hat looks nice.
I somehow find a way to make it work. Thank you. But fix it in post. Fix it in post. Thank you, Plants, for the $5.
to this. The story about me and the 16-year-old was something I just made up to give Cindy an example that it's harder for guys to deal with allegations like this, and with how people are reacting to this made-up story of mine, it kind of proves my point. But if you don't want to believe me that it's made up, alright then, how did I know she was 16? What, did you think I went up to her and got her ID?
Wonderful. But how do
God,
I
he's still
make
talking
money
about it, dude.
off depressed people?
Thank you for the $2. Just a robot marches on, Vincent Wynn.
Out sometimes and just stare off into the distance. Sometimes it does freak people out. I can't believe I said I would look in their general direction.
Okay, dude.
Actually isn't. Let's ask someone I quote-unquote tried to get revenge on for 7 years. Lulu, the person in the video about my past. Hello, Lulu Bell, or Lulu.
What is this?
I know you. We were in a drama around the Princess Elizabeth drama 10 years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so one question I have for you is when I finally made my video, quote-unquote, getting revenge, and I talked about what you guys did to me, and we finally got into contact, did I yell at you, scream at you, or try to spread false information about you?
No, I don't think so. I don't remember any false information stuff.
Okay, well, the problem is people keep saying I'm a guy who wants to get revenge on everyone, like an eye for an eye kind of thing, but I really just want to talk about what happened.
I mean, I don't know if he wants to get revenge on everyone, but it does come across that Jara's got a very, like, vicious streak to him. And, yeah, dude... I can't. I couldn't even provide you with the evidence to back up this concept. So take it with a pinch of salt if you want to. Take my word for it, whatever you want to do. But it's almost like he gets wronged by someone, and then he wants to take some action to fuck with them back in some way, you know? Like, he's got a vicious streak. And there was one particular thing I saw when covering his drama before that really gave me that impression, you know? Glup shites. Yes, exactly.
To me, and I just want you to know that I never wanted to do to you what happened to me.
Yeah, no, I get that. I feel like you've already addressed a lot of the stuff that I was uncomfortable with initially when stuff was coming out.
Yep.
But we're like really relaxed, and I don't actually see what people mean by the revenge thing, because like I'm probably arguably one of the people you should hate the most.
Like I did refer to it as revenge because I didn't know what else to call it, but it's more maybe closure or whatever. And me and you have talked things out and I got closure, and honestly to me that's way better outcome than me just hurting you, because me hurting you wouldn't have brought me peace.
Yeah, I can understand that.
The fact of the matter is, I didn't spend years of my life just trying to get revenge or bash someone at the perfect time. I just wanted to talk about what happened to me. Me and Lulu Bell are friends now, and she makes art for me. I'm a forgiving person at heart, and I forgave her forever.
Right, so why are we taking a word for it in this? I don't really understand. I don't really get it. I don't really understand. Like, why are we... So, she's your friend, so she's going to be biased towards you, isn't she? I'm not going to take her word for it.
Everything. All the hatred...
Hey, can I record you saying I'm a good guy for a YouTube video? Exactly.
That I'm receiving isn't fun to deal with. But if I'm going to stay on YouTube, I just have to get used to stuff like this. I understand that I talk funny and say things in a very bizarre way. Don't lie to yourself. When you hear me talk, the only thing you can think of is how I'm an easy target. You think I don't know? I get it. It's funny to mock someone like me. And it's smart to paint me as much as an awful person as you can, so your hatred for me seems justifiable.
I don't think Just a Robot is an awful person. He's got this vicious streak and whatnot. He's not like an awful person. He's just a kind of simpleton, really. He's a simpleton who's got lucky with a few dramas, I guess, in the past, and thinks that he's like, you know, this giga-brained assessor of the facts and details and can see where everything lies and knows what moves to make and stuff like this. But he just doesn't, unfortunately. He just doesn't know. He just doesn't know. He's just extremely stupid. He's an awful person. I mean... I can see why people would think that, yeah. I get it, I guess. But I don't really see it that way. I'm not like, you know, he's like a terrible guy. He's just like fucking simpleton. Weak-willed, simpleton, doesn't have his own vision or mindset of what to do or where to go with something, what opinion to have. Can't read, apparently. Burrow's defending PDFs and used to viciously go after everyone who he ever beefed with. What the fuck is wrong with you, Chud? I feel like I've addressed that in my talk about the vicious streak. And the defending Cine Bear thing, I think we can understand why that happened, right? Okay, I mean, you guys obviously have got a different perspective on this. I mean, that's okay. I understand it. I get it. Let me listen to it again. What did he say about himself?
When you hear me talk, the only thing you can think of is how I'm an easy target. You think I don't know? I get it. It's funny to mock someone like me. And it's smart to paint me as much as an awful person as you can, so your hatred for me seems justifiable. Plenty of people couldn't wait for my downfall. They just lacked a reason, and now they have it. But all of this is a little overblown in my book. Moving...
I think we can just agree to disagree. We don't need to argue the toss on it. I mean, I guess that, like, you know, for me, an awful person, he would have to have done something a lot more egregious for me to think of him as, like, an awful person. Like, I understand he defended Cine Bear and stuff, but I guess that when I interpret why he defended Cine Bear, he wasn't thinking, you know, he wasn't thinking, like, oh, I'm going to defend a nonce. He genuinely conceptualized that they didn't do anything wrong because it favored his ability to try and bring the person on side or something like that, you know? Like, there isn't a malice behind... It's like an incompetence. Yes, it wasn't insidious, sure, something like that. Like, he wasn't sat there thinking, I'm going to defend this person so they can go on to hurt others. He genuinely thought he was doing, like, the right thing. So it's gross incompetence rather than, like, a malicious act or something.
Moving forward, I'll be more careful with how I handle situations like this, and of course I'm going to be using a script more often. I'm not just doing this for me, but I'm also doing it for the people I care about. I can't control what everybody is saying about me, but I can control how I act from here on out. I'm going to get back to reviewing movies and shows I really want to talk about. I want to thank everybody who gave their lines for this second response. I hope everybody who has made it to this point in the video
second
has
response.
a good day. And in case I don't see ya, good morning, good afternoon, and good night.
Thank you, Just a Robot. That was great fun. I enjoyed that. That was very funny. Oh, I've just noticed people have been gigantifying emotes. Thank you for that. That does provide me some bits, so thank you. Appreciate that. I don't get a notification of it, though, unfortunately. Hopefully he does another response. Come on, Jar. How many more responses you got in you, mate? Come on. There must be more. Anyway, guys. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Just a Robot response. I've got a Anthony Fantano palette cleanser. And then we're going to do this accounting video about Innuendo Studios. But in the meantime, dude, I covered Shellboy yesterday. I did Shellboy yesterday. Shellboy has already been dealt with and addressed. And people believe this. Some people are still left in his community and believe this and think this is back in a second. Not indiscriminate, targeted at me. So some hacker mans has specifically targeted the ISP in such a way that it only affects him. How is that fucking possible, dude?
Is it good or bad that RuneScape shits itself this easily? I'm kind of surprised that the connection from RuneScape is so fragile, I guess is the best way to put it. Different game wouldn't fix it, guys. They're attacking the internet, not the game.
This is the title. Is Pirate Software playing old school RuneScape the reason for Jagex cyber attacks? Oh shit, you can't see it, sorry. Professional streamer, by the way. Professional streamer. What the fuck is Jagex? I don't know what Jagex means. I mean, the thing is, what I think is the case with Pirate Software is it feels very much like ever since the World of Warcraft drama happened in January. Oh, the RuneScape developer. Sorry, guys, I'm a bit out of my depth as always here. Right, so what have we done so far? We've learned World of Warcraft, we've learned coding, and now I'm going to have to educate myself on RuneScape in order to fully go in on Pirate Software once again. Oh my god, dude. Okay. So, what it seems like is Pirate Software has been in a bit of like a tailspin ever since this World of Warcraft drama happened back in January. And it feels like he's kind of gone from game to game, from community to community, almost trying to find like a home, it feels like. You know, almost trying to find a place he can just kind of play his games and be happy or something like that. And I got to be honest with you, when I first saw this, my gut instinct, even though I don't like Pirate Software and have criticised him extensively, okay, my first thought was, is that really his fault? Is that on him? If someone is deciding to fuck with the game devs because he just decides to play the game. So I guess we'll find out, but I'm a bit skeptical about it being his fault, but let's see.
Jagex has posted some stuff on Twitter, boys. They've allegedly fixed it. And essentially there was a network attack, DDoSing going on in RuneScape, and people seem to think it's about Pirate Software now playing old school RuneScape.
Yes, we're going to do the accounting and launching video in a sec. But before that, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a little look at this palette cleanser. Now, guys, I got some bad news for you. Okay. You are going to be looking at Anthony Fantano's face for like 30 minutes. But, it is Fantano, I'm afraid. It's just a palette cleanser. Okay, we'll get through this quickly.
Rounthony2Tano here, the internet's busiest music nerd.
Bro, that is the most annoying trait about the thing. The start of the video, he does that stupid naming thing. It's so stupid.
I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining me in closing the book on this very ugly chapter in my life where I have gotten sued.
Bro, I think that, you know, it's very interesting to me that he's had this lawsuit and he's managed to win this lawsuit, and, you know, it's like bread and butter, like, I don't know, man. It's like, even though you hate Anthony Fantano, you surely have got to have a principled position that it's good that you won his lawsuit. Because to me, the lawsuit is one of the most egregious examples of like a slap suit you could imagine, right? Totally baseless, totally without merit. And just to try and stop him saying the things he can legally say. You know? And also, Ronnie Radke is like a piece of shit. It's funny, obviously, because Ronnie Radke was mogging him. But by all accounts, Ronnie Radke is like a piece of shit as well, you know?
But one. And now, as a bit of an epilogue, I feel obligated to kind of come out here and respond to a video recently uploaded by Mr. Ronald Radke on the official Falling in Reverse YouTube channel of all places. And it's a very interesting video, very compelling work here from Ronald. Even though content creation isn't really like his deal, he really came through with an interesting piece of work over here, which is why I'm going to go over it. Now, this video, unfortunately, is a bit of a mess, in my opinion, in terms of its direction and the various points made within it. I kind of debated with myself as to how I was going to go about pulling this video apart, and I feel like the only sensible way to really go about it is to like debunk the various points and arguments Ronald makes across the video, regardless of how small or...
Oh no, he's going for the debunking angle. Don't do it, Fantano. You've already been mogged once. Stop, don't do it. Don't get mogged again. Don't get mogged again, Fantano.
Large they are, just to fully illustrate how deeply silly and unserious this man is. With that being said, I want to say one more thing. Ronald, I know you're watching. Remember this, no matter what I say in this video, no matter what you say in this video, and no matter what is said after this point in time, I want you to always remember, always have in your head, you lost your lawsuit to me, and you had to pay me my legal fees. So
okay. I mean, that is an unequivocal win for Fantano. I mean, come on. That is a pretty massive win. I think he's within his rights to fucking, you know, continue to make that point. He's dumb though. Okay, dude, I think he's dumb, fine, but like he's still absolutely fucking owned Ronald Radke in the legal system. And it is a fair, clean win as well. Yeah, it got dismissed because as an anti-slap for the anti-slap stuff, I believe. So yeah, he did win, but unfortunately, Ronald Radke, despite being a piece of shit, can be quite funny and cutting sometimes. So we'll see how he gets on with some of these arguments.
Again, thank you for that. Nothing you whine about or complain about in this video changes that, not one little bit. You took the L. That is the fact of the matter. And let's watch you cope and seethe. Here we go. Let's start with our first clip here, which on the surface might seem like a kind of innocuous bit of ignorance on Ronald's part, but I want to use this to point out just how strange Ronald's obsession is with me, because he clearly doesn't like me. He has a lot of negative feelings that he's harboring toward me, but simultaneously,
as are many people in chat. So be careful. Don't be suing Anthony Fantano anytime soon. You'll lose.
He seems so deeply unfamiliar with me and what I do. I feel like when he's thinking of how angry he is about me in his own head, he's more mad at an imagined idea of me than the actual me. Case in point.
For some of you guys that don't know, Anthony Fantano is a music critic, and he goes online and he judges music out of a scale of 1 to 10, which he rarely gives anybody a 10. I don't think he's ever given anybody a 10.
Like, literally my most popular review on my channel is a 10 out of 10 review. I just gave a 10 out.
Oh my god, dude. You are losing if you're responding to that kind of point. That is fucking stupid, man. Why are you yeah, he's like talking shit about you. He's obviously like, this is like classic debunking shit, isn't it? Oh, you've talked shit about me in a way that's inaccurate. I will debunk you by proving that I've given these artists 10 out of 10. Dude, he kind of sucks at this, to be honest with you. Like, you need to discern what is shit talking and what is a serious point that you need to address. And he's totally failed to do that.
Out of 10 review less than like a month ago, 2 months ago, for the new Clips album, which I highly recommend everyone listen to. So off the bat, to me, it's really funny because Ronald imagines me as this guy who's like just super negative with everything and just makes all of my money off of hating on artists and hating on music, when in fact I give a lot of positive reviews week after week. Over the years, there have been lots of examples of various websites and platforms essentially cataloging and archiving all of my scores. One of the most recent of them being Melody.com. And as you can see right here from the front page, where over 3,000 of my reviews are cataloged, a vast majority of the reviews actually concentrate around the 9, 8, 7, and 6 out of 10 range.
This is so outrageous to be arguing this. Well, I've got lots of 9 out of 10 reviews as well. Dude. Bro, all he had to do is go, Ronnie, my boy, you're raped. You're totally raped. How's your fucking back pocket feeling? A bit lighter for all those legal fees you had to pay me because I totally raped you in court. Ha, get fucked. That's it. That's all he had to do. That's all he had to do. But now he's autistically breaking down why him claiming that the 10 out of 10... It's like, bro, you are literally fighting with someone just talking shit. It is pointless.
And sure, you do have collectively hundreds of 5s and 4s and 3s and 2s. But the fact of the matter is, I spend way more time reviewing things I actually like and am passionate about than I am stuff that I hate. So while I will concede to another point here in Ronald's video that, yeah, it is true, I make my money off of other artists' hard work because they're the ones making the albums and the records at the end of the day. Still, most of my time in front of a camera on the internet talking about music is spent celebrating that music and pointing out what I think is interesting and exciting about it. I am, in fact, not the biggest music hater on the planet, believe it or not.
My lawyers told me there's a small chance you you will win this. But that's not why I sued him. I sued him so I could make this video right now.
Okay, here we have the first big bit of cope in this video, that Ronald sued me just so he could make this video here that we are watching right now. Do I need to explain why that makes absolutely no sense? Who in their right mind would spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars and also pay my legal fees just to make a—
Bro, isn't it tragic that these people have got to the position where they can't just call someone a retard? So this is what you get instead. This debunking shit, rather than just going, Ronnie, you raped retard. Unlucky. You lost. You lost. What a stupid, what a retarded idea. So what, you wasted that much money? Do you know what I mean? You could do it in a way that is entertaining and funny and whatever, but he's just got to do this like, oh, I've got to disprove all of this and say it. And dude, it's so obnoxious and annoying. Hopefully the judge sees this and falling reverses their judgment. Okay, dude. Yeah, this is, yeah. 2020 energy. This has got very 2020 energy knocking about it, you know?
A YouTube video reacting to a 2-year-old video I made that you've already reacted to and commented on TikTok. So like, what are you saying? You sued me so you could make the same video 2 times? Oh, but no, Anthony, it's different. This time Ronnie gets to talk about you being canceled in the context of this video here, which like, okay, I see that Ronald is trying to do that, but don't blow smoke up my ass and tell me that's something he foresaw happening when he filed this lawsuit at the end of last year. He literally sued the wrong Anthony Fantano because he thought I lived in San Diego. You're telling me this guy here is playing 3D chess? So no, Ronald, I apologize. I'm sorry. It's just plain on its face.
He started off that way in the last video and you still had an issue with him gloating over his win. Did I? I'm pretty sure that whenever he spoke about the lawsuit, I was like, that is an absolute unquestionable win. And I get gloating. What? I don't think I said that, did I?
Inaccurate that you sued me to make this video.
And I thought the perfect time to do this was right now, was because the audacity for him to make, how long is this video? 10-minute video, just so he can make money off of me. Yeah. The audacity to make a 10-minute video on how things I did 10 years ago are bad and stuff like that. Okay, when you, wonderful. Right now,
how
sir,
do I make
being
money off depressed people?
Question mark. Whose footprint are these?
Will is me. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Judged for something you did a long time ago.
Okay, kind of disingenuous framing on this comment over here. The recent controversies that were brought up about me on Twitter just weeks ago happened years after this video that Ronald is reacting to again now for some reason. Like, I don't even shoot in the room anymore that this is happening in. What are you saying? I had the audacity to make a video 2 years ago because I would have known 2 years later that I would have had people taking issue with things that I said a decade ago. Never mind the fact.
Well, no, okay. To be fair to old Ronnie, I think the point that he's making is you are criticizing someone for having said controversial things in the past when you have said controversial things in the past yourself. Right? Like, you're holding this guy to a stand. Like, I mean, you know, it's like, how do you deal with that, I guess? I don't know. Like, just because you said controversial things in the past doesn't mean you can't criticize someone else for that. But it just feels a bit, like, silly, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, let's listen on.
A great deal of the video, Ronald, that you are reacting to also deals.
One easy way to never have this problem is to not take estrogen and cultivate a soy audience. Yes, true. Yeah, it's like you're throwing stones in glass houses. That is like the phrase we use to describe that exact thing, isn't it? That'll do. You're throwing stones in glass houses is what he's trying to say there, sure.
In recent behaviors as well. Contrary to your belief here, I'm actually not really all that obsessed with your past. I actually am more interested in your present, frankly, which is why I made this next point here in my video.
On the inside, deep down, me and you are very similar because we said some things that we should never have said in the past and done some things that we shouldn't have. Except I understand that you did that, but you don't understand that I did that, and you don't realize that it's okay that you can grow and change. The bad person, in my opinion, is you, because I don't...
I mean, I think I largely agree with what he's saying here, to be honest. I mean, you could argue that, I guess, Anthony Fantano was like, had accountability and talked about it and said how it was wrong and blah, 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 blah. Maybe you could argue that, but I just, yeah, this is like probably pretty on the money, I'd say. Like, sure. Do you ever watch vegan streamers trying to convert meat eaters? I can't say that I do. No, they sound very annoying, though.
Use people for clicks and views to make money. You do it negatively. You don't care if it hurts their feelings. You don't care if it makes their fans mad. You do it on purpose to make money.
I will say Ronald does make a slightly fair point here in that him and I have both done things in the past that haven't aged all that great. Most notably the...
Okay, he's admitting it there. Fair enough.
This bald soy retard is making a video about a win, while at the same time losing. For Fapdano, this is the most important day of his life. For Ronnie, this is a Tuesday as he flies on private jets to his sold-out shows making millions of dollars.
Okay, dude. That's probably a bit too gracious towards old Ronnie, but thank you nonetheless for the 333.
Viral clip of me going around on Twitter where I was quoting somebody using some slurs in a piece of content that was being critical of his usage of those slurs, but that's neither here nor there. The point is, regardless of the intention and the context, it was unnecessary, which is why I did it.
He's not going to do it. No, he's inserting this in as well. Oh, no, dude. This is such an L. This is such an L, bro. This would be so much stronger. Oh my god, dude. I took accountability. I mean, I obviously think that's very pathetic to do when it was such unreasonable criticism and you could have just said, yeah, it wasn't in the context of attacking someone. I was quoting, so get fucked. And it was years ago. Fuck off.
The video and uploaded it to Twitter to apologize for it. The fact of the matter is I should have and could have just censored myself while pointing this behavior out. Explicitly quoting him was in bad form and just unnecessary. I would have still gotten my point across and done so without upsetting anybody had I taken that approach. All I can do is take ownership of having quoted these words in this way and obviously say that I'm sorry, which I am in fact sorry about this. Even though, again, that clip is almost a decade.
Oh my god, dude. You don't have to apologize for quoting a slur years ago. That is so obnoxious, bro. Fuck these Twitter retards that care about that shit.
Decade old at this point, I had already decided that I probably should refrain from doing that again in the future and understood the potential harm I could be doing by quoting offensive language that some may not be expecting in a piece of content from me. Ronald also makes mention of this clip of me allegedly laughing at the death of Trayvon Martin, which I also talked about in my apology video as being falsely edited. I'm reading a super chat that is on the screen that was sent in by a viewer of the show. And the reason I'm jumping into reading it is that partially it is a dig at me, because on the show it's not exactly a secret that I'm an openly liberal vegan. And from there, here is what actually happens.
A vegan invited me to an event that taught me about PETA's buying guide / neoliberal whiteness and Trayvon Martin. Okay.
Dude, fuck Trayvon. No, oh shit, I was gonna say. I was gonna say Trey Melvin, but it's no Trayvon Martin.
Man, you're so. You know what, Jeff? You're so right.
As you can see there, that is not the clip that is getting passed around. So again, with that being said, yes, it is true. Ronald and I have both said things long ago in the past that are not a great look. The issue is, Ronald, that you are still very much saying terrible things now. This discussion that you want to have.
Okay, I mean, I can't remember what the exact things he said were, but like, I think there's value in being able to stand up and say, like, particularly if it's not a big issue, who cares about some stupid shit I said years ago? You know? So I don't really agree with this idea that like, well, I've said sorry for it. Well, I think that's kind of gay, to be honest with you. That's like the simplest way I could put it. That's kind of gay. Yeah, you kind of lost.
Is honestly not really so much about things you've said long ago. Like, you're uploading and posting stuff to the internet now that is very aggressive and very hateful toward women.
This girl, yeah, she looks kind of cute right here, or maybe transgender, I can't tell. She's got like very thick makeup. Let's see what she looks like without makeup on. Yeah, completely.
I have to be careful how I say this. These neutered Chud streams are unwatchable. Okay, what would you rather? One moment where I have to say something neutered, or I don't stream at all because I'm fucking banned, you retard. Holy fuck, you're getting fucking banned for that comment. That is totally outrageous, dude. Ooh, you had to censor yourself a bit because you're worried about your channel getting nuked. I can't watch these streams. Bro! What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Holy fuck, bro. That is insane. I'll give you a chance. I'll give you 24 hours to think about what you've done. Listen, I'm probably being overcautious. But fuck me, dude. Do you not understand what's at stake here? Do you genuinely not understand that my fucking channel is on the line? How many times do I have to fucking explain it to you, bro? Holy fuck, dude. Another incident, it's 2 weeks. Another incident after that, my channel's deleted. It's gone. It's over. Oh, one guide again. One guide again. True. One guide again.
Not what she looks like. She looks fucking disgusting. Why do you look like a fucking like you have straight up Down syndrome? Cool, congratulations. You went from fucking a 7 with 15 pounds of makeup on to a -2 that a fucking Down syndrome person. Congratulations, you ugly bitch. I stand in solidarity of all the women who have...
Right, okay. Is this you? The most base thing ever.
Suffered at the hands of violence whose voices are continually silenced while men like Ronnie Radke are given hero status. Are you fucking kidding me, you ugly fucking shield piece of shit, blockhead, disgusting fucking human? This is you, you fucking moonface.
That trivializes race like you're a new...
Oh my god, dude. I mean, the thing you got to remember is this is predominantly aimed at Anthony Fantano's, like, soy woke audience, right? So, obviously, if you are in his audience, you're going to think this is great and you're going to love it. Obviously.
Numerous gags about how, since you've blacked out your MySpace tattoos, you get to celebrate Black History Month now. Not to mention all of the gross transphobic stuff that you...
No, he's not. He's not, is he? No, he's not doing this.
History Month now. Not to mention all of the gross transphobic stuff that you've posted to the internet too.
Bro, I love the fact that in this, okay, one of the examples is they, them has fallen. Oh my, dude. I mean, look, I can at least understand criticizing him for using a slur. I get it, right? But come on, man. That's really included in your little, you know, collage of transphobia. They, them has fallen. Literally the most nothing thing. Dude, that is fucking tragic.
Of the gross transphobic stuff that you've posted to the internet too. So, like, again, Ronald, this is not like stuff from 10 years ago you haven't said in a long time that I'm just like giving you a hard time about because I'm overly judgmental. This is stuff you're saying now. You're saying this stuff now. This is Ronnie Radke today. So when I say you haven't changed and I'm seeing a lack of change in you, it's because of that. It has nothing to do with whether or not you're going to the gym, man. It has nothing to do with your sobriety, which cool, you know, I'm happy for you on that front. I'm sober dober too, and I'm glad you are living a life that is not as destructive to your own body. Sure, yes. But can you stop being mean and cruel toward others? That's what I wonder. That's what I want to know. And that is where I personally feel like there is a...
Can you stop being mean and cruel to dude? It's just like... It's so far removed from how we think about things on like this side of the internet, isn't it? Stop being mean, guys. Stop being mean. Stop being mean.
Deep separation between you and I, because when I severely hurt someone, I have the capacity to maybe do a bit of soul searching afterwards and think to myself,
depressed people. I've heard nothing about this drama, but Anthony is doing a great job at making me like this Ronald guy.
Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, this is like an advertising video for Ronald fucking Radke.
you know, what was the behavior that led to that moment? Maybe I should stop that behavior. This is just my opinion here, but I'm having a hard time seeing you as having the capacity to do the same, and we will explore that further in a bit.
Or even hopping on Twitter to be transphobic.
Transphobic. So the last 5 music videos, I've had 2, 3, 4 trans people total working on them, either at my house, watching me take my clothes off and putting clothes on me in my music videos. I'm so tired of this transphobic rhetoric that you guys try to spew, because I think that they, thems is like a weird terminology, and why should I call you a they, them if it's like fucking, it has nothing to do with being trans in the first place? And what is wrong with that? If I don't believe that trans people should compete in women's sports or being put in women's prisons, or trans people in the bathroom with my 6-year-old daughter at the time going to the bathroom, what is wrong with that? That doesn't make me transphobic. It makes me have common sense.
I'm not even sure how to approach the trans topic here with this bit of content, Ronald.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, no! He's doing it. He's doing it. He's going in on the trans tent. He's going all in on the trans tent, guys.
Made here, because his deep lack of knowledge and understanding when it comes to pronouns, when it comes to trans identity. I mean, obviously transphobia is rooted in that ignorance, of course, but it comes out in such—
Bro, it is so crazy to think this guy was doing bits with Sam Hard on a podcast to this. I mean, it is insane. Insane to think that is the pathway that's occurred here.
way to where Ronald is just not really making a coherent argument at all. Like, again, if you don't have an issue with trans people, why are you posting stuff like this on the internet? But the clearer portion of this section of the video is when he starts talking about him having common sense, which is why he doesn't want trans people in the prison that aligns with their gender identity, or in the bathroom with his daughter, which, like, Ronald, I'm sorry, I know you're kind of posing this as common sense, but these are transphobic arguments here. I mean, let's not even get into the sports.
They're not necessarily, no. I mean, no. Oh my god, dude. He is really all in on this stuff, isn't he?
Because that's obviously a very nuanced issue that has been blown up much larger than it needs to be. Like, it is a bigger topic of discussion.
Bro! So he's not even talking about it. He's just trying to dodge around it, going, oh yeah, well, you know, it's much bigger than it needs to be. And it's very, very, you know, sensitive. Dude, oh my god, bro.
Than many kitchen table issues that actually impact average people's lives. But let's, like...
Oh, so if something doesn't impact an average person's life, it's not worth talking about. Bro, isn't that fucking insane? An insane concept? That, oh, well, you know, it doesn't impact most people. So why are we talking about it to this level? I mean, sure, I would agree that there's an element of, like, you know, culture war stuff about it, and lots of people talking about it. But it's still worth having a conversation about, because people are being negatively impacted by, you know, sort of political themes and certain political concepts being pushed, you know? Like the idea that, well, a trans person should be able to compete in women's sports. I mean, I'm sure people that are in women's sports have got a problem with it or something, you know? It's just silly. Silly to kind of hand wave it away on that basis.
Get into the bathroom thing, because, I mean, that is just such a degrading and gross outright denial of just the right of a person's normal, average, everyday access to a public space that everyone needs access to. Is it because you think trans people are ew, yucky, gross, or because they're dangerous and
Well, I mean, obviously, I don't think Ronnie Radke is making a particularly sophisticated argument, right? But, I mean, yeah, there's obviously sex distinguished spaces. People in chat are just saying yes. But there's obviously sex distinguished spaces, and it comes into, you know, how do we have trans people participate in that when it's a sex distinguished space? Like, it's a female toilet, the person is male. Very unfortunate for them and feel bad for them, but, like, is there a potential issue there, and what's the fucking solution or whatever, you know? So yeah, dude, he's not even like arguing it well. He's just kind of doing like, oh, it's just kind of, it's so gross, isn't it? It's so gross. People got to pee, dude. People have got to pee. Yeah, and that's the fundamental problem, is you've got a space where females go to do their business. Do we let a male in there? And if so, how do we facilitate that? And how do you do it in a way that makes sure that you don't get people in there that shouldn't be in there? Like, it gets a bit complicated, you know? Stop discussing things that weaken my argument. Yeah, exactly.
Psychotic, and they're all you know, groomers, a term that you like to throw out there sometimes. Again, what is it about trans people that makes them this special, maybe dangerous case that we need to like really overthink their bathroom usage and what rules we have around them in regards to the bathroom? Like, you're afraid of a trans woman being in the same bathroom as your daughter. Would you rather a big, buff, burly trans man? Would that make more sense? Or are you more of the opinion that these people just shouldn't have bathroom access?
So it's interesting because I generally have the position and view that if someone passes adequately, then, you know, it wouldn't make a difference anyway. No one's going to be able to tell. But it's interesting how he uses an example of like a very passing trans man to make this point. But it's like, okay, what about a guy that's just stuck a dress on and says they're a woman and has got a beard? What if it was me? What if it was me? That starts to get a bit more complicated, doesn't it? So they're making this argument at the other end of it when someone passes extremely well to make this point. But what about when someone doesn't pass extremely well? What do we do then? We let them in? Well, they don't look like the, you know, it undermines your point that, well, this person passes, you know. So it's like kind of cherry picking the person to make your argument rather than considering the broad scope of the point that's being made about this
at all, because it's just too confusing for you. So again, Ronald, I'm not trying to take you down over just some stuff you've said a long time ago. With regularity, you have no issue with using transphobic slurs. And also, just like every other transphobic person out there today, you are deeply concerned with trans people's bathroom access, which is weird and actually comes from a place of judgment and
so weird. Oh, a bit weird, isn't it? A bit weird that you've got an interest in this hot button social issue, isn't it? Oh, a bit weird. Bit of a weirdo, aren't you?
Cruelty and meanness, which is, you know, what you're trying to frame me as for being critical of you. Like, Ronald, nobody is impressed that you're willing to have a trans person in your music video to make the video you want or portray you a certain way, or whether or not you're willing to, like...
Yeah, dude, this is a great... Stop being concerned about the things I'm concerned about, unless you already agree with me, of course. Yes, exactly. Dude, that is exactly the right way of putting it, isn't it?
Have a trans person style you for a music video or see you put clothes on. The question is whether or not you have the capacity to humanize that person enough to allow them rationally to use the bathroom that aligns with their gender. I really have to like illustrate a point I was kind of harping on earlier about Ronnie not really changing, because I think he truly puts the nail in the coffin in a moment toward the end of this video over here in a way that I just want to illustrate for a lot of you watching, and also maybe hopefully for Ronald too, and fingers crossed here, to get him to think about his actions. I know that's a tall order. I know that's really tough, but you know what? I have faith it's possible. But yeah, in this clip right here that you're about to see, Ronald is reacting to me bringing up the infamous performance where he was throwing a bunch of microphone stands into the crowd, injured a concert goer, had to pay that person for damages because they were injured very badly. He sees me bringing up all of this, and then he says this.
2 people were struck in the head. One of them was a 16-year-old girl. Even though Ronnie did this and he got arrested, it's like dead to rights, and apparently, you know, this person had to be paid. Yeah, despite...
Yeah, and I'll fucking do it again.
You heard it. Right from the man's mouth. I would do it again. Think of what...
Okay. Oh my god, man. That's just like rock star bravado, right? I mean, that's what the reads like to me.
What you're saying here. You are saying you would do it again, meaning that you would throw those mic stands knowing people, especially one person, would be very badly injured to the point where you had to pay them hundreds of thousands of dollars.
To be fair, Fantana needs to cut Ron on the break here. His life is like a video game. How is he going to deal with this expose call while still collecting coins? Yes, true.
You would do that? Again? So you're saying that moment didn't cause you to stop and think like, maybe that wasn't a good idea. I feel bad for her.
Dude, this is like rockstar bravado shit. Rockstars do crazy shit all the time, and then they're probably like, yeah, I'll do it again. Like, dude, this is so fucking stupid to soy out at this like this.
Hurting someone, or at the very least, like, I really hate that I had to shell out all that money. Like, are these not thoughts?
No, the case is already, all of this has come off the back of the case being dismissed. It got dismissed as being a slap suit under Connecticut's anti-slap statute or whatever it is. So, yeah.
That run through your head? Like, if I injured somebody so badly that I sent them to the hospital by throwing a mic stand, I would feel remorse about that. And if you asked me about it afterwards, I would probably say, yeah, I mean, if I could relive that moment, if I could go back, I wouldn't do that again. I wouldn't do it twice. But once more, you are right here saying I would do it again. No question, no second guessing, even fully knowing everything that came about afterwards as a result. And yet, you want me and everyone watching this video to believe that you're a changed man and you've turned a new leaf. And there's no reason for anybody to hold anything you've done or said in the past against you. But I'm sorry, man, when you're up here saying in this video that this terrible thing I did, I would do it again, there's no reason to believe you because you're not showing remorse for behavior that I think your average person would feel remorseful over. If what you are genuinely communicating here is that you just don't care about that whole situation and the pain that you caused with those behaviors.
Bro,
and
this is so obnoxious, bro. It's so overwrought as well. Just say, oh, that's heckin' bad that you do that again, isn't it? And move on. Oh my God, isn't it? But let's talk at length about how terrible this is that he said he'd do it again.
You would repeat it all over. That's kind of terrible. Again.
Bro celebrates rappers that kill each other and beat their women, but that's okay. Fantano's no more base for this. That's actually a reasonable observation. Because if this guy is listening to rappers create art about like fucking crazy shit they've done in their life without remorse, I mean, should you not criticize that on the same lines, no? No, we can't be criticizing a black guy, can we? We don't want to be criticizing a black man.
Again, because of stuff like that, I'm just not jiving with your characterization of me that I'm being unfair toward you. I am listening to the words coming out of your mouth.
You pay your rent off of the hatred you spew, Anthony. You're literally a hypocrite, and now you're being called out for being a racist. And I think it's really fucking funny, man. I think it's one of the funniest things ever. Actually, I don't think it's funny. I actually feel bad. I'm not a YouTuber, so I'm not really used to doing this like you are. So, you know, this is going to be all over the place. But I think it's really, really fair to say, Anthony.
Oh, maybe he does. Okay, I don't watch it. Maybe he does. Maybe he does. Maybe hey. Maybe I could be taking an L here. Not the same thing. Well, I would say, I mean, it's not exactly the same thing. No, he doesn't. Okay, well, anyway. It's not exactly the same thing, because it's not exactly the same thing, but it's, oh, dude, I don't know, man. You're saying it's like IRL. I mean, the art is an expression of one's feelings or emotions about a topic, right? Like if someone is singing a song about shooting someone, presumably they're not, unless they're showing remorse in the lyrics, they're probably not remorseful about it or something. I don't know. You know, and it is based on like real things they've done. It's not just like they're making it up for a rap song, right? Okay, well, I don't want to speak to Cover Leaks, so I don't know, to be fair. I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, guys. Okay, listen, I'm going out later. I'm excited. I'm very excitable. So I'm just getting ahead of myself a little bit.
That checkmate, man.
Although I'm not going to smoke tonight. I will not be smoking tonight. Smoking was a terrible idea the last time that I went out, so I won't be doing that again.
Checkmate, yeah.
Again, what the hell are you talking about? What checkmate ends in you losing thousands and thousands of dollars at minimum and losing a lawsuit? That's not a checkmate situation. Nobody does that on purpose. And you're trying to make this bullshit argument that like, oh man, we're the same because like we've both fucked up in the past, bro, and we don't want to be attacked for stuff that we've done and said in the past, which like, sure, it's true. I think it, is unfair on some level to constantly hold people accountable for stuff they've done long ago. That is, if they've made the effort to make up for those mistakes and heal that damage and just, operate in a different way, be kinder, be nicer, show remorse for things that you've done or said, as I have in regards to the clip that you're talking about me being canceled.
Oh my god, dude, he's referencing iDubbbz apologizing. I do not believe it. There's no way. He's referencing fucking iDubbbz apologizing as like a positive. Ugh. Ugh. Good lord.
Over because again, I have apologized, and long before this recent controversy you're bringing up here, I had already changed that behavior. I don't quote people in that fashion like I did that one time, or like also in the context of an album title that might have had a slur in the title or something like that. Yeah, I don't do that. I'm not doing that. It's not a good look, not a good move. Meanwhile, you're talking about being willing to severely injure someone potentially again, showing no remorse, and you're proudly displaying it for all to see like it's like some kind of virtuous statement. Like, yeah, Ronnie.
Bro, is this guy for real? Doesn't this guy review music? Has he not like reviewed, or has he not ever spoken about crazy shit that rock artists do at shows? And the bravado that comes, like, dude, this just seems like bizarre. Like he's not interpreting it as it should be interpreted, which is stupid rockstar bravado. Like, dude, I read. Marilyn Manson has got other shit going on as well, but I read Marilyn Manson's autobiography when I was young, and he did some crazy shit at shows. It was like insane the stuff that he was getting up to. Just seems really odd to be so, focused on this idea that he's talking about doing something that's going to hurt his audience again. Like, yeah, rock stars do crazy, stupid shit all the time that puts their audience at risk. Manson is a freak, yeah.
Radke, he stands on business. If he throws a bunch of mic stands in the crowd and almost kills somebody, he's going to show no remorse for that shit.
I don't think I'm sweeping for the behavior, right? It's more so just pointing out that rock stars do stupid, crazy shit at gigs, and they have a lot of bravado about it. And it just seems foolish to respond in this way in this type of video. I don't know. It's, as they say, a bit soy.
Shit.
I think Anthony's a pretentious, insecure little baby that utilizes people for money so he can pay his rent in a negative way. That's what I think.
Okay, Ronnie, like, again, this is like a projection situation here. Are you not constantly insecure, considering that you spend so much time on the internet going after your critics, arguing with anyone that has something negative to say about you? I mean, even recently, and this right here is hilarious, frankly. He posted about a video that I dropped on Instagram, a reel about artists who have done covers that are better than the original. And he was like pushing all of his little Ronsters to like go comment his cover of Last Resort by Papa Roach in the comments. Which, like, dude, this is sad. This is cringe. What the hell are you doing, man? You know this is public, right? You know people can go on your page and go in here and like see this. And again, like there's other bits where you're instructing people in this community to go interact or bother people who have things critical to say about you. And I'm sorry, that's peak insecurity, bro. Like nobody normal does this. I am a fan of a lot of artists out there. I follow a lot of artists' Instagram pages, and this is not how your average artist uses their Instagram community. There's even a funny clip in the midst of this video that I didn't even address up until this point where he comes like really, really close to like threatening me.
That is why I'm suing you. That's why I sued you. The audacity. If I was in front of you right now, dude, listen to what I'm saying right now.
Weird ass fucking behavior. So I think I'm just going to have to leave this here. I don't know what else to say. This is just a deeply, deeply confusing and concerning video. Sorry for having to have any of you watch that. And
wait, yeah, what's this?
Anthony Fantano responding.
Bro, TND Pate. Whoa! What the fuck? Bro, I thought he'd left his edgy past behind. What the fuck, dude? TND Patreon. What the fuck? Jesus. Oh my god. Anyway. Based Fantano. Based Tano returns. I'll link the video just in case you don't know who this guy is and want to subscribe to him, but I'm sure you all know already. But there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. There you go. Right, let's get into this. Dude, I'm stoked for this. I'm very stoked for this. I'm very stoked for this next segment. So, ladies and gentlemen, bit of background. Bit of background for those of you that don't know. So, a few months ago, there was this very interesting trend. Innuendo Studios released a video basically saying that he was in loads of debt and he needed his audience's help to put him out the shit. He set up a GoFundMe, ended up fundraising $150,000, much of which was for unpaid back taxes. Okay? But nonetheless, his audience came out in their fucking droves, put their hands in their pockets, doubled his Patreon monthly income, and gave him $150,000. Okay? Now, lots of other stuff's happened with that. I would recommend my own coverage of that if you wanted to find out what's going on, because I thought it was very good, if I do say so myself. Okay? Now, separately to this, I was introduced, or the person sent me an email. Accounting and YouTube is their name on YouTube. And they sent me an email of a video they'd made talking about the issues with the accounting claims that Mutahar and Carl Jobst had made in their completionist coverage. And we brought him on and we had a chat with him. And in the course of the conversation, I presented to him the details of this Innuendo Studio situation. Primarily, the idea as to whether or not this GoFundMe would be subject to tax or not. Because, obviously, you know, I had a little look and Innuendo Studios had claimed that it wouldn't be subject to tax, and my cursory investigation seemed to suggest that, well, it would be subject to tax because, for various reasons. And so we talked a bit about it. He ended up sending me an email going over some of the details of what his investigation and research into this topic had discovered. Okay? Now, further to that, it looks like he's decided this topic was of such interest that he's decided to make a video about it. And, you know, I found the last video very entertaining. Do you know what's funny? The segment up on YouTube, there's people in the comments that are saying, like, I don't know why people in chat were complaining. This is really interesting. But I referenced that because I know that some people are not particularly jazzed about some of this accounting stuff. But I think it's quite an interesting little niche of content, you know, assessing people's economic affairs when it comes to this content creation stuff. But nonetheless, Accounting and YouTube has released a video going over the Innuendo Studios tax situation. Innuendo Studios tax situation is crazy. Let's have a little look at it. Let's have a little look. So GoFundMe does not equal free money, apparently. Let's see.
Hi everyone. I'm sure if you love YouTube as much as I do and consume as much content as I do, you've noticed a recent increase in the amount of GoFundMe campaigns organized by your favorite content creators.
Help an Asian American YouTube creator. Well, why would your racial identity, have anything to do with that? I don't really get that part. Why would that matter? Like, you either need help or you don't. Your racial identity's got little to do with that, surely.
From what I've seen, these crowdfunding efforts can be related to a litany of different things. For example, in 2018, PewDiePie organized a GoFundMe to support the CRY, or Child Rights in You, which is a non-governmental organization dedicated to ensuring young Indian children are provided education, are given access to proper health care and nutrition, as well as protection.
I wouldn't bother personally with that. Okay. Each their own, I guess.
Against child labor. When the YouTuber William Osman and his wife lost their home in the 2017 California wildfires, they started a GoFundMe campaign to help recoup their losses and have an easier time building their life back into normalcy. In 2019, Jaden Animation started a GoFundMe to help generate financial support for the bird gardens of Naples Sanctuary and Rescue, whose purpose is to provide parrot
Bro, who cares
welfare.
about a bunch of birds? I mean, sure, I'd rather give the money to the birds than the Indians. But even so, man, it's, you know, tough call.
Who knew that was a thing? I could go on and on because there are several examples to reference. Fundraisers and crowdfunding campaigns like this show that even small acts of generosity can make a big difference. For many nonprofits, it's the collective power of many small donations, not a few large ones, that help sustain their work. I think we now see less of these types of GoFundMe campaigns because companies like Tiltify make it a bit easier to work directly with nonprofit organizations for their fundraising endeavors. With that being said, I can't be the only person to notice an uptick of some of these crowdfunding campaigns that entail one content creator raising funds to
No! Why did you do it to me? No! I'm gonna fucking, my head's gonna explode.
To another content creator for some dubious and stupid shit they said. Or maybe they watched somebody else's content and had nothing constructive or intelligent to add at all. I'm genuinely baffled by how some people treat a legal battle like it's some sort of an extreme sport. Like, why don't you go ask the last guy who was excited about his lawsuit how it turned out for him?
Oh, true. Very true.
Like, what is this, Creator Clash Litigation Edition? I'm fully in support of helping someone in genuine need, but I can't help feeling that many crowdfunding campaigns these days aren't actually about necessity. More often than not, they seem driven by the desire to satisfy a want rather than address a need.
I didn't know this when editing, but apparently the YouTuber who organised this GoFundMe allegedly didn't spend this money on what he crowdfunded for. The fuck is the matter with these YouTubers? Yeah, sure. I mean, I think that if you're like fundraising to file a lawsuit, I think is silly. I don't really agree with that. It's like you've either got the money to do it or you don't. You shouldn't be asking people for money to then file a lawsuit. It seems unreasonable to me. But if you're getting a lawsuit filed against you, well, you kind of don't really have a choice if you don't have the money. Like, you've got to answer the lawsuit, and you're going to have to pay money to do that, you know. I mean, I guess you could argue, well, don't do the thing that instigates the lawsuit in the first place. But then maybe the lawsuit hasn't got grounds, or maybe there's, like, issues with it and they're just doing it to try and silence you or something, right? Like, I think you just have to have a flat policy that if you're getting sued, as long as you're honest about what it is, unlike Carl Jobs, then fair enough. Fair's fair, you know? But yeah, I don't like this idea of fundraising to fund a lawsuit against someone else. That seems, like, unreasonable to me.
This sentiment is up for debate, and you can be the judge on what you think of any crowdfunding campaign. Today, we're going to look into one that was brought to my attention, and I saw an opportunity to educate some people on some of the tax complications concerning some of these crowdfunding campaigns. I feel it's important to discuss this because I think this specific situation is teetering on the edge of being troublesome. As if the video title didn't give it away, we're going to be discussing Innuendo Studios and his recent GoFundMe campaign to help him get out of debt. Before we begin, I want to clarify that I have no prior impression of Innuendo Studios. In fact, I hadn't even heard of him before this. However, since researching this, I've obviously seen the other videos that have been created and the thumbnails out there saying that Innuendo Studios is scamming his fans and he's a grifter and an e-beggar and blah 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 blah. I'm not here for that discussion, and I'm happy to leave that discussion with the commentary channels.
Hey, let's go. Dude, it's so funny. This is like a 1.2k sub channel, not to be a dick about it, right? And I'm getting excited about a little reference because I think this guy's great. I think this guy's great. Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, you know, you don't have to get into that. I mean, he's obviously more focused on the tax affairs than anything else. So, yeah, fair's fair.
I am here to help explain to anyone willing to listen why this situation is far more complex than Innuendo Studios seems to believe. I will of course be critical, but I'll take a careful and respectful approach. First off, shout out to ChudLogic for bringing this to my attention.
Hey!
I recently was invited on his stream to talk about my first video that I made, amongst other things, and I had a hell of a time. I told him that I would look into this a bit more because coming from the nonprofit world, I didn't have a full grasp of the tax implications of crowdfunding campaigns, and because I find it fun to research tax and accounting related topics for some reason, I dove headfirst into learning more about this. Before we get into the complicated stuff, let's first take a few moments to understand the foundation of Innuendo Studios' GoFundMe campaign. Innuendo Studios, whose real name is Ian Danskin, is a YouTube channel with over 500,000 subscribers that has spent the past decade producing videos on video games, web culture, and social politics. Throughout his time on YouTube, Ian has frequently spoken candidly about the challenges of freelance work, describing it as rewarding yet often leaving him just scraping by. This came to an alarming point back in May 2025.
Dude, I mean, obviously, you know, I don't want to, like, jinx myself or something like that, right? August has been, because of the ban and other reasons, it's been the worst month for revenue on this YouTube, on both YouTube channels for probably like a year and a half, something like that, I want to say. And it still is not like a thing where I'm going to have to like obviously it's going to have an impact in terms of the overall figure that comes into my business account when YouTube pay me, but it's not like world ending. Do you know what I mean? It's like, I don't understand how people can get to a position where it's world ending. Well, obviously this guy didn't make videos, you know? But it would have to be like numerous months of these issues accumulating for that to be a thing, you know? So yeah, I don't know, man. It's just like just fucking be on top of your shit and you'll be fine. I don't know, dude. Don't make it all about you. Well, no, I'm just trying to point out that, like, you know, I'm not like a particularly, I don't know, like, what's the right way to put it? I'm just a retard on the internet. Do you know what I mean? And the fact that people that would probably want to think they're smarter than I am can't figure this out. It's ridiculous, you know? Yes. Yeah, I mean, I've always been quite diligent with the tax stuff, you know, and when I've not been able to pay it in full, I've always spoken to HMRC and they've said, yeah, we'll split it out and stuff like that, whatever, you know. But I do have a big old bill coming in January, which I'm a bit like, you know, like, oh god, man, it's so annoying. When you pay it like on a monthly basis, like when you work for someone, you don't really think about it that much. But when it's like a massive fucking lump of money, you have to sort of obviously accumulate it in order to pay it off when it comes off. It just is like, oh my god, dude. You'd rather it just get taken and you don't have to think about it, you know?
When he published a video titled, "Being a YouTuber Bankrupted Me." He also published a now unlisted video titled 2025, where he discusses the financial troubles he's found himself in. Ian detailed that running Innuendo Studios has left him in over $87,000 of debt due to back taxes, money due to collection agencies, and money due to family and friends who have loaned him money in the past.
Oof.
Knowing that he was not going to earn enough money to keep his life afloat as well as pay off the debt, he decided to organize a GoFundMe in an effort to reach out to his viewers and the community to help alleviate him of this debt. The GoFundMe far exceeded expectations, raising over $155,000 within just a few days, well above his initial goal of $87,000. This provided Ian with a much-needed financial reset and offered him an opportunity to breathe for probably the first time in a long time. That's just a very quick summary of the situation Ian has found himself in.
I mean, I get he's trying to, like, not be mean about it, but it's just very funny hearing someone describe it in a way where it's very obvious how obscene this behavior is, but he's trying to do it in, like, a kind of non-biased way or whatever. But he's saying it like that. It's like, yeah, well, maybe if he'd have had his life in order, he wouldn't have had to have this problem of getting this thing to help him breathe.
While I can empathize with how stressful of a situation that is, it's important to specify that something like this is entirely avoidable.
Oh, okay.
Massive tax debt, and just debt in general,
he is doing it, fair enough.
isn't always something that just happens overnight. Barring some sort of ridiculously expensive medical bill or hospital stay, or something of the like, it generally compounds over time.
Okay! I pause Andied. He is laying it out, fair enough. Owned by accounting and YouTube. Yes, I've just been owned by accounting and YouTube, unfortunately. Tragic.
I can understand if Ian struggled with this in the first couple of years of him as a content creator, but at a certain point, you do need to be able to get a grasp on it. Taxes absolutely suck. I get it. We are all in the same boat here.
In order to be alive, you have to pay 20 different people $200! And you have to keep reciting random digits of numbers. Everything about being alive is just fucking numbers over and over again. Important numbers for this, important numbers for that. You gotta type in this password, you gotta type in this number, you gotta type in this thing, and if you get it wrong, you're gonna go to jail!
With regards to his tax debt, he mentions that as a freelancer, he is required to pay around 30% in taxes.
A basic fact for the self-employed in the US is that you have to pay about 30% of your income in taxes. At my level, this can be between $10,000 and $15,000 a year.
I confess that I haven't done taxes for a self-employed individual before, so I wanted to look into something like this a bit more because that seems like a really high percentage. I only found random articles suggesting that you should put away 30% of your income for things like your federal income taxes, state income taxes, self-employment taxes, so I'm willing to believe that this is close to being accurate. I will absolutely say that in the United States, a sole proprietor or someone who runs their own business by themselves, you can absolutely get raked over the coals in regards to taxes if you don't properly budget your income. One of the more complicated aspects of a self-run business is that sole proprietors pay both the employer and the employee portion of the Social Security and Medicare taxes on income. So instead of your employer paying the 7.65% and you, the employee, paying the 7.65%, you, as the self-employed, pay the full 15.3%. While you can deduct 50% of these costs when it comes time to file your personal taxes, you still have to pay it all up front and only recognize the tax benefit come tax filing time. If you're going to start your own business by yourself, you need to be cognizant of the tax complications right out of the gate, or at least within the first couple of years. You need to work with an accountant to begin to understand this. And
bro, this is so true, man. Like, I think maybe if it's a simple business, you can file your taxes yourself, no problem. But it gets to a point where it's just like, okay, I'm just going to get a fucking accountant to look at this, pay him whatever fucking money. And, you know, just make it a lot easier, basically. Which is why it's so crazy that Innuendo Studios didn't do this before. Like, he clearly was earning decent money. It's just so bizarre to me that you're not thinking, I'm just going to speak to an accountant and get them to handle all of my affairs. I'll give all my money to the government and become homeless. No need for taxes. Okay, good one.
then once you have a handle of it, you can hopefully take it under your own wing. Compared to someone like me, who's never been self-employed, my marginal tax rate is much lower than this 30%, and I'm willing to bet I even earn more income than Ian. Obviously, I inherit the benefit that my taxes are paid through my wages, as well as my employer paying half of the Social Security and Medicare taxes. I'm kind of starting to ramble, I'm sorry. What I ultimately mean to say is being self-employed certainly has its challenges that aren't shared by individuals like me who are employed through somebody else. While there are cons to being self-employed, there are certainly just as many pros to it as well. There are basically little to no barrier.
Control over your schedule. Yes. Very much benefiting from that today. Flexibility of work location. Well, I get it. Well, I mean, I've got my streaming laptop, so I could stream from anywhere, really. So that's a plus. Motivation and vision. Being your boss means you can drive your business according to your vision and ideas. Hey, account on YouTube, how's it going? This can lead to a greater sense of motivation and fulfillment as you are directly responsible for the success and direction of your enterprise. Wow. Incredible stuff. Benefits of being self-employed, you'd be lazy. To be honest with you, you can't really. You can't. Like, you do have flexibility, but if you take the flexibility to the extreme, then you end up not making enough money. I mean, look at Innuendo Studios is a great example of this, where he's got the flexibility, but he's chosen to use that flexibility to not make videos, and now he's in a right old pickle with all this unpaid taxes and shit like that, you know? So, yeah, I don't know, man. Pretty tough, pretty tough. I make mad money, make no mistake. Based accounting in YouTube. Very based. Great video so far. I'm clearly white. Well, thank you for letting us know.
Of entry to start your business. You have total control of the business. You get to create your own hours and establish your own breaks. And the costs to start the business are extremely low, at least compared to starting other types of businesses. The career path Ian chooses to pursue is entirely his prerogative. It is a privilege to have the freedom and independence to make such decisions. But with that being said, no one is obligated to be a self-employed individual, but he chooses to do so and has done so for over a decade now. And I think it's important to note that. So again, I can sympathize with the stress of this situation, but it is entirely avoidable and there are people out there who can help you avoid it. Ian now has his back up against the wall and feels like there is no other option other than to crowdfund to help pay off his various debts. Ian is under the impression that because these funds were received through crowdfunding, they will be treated as, quote, gifts, and therefore be exempt from tax.
Here we go.
However, taxes are not that simple, and this may not be correct. I really do believe that Ian needs to treat this money with care and caution. Let's get into this discussion involving how the IRS treats funds received through crowdfunding. We're looking at the IRS's website and the page regarding money received through crowdfunding. If you read this entire article top to bottom, I think a lay person would come to the conclusion that Ian's GoFundMe funds should be treated as a gift and therefore exempt from tax. However, there is specific language in this that requires more understanding. Quote, if crowdfunding contributions are made as a result of the contributors...
Bro, if accounting YouTube looks at this, well, I think he probably is going to have the same takes that I had about this when I covered this before. I'm going to be very happy with myself. I'm going to be very pleased and smug, to be honest.
Detached and disinterested generosity, and without the contributors receiving or expecting to receive anything in return, the amounts may be gifts and therefore may not be includable in the gross income of those for whom the campaign was organized. Contributions to crowdfunding campaigns are not necessarily a result of detached and disinterested generosity and therefore may not be gifts. Let's first dissect the second sentence in this paragraph. Quote, contributions to crowdfunding campaigns are not necessarily a result of detached and disinterested generosity and therefore may not be gifts. This sentence suggests that contributions to crowdfunding campaigns can often be made with personal motives, rather than purely out of selfless generosity. If this is the case, these contributions may not ethically qualify as gifts, since gifts typically imply no expectation of return or benefit.
Right, and because it needs to be something somewhat tangible as well, right? Because obviously you could argue, well, you might feel good about giving someone some money. but you're not really getting something in return. That's like an internal thing that's happening. Whereas with this, it's like you're giving money, and even though Ian has said, it doesn't mean that I'm going to continue to make videos, there's an obvious belief or expectation that maybe he will continue to make videos, and then you get the videos out of it, right?
I think it can potentially be argued that there is a benefit in this scenario, and that's Innuendo Studios returning to make content, which people clearly want. This can be confirmed because when you read the messages on the GoFundMe page, there are clearly messages coming from people who explicitly say things like how much they enjoy his work.
Oh,
people
unlucky
have said
Ian!
that his work has, quote, changed.
Ian, unlucky! You made videos that a bunch of lefty retards liked. And now they're saying they want you to make more, and they're fucking up your little ploy to avoid the IRS.
Their life. There's praise because of the work he's doing for the leftist community, amongst other things. Putting politics aside, these are coming from people who very clearly have an attachment and emotional connection to him, which can potentially pollute the idea that these are made with a detached and disinterested generosity. For the record, Ian has made it clear that receiving this substantial amount of money doesn't necessarily mean he's going to continue making videos. He's left that possibility open, but undecided. There is this sense that if Ian doesn't return to making videos, these contributions could be perceived as having been made without any clear expectation of return for the contributors. However, he still does produce content for his fans on his Patreon page, just not always in the form of videos. Whether Ian...
Bro, okay, how do I feel about doing this? How do I feel about doing this? Do I do it? Well, maybe. Maybe I do. Maybe I do. One thing that's interesting about his Patreon, I don't want to like put all his like paywalled content on blast, but he does this like absolutely bizarre thing where he puts out like little snippets of videos. He's like got the weirdest like the weirdest, most bedblob lazy process ever. I won't play the audio because that's probably feels a bit much. But what he does is, I'm actually still a member of his Patreon to this day. So he's got these little snippets. And he puts it out. And it almost feels like he's teasing the audience a bit, you know? He's like, oh, I've got a little snippet of a video, maybe. Maybe it might become something. And he's done this like a few times now. And I'm just like, is it deceptive? I don't know if deceptive is the right word or something like that. But it certainly feels a bit like he's stringing them along, you know? 6 minutes from Protagony Gordon. A script that has been done for some time and that I actually started editing a while ago. But something, burnout maybe, or some spark lacking from the script, made me lose enthusiasm for it. I think the script is good, and maybe it was just the pressure to release that sapped my enthusiasm. But I shelved it over a year ago and still haven't returned. Waste not, want not though, so here's the first half-ish. Recorded on my phone and lightly edited. Dude. Something to do with Steve Rogers. It's very odd. You know? Yeah, dude. May, you got one in August, you got something, yeah, April work in progress. Dude, when are you ever going to release this shit, bro? Get to it, dude. Get to it. People want the content. Get on with it, you lazy fucker.
Produces any form of content and whether it satisfies this principle of...
My takeaway was that his Patreon is just super low effort. If people feel like paying for that, it's their prerogative, but it's pretty low effort for me. Yeah, no, I agree. Just kind of as and when he feels like putting something out, he spits out some work in progress occasionally. And the other stupid whatever shit he does.
Of contributors receiving something of value in return is unclear to me. That is something that the IRS, or if Ian chooses to work with a tax preparer, will have to decide. Whether or not he makes this content, I still think it's hard to argue that these contributions were made with completely detached and disinterested generosity. That's worth digging into more because I believe it's where Ian could get really hung up. In order to understand detached and disinterested generosity, I read up on some tax law cases where the foundation of this idea came from. The two landmark tax law cases that...
Bro, this is next level, man. This is next level. I knew about this because of the email that he sent me, but like, he's now quoting it in his video. That is fucking insane.
Established the foundation for determining whether a transfer qualifies as a gift are Commissioner v. Duberstein and Stanton v. United States. I'm not planning to dive into every detail of these cases. I'll just focus on the key points. To be clear, though, I don't think Ian's situation is ever going to be taken to court and set any kind of legal precedent.
Duberstein? Interesting. Very interesting. Duberstein.
In tax law. But I do think it's important to understand the underlying principle. Because in both of these cases, the items and consideration that were transferred were ultimately ruled to be considered taxable income and not gifts. If you'd like to read about them yourself, you can find my sources in the description. First off, let's highlight this passage. Quote, "The course of decision here makes it plain that the statute does not use the term gift in the common law sense, but in a more colloquial sense. This court has indicated that a voluntary executed transfer..."
Hey! Thank you for the super chat.
Everything you give me counts as tips. It's tax-free, bish. Supreme Court said so. Innuendo Studios 2025.
Well, he might bring this up in the video, but obviously one of the issues is that, like, I could just claim that you're giving me like charity. This is all charity. Everything you give me is just you know, like a tip, right? You got no expectation of something in return, therefore that's tax free. But that's obviously stupid, isn't it?
Transfer of his property by one to another without any.
Why is rampant anti-Semitism so bad in the UK? Because of me. It is quite literally all of my fault. All on me.
Consideration or compensation thereof, though a common law gift, is not necessarily a gift within the meaning of the statute. I found this relevant because I believe it's articulating that the term gift in tax law doesn't follow the common law definition, and that even a voluntary transfer without compensation or getting anything in return may not qualify as a gift under the statute. And in relating this passage to Innuendo Studios, I think it's saying that just because his donors and his contributors aren't receiving anything tangible in return, it doesn't mean that the money that they're giving him qualifies as a gift. Next, I found these passages relevant. Quote, "A gift in the statutory sense, on the other hand, proceeds from a, quote, detached and disinterested generosity, out of affection, respect, admiration, charity, or like impulses. And in this regard, the most critical consideration, as the court was agreed in the leading case here, is the transfer's intention. The government says that this intention of the transfer cannot mean what the cases on the common law concept of gift call donative intent.
Bro.
With that, we are in agreement for our...
I think I'm getting it. I think I get this. I think I understand.
Decisions fully support this. Moreover, the Bogardus case itself makes it plain that the donor's characterization of his action is not determinative, that there must be an objective inquiry as to whether what is called a gift amounts to it in reality. It scarcely needs adding that the...
In the Duberstein case, a dude got a car gifted to him for his services given to a non-profit. The IRS determined it wasn't a gift and he had to pay taxes on it. Interesting, okay. Well, that is interesting, that is interesting.
Parties' expectations or hopes as to the tax treatment of their conduct in themselves have nothing to do with the matter. End quote. While these passages are pretty confusing, I think they're trying to summarize that a gift, at least for tax purposes, must stem from a genuine altruistic generosity. And the most important factor in determining if it qualifies is the transfer's underlying intent. Additionally, the courts say that intention under tax law is not the same as donative intent. Instead, an objective assessment of the transfer's actual nature is required. And again, I think it can be argued that these contributions to help alleviate Ian of his debt were made by individuals who have an attachment to Ian and his work. Ian himself organized this crowdfunding campaign and then made efforts to market it to his viewers and his constituents.
Yes, dude, exactly. It's through his business that he's done it. It would be similar to, you know, a business who sells energy drinks, turning on bad times and going to and having back taxes they've not paid, and going to people and going, oh, we're not going to guarantee anything, but we've got a lot of problems, and if you can just help us pay our tax bill, it will help us alleviate things for us. And then they get paid a fucking ton of money from their idiots who want their energy drinks, and then they're like, oh, no, sorry, tax-free actually. Doesn't make any sense. It's like a massive loophole. This is going to be my last one for the day. Because I'm going to be drinking in a couple of hours. We have some drinks. Although I'm not going to get too drunk tonight, guys, so I won't be hungover tomorrow. Don't panic. Don't worry. It's going to be fine.
Referring back to the IRS's website discussing crowdfunding, the IRS views crowdfunding proceeds as taxable income unless they can be clearly classified as gifts made with detached and disinterested generosity, which I believe may be difficult to establish.
You got it, Chud. I think because he advertised the GoFundMe as a video and linked it in the video, he's clearly marketing it to people who would have an interest in donating to the cause. Yeah, exactly. No, I'm not going to get any more injuries. Dude, I'm literally on the cusp of these fully healing. So I definitely don't want to have any more injuries. Fuck that.
Establish when the organizer is the recipient and he is marketing it to his viewers. Part of the reason that Ian found himself in this difficult position is because he didn't understand the tax complexities of his self-employment status. And I think it's important for him to understand that he's potentially putting himself in a similar position by thinking that all of these funds are considered gifts and therefore not taxable as income. I can't stress it enough, it's really just not that simple, and come the time when he needs to file his taxes, he could find himself in a similar or even worse position. I actually stumbled upon something I found concerning as I was researching this. Ian made a post stating that, thanks to the people who contributed to the GoFundMe campaign, he can now afford to take a trip to Japan to visit his friends.
Oh, dude, I didn't even make that connection. I did not even make that connection with all this tax potential stuff. He's using it to fund a trip to Japan. Yeah, it sounds very charitable.
This is a bit troubling, and I'll discuss it shortly, but I first want to address something just as important. I'd like to admit up front that I may come across as lacking sympathy in...
Hey!
You're falling apart, Unk. You gotta get on that body rejuvenation shit like Brian Johnson.
Very good point, very true. Thank you, Silent Medallion, for the super chat.
What we're about to discuss. That said, the conversation remains important, even if my tone may seem colder than I'd like it to. He says in his 2025 video that he accepts only some of the fault for being in this situation, and he believes the other burden to bear is that of the, quote, bad and broken system.
Now, I want to acknowledge that some of this is my fault.
Oh, dude, he's going at his yes, dude. He's going at his lefty nonsense. Let's go.
The debt would not be nearly so big if I were better at budgeting, if I read my mail faster, if I had followed up about that audit. I am not purely a victim here. But also, this is a bad and broken system, and even if I played it perfectly, there is no universe where I make what I make and finish the year with 12 grand left over for the government. Not in this city, maybe not in this country.
This statement needs to be called out, and it needs to be addressed. Describing the tax system as both bad and broken, I think demonstrates a significant lapse in his judgment. As if I hadn't said it enough, I do believe that self-employed individuals often bear an unfairly heavy tax burden. However, you are not obligated to be a self-employed individual, yet he continues to do so. Despite the system that he's determined is bad and broken, he hasn't made the decision to walk away from it yet.
Yes, dude! Who is forcing this guy to do this? I mean, he's not even making videos as it is. But, I mean, yeah, this is all obviously linked to his political ideology. Like, he's a big lefty, isn't he? So he's tying it into that and trying to make the point of like, oh, guys, don't forget all the lefty shit, right? Yeah, the system's fucked, isn't it? Anyway, give me $150,000, please.
I said earlier, he chose his path, fully aware of its challenges after having done it for over a decade at this point. So I kind of find it hard to sympathize when he turns around and complains about the very inequities that he has continued to accept. Plain and simple, the self-employed tax system is not bad and broken. It's just difficult to operate in, and you always have the choice to walk away. I'm sure several other people have said this in their videos already, so it's certainly not going to be a surprise hearing it from me. But it's time for Ian to either get a second job or get a new job entirely. And kudos to him, it does look like he's finally aware of this as well. Now I know this story...
Well, the thing is, I mean, if he doesn't want to be self-employed anymore, sure, but all he had to do was make videos. That's it. That's it. Literally just make videos on your channel. Do what you have set out to do with your channel. And he couldn't even do that. So, I mean, I just don't understand why he's decided to go and get a job rather than just make more videos on his fucking channel. There are 9 million self-employed individuals in the US. He's the only one complaining about it as far as I know. Well, I think you have gripes and you have frustrations about it. You know? That you might express, but not to the point. Say hi to Pilkey. Hey, Pilkington! Hello, sorry. I don't appreciate anyone, no. Hope you're doing well, Pilkington. Hope you're doing well. Sorry. I'm paying attention to you all, though. All chats are together in my mind and in front of me, so I can see all of you, okay? I see all of you, I see all of you.
It came out a couple of months ago, so I'm not sure how much progress has actually been made with that. I know he does have his huge Japan trip coming up, so maybe that's delayed the search a bit. As I reference his Patreon page, I don't really see anything regarding him applying for any sort of jobs, so maybe he hasn't gotten around to it yet. Or maybe he doesn't feel like it's his responsibility to update people on this. I could understand that also. Or maybe he scrapped this idea entirely because his Patreon is doing much better than it was before.
True.
My point is this.
Bro, he's basically got a massive boost to his Patreon without having to commit to doing anything. It's fucking based. How much is his Patreon on now? Let's have a little look. How much is old Ian Danskin raking in these days? Or did he private? I think he might have privated it. Oh no, he hasn't. To be fair to him, he has not privated it. $6,388 a month. A month. A month. A month. That is outrageous, man. That is totally outrageous. No guarantee to make any content. No guarantee that he's even going to do anything with it. But at least he can afford his expensive rent in Boston. Yes.
While this money is a big boost right now, it's going to be gone really quickly. He's already on the fence of whether he's going to continue making videos, so that's a potential revenue stream that he could just kiss goodbye. Hell, I've even made just as much content as...
Oh, hey! Nice hat stick. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
He has in 2025, and I uploaded my first video like 2 months ago. And for those people out there who may not know this about me,
YouTube is not my job.
I guess I wonder if his Patreon income, which I assume should still be taxed at a 30% rate, will be sufficient long term.
Yes, from what I can gather, he does well. I mean, this is not doxing him. He's talked about this himself. But one of his issues and frustrations and complaints is that he lives in Boston, and it's very expensive to live in Boston, apparently. And then it's like, it gets to the point of like, well, why don't you fucking move then if it's too expensive for you, you know?
Ultimately, I'm just curious if this is the last time we hear about this, if his long-term problem of financial stability is actually resolved or not. I guess only time will tell. His remark about the bad and broken system wasn't the only odd thing Ian said in this video. He also mentions that in a prior year, both PayPal and Patreon issued documents to the IRS that allowed them to come to the conclusion that he earned twice as much as he had reported.
Patreon sends me my money through PayPal, and from PayPal I send it to my bank. But apparently both Patreon and PayPal report that as income to the government. And
this sounded like bullshit to me. I mean, I don't know how it works in the US, obviously, but in the UK, they don't report that to the government. I don't know, man. It just seems ridiculous.
So a few years back, I got an audit where they said, you earned twice as much in 2019 as you claimed, which means you owe us twice as much in taxes. I disputed this by their deadline, and I thought it was taken care of, but apparently not. So assuming I can get that year corrected...
I used to live in New York, and it was too expensive to live there, and there was a lot of apartments I couldn't live in because I made too much, so I left. Well, exactly. Like, this is the thing, man. If you've got to move. You just have to move.
We're looking at, like, 60-something. If not, we're looking at least 75, maybe closer to 80, and I still haven't filed this year's.
He said this was a mistake, and he's still working on getting it sorted out, and I hope he figures that out soon. With that being said, it's important that he's made aware that GoFundMe will be required to do the exact same thing. Going back to the IRS's page discussing crowdfunding, we see a section discussing Form 1099-K. A 1099-K is a form that's required to be furnished to the IRS as well as the taxpayer when someone receives money through third-party networks, which in this case is GoFundMe. The limit for tax year 2025 is $2,500, and since Ian raised over $150,000 in his GoFundMe, the IRS will 100% be made aware of this and will want to understand the purpose of the GoFundMe campaign. Ian may still need to report the crowdfunding income with his tax filing and then be offset by the amount he was seeking in crowdfunding. Additionally, Ian will need to provide an explanation as to why this income is not taxable. If the IRS finds out that he spent the funds on something other than his debt, something like, I don't know, using the funds to go on a trip to Japan, he could get seriously fucked over. In the United States, if you crowdfund for any reason, and you spend the funds for something other than the crowdfunding purpose, it 100% becomes taxable income, without question. This is why it's troubling that Ian is using some of these funds to travel to Japan. It instills the impression in me that he thinks all of the GoFundMe money is exempt from tax, and it's not. It's like he thinks he found a legal way to potentially earn income without paying any tax on it, which just isn't a thing. There are legal ways that you can lower your tax liability, but it's with money you've already earned and has already been taxed. However, there are not very many ways to earn and recognize tax-free income. Please pay attention. This is incredibly important to understand. When we review the GoFundMe page, it explicitly states that he's seeking $87,000 to help relieve him of specific debts. However, he raised $155,000. Let's say for the example that the IRS accepts the crowdfunding as a gift and therefore not taxable. The only amount that can be exempt from tax is the amount that satisfies the debt that he's crowdfunding for.
Bro, and also presumably you need to be able to prove all this too, and you need to have all the documentation to back it up and shit. What a nightmare. What a nightmare.
Meaning up to the $87,000. Also, it can only include the debts that he specifically crowdfunded for, meaning the $59,000 he owes in back taxes, the almost $19,000 in credit card debt, and the $9,000 in debt from his family and friends. He cannot pay off other debts, like student loan debt, for example, and then claim that since it's also a debt, it is also exempt from being taxed. He didn't specifically crowdfund for that, so it wouldn't be included as part of the tax-exempt amount. That means that the additional $68,000 that the crowdfunding campaign raised is not exempt from tax, and there is no doubt about this. It's important that Ian understands that this is not just free money that he can spend at his will. He needs to not only be sure that he pays off the debt, he also needs to be sure to hold on to some of the excess funds and be ready to pay taxes on it. Stop the video and think about why this would be the case. Think of how this scenario could be exploited. Allowing individuals to launch GoFundMe campaigns with small or modest goals, raise significantly more than requested, and avoid taxes simply because the money was crowdfunded would open a serious loophole in the tax system. For example, someone could ask for $10,000, end up raising $50,000, and then not pay any tax.
On that note, guys, I need money for something, so I've set up a GoFundMe for $10,000. But give generously. Give very generously. And we'll see how far we get. And then I'll just skirt paying the taxes on it. It's going to be great. Well, the thing is, it's a fake loophole because it doesn't exist. There is no loophole. You know, you will get charged appropriately for the amount of money that you raise, like accountant on YouTube is explaining here. I'm gonna be fighting fascism on the side of fascism. Yes.
Taxes on it. That kind of setup could easily encourage other people to do the same thing, creating widespread abuse. It would be unsustainable and clearly unacceptable from a tax policy standpoint, and I really hope Ian knows this. If we're being really honest here, it's often the wealthy and rich individuals who find a way to circumvent the tax system, not those who are just trying to make ends meet. As stated earlier, I'm all for helping people and organizations when they are in need, and I think if you have the means, you should consider doing the same. That said, I urge caution when offering support to individuals who have played a role in creating their own problems.
Hey! MTY Possum, thank you for the gifted sub.
Instead of addressing them, have worsened the situation by blaming a broken tax system and neglecting basic tasks like opening their mail. I wish Ian the best in navigating this trouble, but if I had anything to say to him, it's to err on the side of caution. You are not out of this yet, so I would tread lightly and conservatively. Thank you all for sticking around, if you have at least. Thanks to ChudLogic for bringing this to my attention. I had fun researching it and looking into it, and as always, hope you learned a thing or two.
Bro, that was a great video. I enjoyed that, even though it was about boring accounting stuff. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. There we go. Great video. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for putting out. Wonderful stuff. We're all very pleased. We're all very pleased with that. Okay, guys. I've got something of a palate cleanser which kind of links into this next. Yeah, I've linked the video in chat, by the way. Go and subscribe. Go and subscribe to Accounting on YouTube, okay? Go give the video a watch as well if you can. Maybe you missed some of it if you're coming in late or you turned your head away for a moment. Go and give it a watch, ladies and gentlemen. What time am I leaving? Oh, basically at the weekend now I do 6 hours rather than 8. So I've got about another 2 hours or so before I go. Yeah. Yep, right, I need to take a break though. I need to take a quick break. Keep them coming. Keep them coming, Accounting on YouTube. Keep them coming, ladies and gentlemen. Keep them coming. No, I've not given up on MGS Delta. I just wanted to play Gears of War this morning on Kick. I've not given up on it.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off
the first brew is on me. Stay away from tables. Maybe take it out on a chair this time.
Account on YouTube, thank you for the $5. Look at that, dude. See? Makes us a great video and then gives me money for the courtesy of watching it. Thank you for the $5. Very much appreciated. Very much appreciated. I've not given up on it. We'll find out. I will be playing it more this coming Friday. Okay, relax. Relax yourselves. I did finish Doom. I did finish Doom. No, it's not pay for play. That was a gift. That was a gift. I believe that was a gift. Okay? Right, guys. I'll be back in just a moment. And people believe this. Some people are still left in this community and believe this and think this is real. Not indiscriminate, targeted at me. So some hacker mans has specifically targeted the ISP in such a way that it only affects him. How is that fucking possible, dude?
Is it good or bad that RuneScape shits itself this easily? I'm kind of surprised that the connection from RuneScape is so fragile, I guess is the best way to put it. Different game wouldn't fix it, guys. They're attacking the internet, not the game.
Title. Is Pirate Software playing old school RuneScape the reason for Jagex cyber attacks? Oh shit, you can't see it, sorry. Professional streamer, by the way. Professional streamer. What the fuck is Jagex? I don't know what Jagex means. I mean, the thing is, what I think is the case with Pirate Software is it feels very much like ever since the World of Warcraft drama happened in January. Oh, the RuneScape developer. Sorry, guys. I'm a bit out of my depth as always here. Right, so what have we done so far? We've learned World of Warcraft. We've learned coding. And now I'm going to have to educate myself on RuneScape in order to fully go in on Pirate Software once again. Oh my god, dude. Okay. So, what it seems like is Pirate Software has been in a bit of like a tailspin ever since this World of Warcraft drama happened back in January. And it feels like he's kind of gone from game to game, from community to community, almost trying to find like a home, it feels like. You know, almost trying to find a place he can just kind of play his games and be happy or something like that. And I got to be honest with you, when I first saw this, my gut instinct, even though I don't like Pirate Software and have criticised him extensively, okay, my first thought was, is that really his fault? Is that on him? If someone is deciding to fuck with the game devs because he just decides to play the game. So I guess we'll find out, but I'm a bit skeptical about it being his fault, but let's see.
Jagex has posted some stuff on Twitter, boys. They've allegedly fixed it. And essentially there was a network attack, DDoSing going on in RuneScape, and people seem to think it's about Pirate Software now playing old school RuneScape. And we've got some great clips to show you about him trying to handle the situation, him banning people for the situation, the way that people are reacting about it. You can see here from the top comment. Just
wait, what? Pirate Software's Pirate Software's banning people. I don't believe it. That sounds so unlike him.
Okay.
That sounds so unlike Pirate Software. I don't believe that at all. Blink, blink. Ooh, manager. Ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Okay, I got something that's more of a palate cleanser here, but I think it's going to be fun. Known racist and bigot and far-right member of my community, Edgar, recommended this video to me. Now, it's a few months old, but it ties quite nicely into the last segment because it's about laziness, bed blobbishness, and squandered opportunity. Squandered, wasted, pathetic opportunity sitting in a disgusting pile on the floor, okay? And I think those of you that like stories about, you know, people doing stupid stuff with their life and stuff like that, I think you're going to like this. So this video is called, I tried to follow my passion for art, but now I'm 32 and unemployed. And you'll notice about this video, it got 410,000 views. So this video popped off quite a lot when it came out. But let's see. Let's find out what's going on.
We're gonna do a little show and tell today. This is my college degree. Wow.
Oh, Bachelor of Fine Arts in Digital Production. Ooh. Oof. That's tough. That's tough. That's tough.
Look at that. It says Bachelors of Fine Arts in Digital Production. Isn't that cool? Isn't that pretty sweet? I've got a bachelor's degree.
Good job. Now go tend a bar. I mean, you know, the problem with the education and degrees and qualifications is you need to have a very clear vision of what you're going to do with it. And, you know, I could easily imagine someone getting caught up in the dream of getting some sort of digital arts degree, but not really having a thought process on how you're going to use it. And then you get it, and then you're like, well, what do I do now? And then you end up tending a bar or being unemployed, as this person says.
Probably one of my most frequently asked questions is how I got to be this. Why am I 32 years old and unemployed if I've got a bachelor's degree? Am I stupid for getting a bachelor's degree in art? Are all BFAs useless? Why did everybody get laid off? Is the 3D industry viable? Did 9/11 happen, or was that just clever VFX compositing? Should you be a 3D artist? Am I good at compositing? Am I responsible for 9/11? There are a lot of little events that transpired over the last...
Okay, lots of Quirk Chungus energy here. Not really enjoying that, but we'll persevere.
Couple of years that resulted in me being broke and living with my parents again. Some of them are definitely my fault. Some of them are...
Okay.
Some of them are definitely my fault.
Real thing, I texted to my boss before quitting one time, Lamau. Hey, sorry, but I don't even remember what you asked me to change on the texts yesterday because I straight up wasn't paying attention. I'm quitting. I hate this job. This is the ugliest character model I've ever had to make, but I guess that's what happens when you sell out and use Midjourney to generate stolen character concepts that end up looking like horrible little blobby nightmares instead of hiring human hands to make drawings for you. Right, so getting on your high horse about AI straight away. Interesting. Interesting gambit. Interesting gambit. Interesting thought process. It's just a conflict of interest for me. I feel dirty working here. Nobody in this industry cares about real art and what real art is anymore. It's all just about what kind of soulless products you can manufacture for profit. I'm tired of taking goofy orders from people that don't understand rudimentary character design principles or even basic human anatomy. Every day, I open this Substance Painter file, a little bit of my soul crumbles away, and I just can't do it anymore. Why are you guys using Substance Painter for hands-painted text anyway? That's what 3D Coat is for. Oh my god, peace out. Just, thank you very much for your time. I'm going to be leaving now. I've got other things like whatever fucking, you know, thank you for the opportunity. All the best to that. Just write a fucking normal letter. This is so like stupid and unprofessional, you know? And obviously America's a big place. So maybe you can move somewhere. But I feel like this is the kind of thing that could get you a bad reputation in a certain industry if you're known in any way. Like, it's just so obnoxious to behave like this, you know? Just be a little bit more, you know, courteous and professional, and it goes a long way. And it's the way that it's like, you know, I've definitely quit jobs in the past. Not even in bad ways, but just like when I probably shouldn't have because I didn't have something lined up or something, and I foolhardily just left, you know? And I look back on that and I cringe now, and I'm like, oh god, that was a stupid decision. I shouldn't have done that. I should have handled that differently. But there's like no like remorse here. There's no like, oh, this is a bit immature to do this. It's like, Lamau, isn't it funny how I was really obnoxious and entitled in quitting this job? Also, yeah, what, dude, what about references? What about references? It's not going to fuck up your references. Like, surely this is going to fuck your references up. Just totally pointless. Totally shooting yourself in the foot potentially for no reason. Just for what? A moment of feeling good about being obnoxious to your boss. Stupid.
Some of them are due to pretty predatory practices in the industry at large, and some of them are just because the economy is really, really bad, and I just wanted to talk about that. A lot of you that watch my content are doing so because you've recently enrolled in a VFX.
And what is this content exactly? I think this will become prominent later. They only did one video before this. What content are they referring to? Can I show that? Dude, what the fuck? Okay. And then they've done 4 months, 2 months, 1 month, 11 days. Okay. I mean, one thing that got pointed out when someone linked this to me is, like, why didn't they, like, capitalize on this and start pumping out content and turn this into, like, their career? It just seems like squandered opportunity. Like, they had a video that was clearly some sort of hit. I mean, I don't know how many views it got at the time, but it's sat now at 410,000 views. Why not make more content? Like, you could have turned this, that would have been a single-handedly overnight, if it wasn't monetized already, monetized your channel. 400,000 views is easily hitting the watch time, and obviously they would have got, you know, presumably 1,000 subs off of it. Also, one of the videos is just a trailer, I've noticed. It's a 1 minute 43 trailer. So they've only actually released 3 videos since they had this viral hit of a video back 6 months ago. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. But anyway, maybe they've got another job. I don't know. To me, this seems like a kind of dream to get a viral hit like this and be able to capitalize immediately on some sort of YouTube career. So... oh, wait a sec. Oh, hold on. Slow down, slow down. I didn't check the live tab. I did. Okay. Fair enough. That's okay. I will grant that. They have been streaming recently. So, you know me, guys. I always say you should stream. And this person has streamed. Okay, hands up. I won't nitpick about the fact it's only been the last 2 months. I will just say, fair play to this person. They are capitalizing on their success here. Okay, listen. I pause-handed myself. I pause-handed myself, guys. I lost. I'll take the L. I will take the L willingly and gladly on that one. Okay? So, fair enough.
Production program yourself, or you're thinking about it, or perhaps you're in the same situation as me and you're trying to do an autopsy on what the hell happened here. It's hard to get the full truth out of people who participate in the industry because a lot of them have some pretty bad Stockholm syndrome about it. Even I used to be pretty cagey about admitting how bad things really were. But just like Neo in the Matrix, I've been butt-chugging red pills for a while now, and I'm here to save you from yourself. I'm here to potentially save you from yourself and the lies that these people in the industry will tell you, so you can sacrifice all of your free time and your humanity for something that is no more cinematically complex than the B-movie. When I was a kid, I always really liked drawing. Unfortunately, I was also very, very stupid. I got mostly C's, D's, and F's throughout high school, and I don't even think I graduated with a 3.0. It was
I gotta be honest with you, as much as you could criticize that, it's like, you know, loads of people fuck up at school. I don't think you can really go too hard at that. It's just like, yeah, some kids make bad decisions, and often those decisions are influenced by bad parenting and stuff like that, so I find it difficult to really go too hard at that.
Probably below that, I'd say. I always hated school. I hated anything that didn't have anything to do with art or band. I ended up getting into a state college, not any of the cool ones, the ones that you go to when you're too stupid for the cool ones, or you just...
But yeah, exactly. I bet there's a ton of people in chat that fucked up in school. So it would just be a bit unreasonable to go super hard at someone openly saying, yeah, I fucked up at school, you know?
Live close by, and you don't want to have to deal with dorm life. I was hoping they would have 2D animation, and of course they did not. So I took something that was like tangential to animation, but not really. It was kind of studying film and kind of wasting a lot of time at modern art museums, but, you know, it was the best I could get at the time. Going to a 4-year university is a stupid meme, by the way. Your first 2 years are going to be spent doing essentially another 2 years of high school where you have to take general ed only, and you're not going to be able to...
Anyone who ends up watching ChudLogic obviously went wrong somewhere. Okay. Okay, I'm taking that personally. Dude, what makes you say that? My content is, you know, for anyone, regardless of your academic pursuits. Dude, you guys are fucking crazy.
Take anything that actually relates to the thing that you're studying. So you're better off going to a community college instead of wasting a bunch of money at a 4-year. Finally, my first 2 years were up, and I got to take my first art class. I get to class for the first time, and our art teacher is this very leathery man with...
Hey, head explode!
Off depressed people.
We just had a woman call out for a week and then abruptly decide to quit without finishing her shift. I was almost stuck cleaning her mess.
Yeah, dude, honestly, I very much believe that you can fuck over your colleagues as well. Yeah, you should obviously do the right thing, give your notice, work out your notice, whatever you need to do. You know, it's good to have that kind of like mentality of doing the right thing in those circumstances, you know? I do feel bad for creatives because I feel like the industry is 70% nepotism and sometimes it's just people's calling. Yeah, I mean, you know, creative stuff is like some of the most looked down upon shit going, isn't it? You know? Like, it's never really taken seriously. You know, if you're like an artist, you're kind of like looked down on. I don't know, man. I do feel some sympathy for that. But, you know, again, it's like you choose to do it. And, you know, you deal with the whatever negatives come with it.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Hey! Liana Taylor, thank you for the super chats. Hope you're well. Hope you're well. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. You can make money doing this. Artistic people have to stop giving in to the laziness and do the tedious crap that's not fun. Consistency is literally key. Well... she should draw memes of her favourite fat streamer who is bad at games, especially MGS3. Okay. I think the thing is there's a perception that you're going to get into art and you're going to be doing all this fancy, schmancy, cool art shit. But a lot of it is going to be laborious and boring. And you've just got to do it. You've just got to do the work to make the money to fucking get it done, right? You know, there's a very kind of like, a veneer on it. A very kind of... you know, like a sort of, oh, this is very glamorous or something like that, but it's not really glamorous. It's just shit, you know?
With a low-cut white blouse and a bad toupee who is handing out pieces of butcher paper and little gummy worms to everybody that walks into the door. This says,
"Okay, everybody, I'm going to dim the lights now, and we're gonna put the gummy worms into our mouths, and then we're all going to sketch how the gummy worms feel wriggling on our tongues."
I dropped out of college the next day. As a Chad Andrew Loomis enjoyer at the time, I could tell with 100% certainty that the longer I spent in that place, the more of my own time I was going to waste. The next 4 years were a blur. I don't know what the fuck I did. I think I got married. I think I was married for a little while. That's a story for another time. A very traumatizing story. I'm divorced now. If you feel like you're up in your 20s, it's because you are, but so is everybody else, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's my
Totally bizarre.
sagely advice for you youngins out there. I applied to other schools that I thought might have had decent art programs, but I kept getting rejected because my GPA still wasn't good enough. Eventually, in late 2015, my dad comes up to me and says, "Hey, I found you an art school that doesn't care about that time you flunked geometry in high school, or that other time you flunked algebra 2. And that's how I ended up at Gnomon. I'm still of the opinion that art school should generally be avoided in this economy, but let's say you must absolutely go to an art school. Like, let's say your parents are just
rejected from art school. Oh no. Yes, dude. Uh-oh. We all know what happened that one time when that person got rejected from art school. Be careful. Be careful with the Jew stuff.
Over your dick about getting that degree, like that piece of shit I threw on the ground earlier in the video, and you really, really want to do 3D art, then just go to Gnomon. The cool thing about Gnomon is that every teacher there is an industry professional, and you can go there to make friends with these people. Why is that important? Because the entertainment industry is one that is built heavily on nepotism. Heavily. Like, do not underestimate that. I'm not saying just go there and be a kiss ass or anything. That's really cringe, and people can always tell when you're doing that. I mean, go actually make friends with people. I met my best friend at Gnomon, and you're listening to his music right now, so you never know when people are just gonna come and clutch for you. If I could go back in time, though, instead of taking the full program...
Bro, I gotta be honest with you, this is fucking boring. I'm bored of this already, dude. I'm bored of this already, dude! I'm bored of this already. Thank you, Leanna Taylor, for the super chat. I think I'm gonna do something else. Guys. Keep playing, dude. It's so boring, dude. Listen, I like Edgar and I appreciate his recommendation, but it's just not very good stream content. It's not very good stream content, unfortunately. Keep going, I'm almost finished. Okay, dude.
I would just take individual courses, because the cost of any art school was kind of crazy. That combined
Wait,
with...
no, you mean you're jerking off. That's fucking weird. That's weird, dude. That's weird.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Fuck art school. Fuck
hey!
Fuck the J-hand rubbing eco G ooze.
Hey, an Austrian painter. Thank you for the 333. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you. Now, I'll tell you what we're going to do. Let's take a little look at this new controversy that's floating about, this Democrat thing. I've got no links for it. I've not prepared for this at all. So you're going to have to help me out with this, guys. What is this new controversy that we've been blessed with? Something to do with dark money and the Democrats? Let's just have a little butchers at this. Let's have a little free flow look at this. I'm getting Progressive Victory flashbacks, to be honest. To be perfectly honest with you. Some people have questions about the Creator Scholarship Program I co-founded Chorus, so let's talk about it. Chorus is a creator-led, non-profit organization dedicated to helping content creators expand their reach and educate their audiences about news and public policy issues that impact their lives. So this is it, is it? Chorus is recruiting, training, and supporting independent online voices and building the next era for online news and conversations. And that's it, I guess. And I guess you got to reach out if you want more.
At the risk of giving an internet troll more attention, I want to address a piece that Taylor Lorenz wrote yesterday for Wired. An initiative aimed...
Oh, Taylor Lorenz is involved. Dude, yes, dude, I forgot about the Taylor Lorenz involvement. Fuck.
That boosting Democrats Online offers influencers up to $8,000 a month to push the party line. All they have to do is keep it secret and agree to restrictions on their content. Literally nothing in this statement is true. The article is about Chorus, which is a nonprofit that I helped found to build up our creator ecosystem.
So... Who's Taylor Lorenz? Oh, Taylor Lorenz is some libtard journalist that's been in a bunch of controversies. over the years. Dude, fucking, do I really say fucking Taylor Lorenz is? Fuck off, dude. Dumb bitch. Who is Taylor Lorenz? Dumb bitch. That's all you need to know.
System, which everybody says they want, but few are doing. So here's what Chorus is. It is a scholarship program to teach creators how to grow their accounts, foster engagement, launch their own shows, and become profitable on their own. It's an incubator program to build the pro-democracy ecosystem. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The right has been doing this for years, and the left needs to catch up. That's why we're doing this with Chorus. So let's talk about what Chorus is and...
So here's a problem that I've got with this, okay? Straight away. Straight away. If it is also fine, transparent, and clear and obvious, why is this a surprise? Why is this a surprise? Why is this like, you know, a news article's come out and now you've got to explain it? Why is it not already explained? Why are you not going, oh, we put out a video when we started doing this talking about that? Like, this is like fake transparency. It's like fake transparency. It's like, you should have surely mentioned this already. It's a bit like the progressive victory thing again, where it's like, it's fine if you want to do this, but you ought to disclose it. Disclosing it, I think, is a reasonable expectation for this sort of scheme. Where's the previous video? If there's a previous video, I will stand corrected.
What it's not. Chorus does not pay creators for content, does not tell them what to say, does not control who they talk to or work with, and there is absolutely nothing in the contract that could even be reasonably interpreted to say that we do. Period. Full stop. I don't know a single creator who would...
So, obviously, you would need some evidence to back up the idea that they were given talking points and whatnot, right? So, I don't know what Taylor Lorenz provided in their reporting, but... yeah, I'd like to see some evidence that they've got that backs up the claim that they tell them what to talk about and shit like that. That seems like an overextension, an overreach.
Would willfully sign up for a program that would tell them what they can or can't say. That's not what this...
It's also a bunch of glup shittos, so you may not have known if they were even transparent. Isn't David Pakman involved with this? David Pakman has made a video responding to this, no? Or is he like at the top end of it or something? I mean, I don't know if I've necessarily... I mean, as long as they're not getting them to do paid talking points and shit like that. I don't know if I've really got a problem with this in principle. There's like so much money floating about on the right and shit like that. You know, if lefties want to do a similar thing, whatever. It's just about the transparency thing. Oh, Patton was a mentor. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I'll listen on and see. I'd like to see a video critical of this as well, just so I can get both sides of it. Because obviously this guy is biased towards defending this because it's his thing, right?
Program is. We pay people to show up to workshops and technical trainings to optimize their content online. For example, we've got trainings on how to package content for YouTube, trainings on how to optimize audience retention for Instagram and TikTok, trainings on how to form an LLC. Again, there are zero restrictions on their content. And by the way, the program works in just 2 months.
So, yeah. I think that, you know, what needs to happen is you need to provide proof that there's paid talking points. Because you can't prove there's not paid talking points. I guess you can show the contract. But then even then, there might be certain pressures and stuff. So, does anyone know, like, what evidence did Taylor Lorenz provide to back up the idea that there was paid talking points and stuff like that?
Our cohort has added a combined 6 million followers, that's not including me, and seen their views and engagement grow. That is the point of the program, to teach creators how to be effective with whatever messages they want to promote. And with regard to keeping it a secret, there is a standard confidentiality clause in the contract to protect the privacy of the creators. On the literal first day of the program, it was made clear to all of the creators in our kickoff session that they were absolutely free to talk about Chorus. And we immediately followed up to confirm that in writing. Creators have videos about Chorus, they've got donation links to Chorus in their bios.
Okay, so if there's maybe if there's some transparency, I'm not as bothered, yeah. Let's look at the... Before I continue... Sorry, I know we've already started this, but let's have a quick look at the reporting and see what that says. And then I guess we can kind of go from there. In a private group chat in June, dozens of Democratic political influencers discussed whether to take advantage of an enticing opportunity. They were being offered $8,000 a month to take part in a secretive program aimed at bolstering Democratic messaging on the internet. With the contract sent to them from Chorus, the non-profit arm of a liberal influencer marketing platform, came with some strings. Among other issues, it mandated extensive secrecy about disclosing their payments and had restrictions on what sort of political content the creators could produce. Okay, well, can we see any of that? Can we see that? In the group chat, influencers debate the details. Should we send a joint email, or are we going to send things separately and hope they change everything for everyone? Lorenzo, a non-binary creator from Columbus, Ohio, asked the group. Some joked about collective bargaining. The influencers in the chat collectively had at least 30 million followers across social platforms. They represented some of the most well-known voices online, posting to support Democrats, but the key to wherever the party, and the key to wherever the party moves next. But ultimately, the group didn't make much progress. Reading through this revised Chorus contract, like you win some, you lose some, a reproductive justice influencer named Pari responded later in the thread. I also think there's at least 4 other things that should change, but the vibe I got from the email was that would be minimal. There would be minimal, if any, changes. I don't feel strongly about pushing, to be honest. They aren't going to modify it anymore. Seems like a take it or leave it. Creators began signing on to the deal. Here's one 9 months ago.
I have been beating the drum about growing the progressive media ecosystem for years now. We finally got an exciting update. I'm part of a team of creators that's created Chorus Media. Chorus is a creator-led group of voices from the left coming together to scale up, drive the conversation online, and try and rebalance the massive disparity at play on the left and the right.
I mean, this isn't really... Unless he starts to talk about the detail, this doesn't seem to be transparent.
So here's the deal. Chorus is going to support left-wing creators in a bunch of tangible ways, funding editors and researchers and bookers, helping creators who are established on one platform make sure they've got a presence on the others, and coordinating our messaging. Now, for me specifically, I'm not going to accept any funding. That money needs to go to new creators and the folks who can help them grow, but I'll be focused on message coordination. It has felt for the last decade like
message coordination is a bit sussy-wussy, isn't it?
Republicans head into a morning meeting to get aligned on messaging. That disparity goes away now. If you'd like to support our efforts financially, that would be appreciated. You can click the link in the link tree in my bio. But otherwise, we can all play a role by supporting progressive creators on all platforms and helping us build out our infrastructure. I've been...
I mean, there's some element of, like, understanding it there. What about the money side, though, and the fact they're getting apparently paid all this money? This just feels like a bigger scale version. This does just feel like a bigger scale version of Progressive Victory. I think that's my rough take on this. Fine, as long as it's absolutely transparent, and I'm not sure how transparent it truly is. But again, my question is, like, apparently there's been errors in this reporting, so, you know, I don't know, I'm a bit like, maybe there's some issues with the reporting to address, but it just feels odd that it's like a surprise. So yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of this, to be honest. For years, Democrats have struggled to work with influencers. In 2024, President Joe Biden's White House snubbed several prominent content creators after they lightly criticized the administration over its policies on climate change, COVID, Gaza, and the TikTok ban. Content creators who challenged Kamala, including Hassan Piker, a well-known influencer of the left, were similarly unwelcome at campaign events. After the Democrats lost in November, they faced a reckoning. Okay, I don't really care about all this. Okay, Republicans spent decades building loads of media shit. The Democrats relied on outdated strategies. Democrats hope that the secretive Chorus Creator Incubator Program, funded by a powerful liberal dark money group called the 1630 Fund, might tip the scales. It feels a little bit overstated, a bit maybe. I don't know. What is this group here? Liberal dark money behemoth funneled more than $400 million in 2020. That's quite a bit of money, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, there's a lot of this dark money shit floating about in politics, isn't there? Anyway. The program kicked off last month, and creators involved were told by Chorus that over 90 influencers were set to take part. Creators told Wired that their contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged they were part of the program. Some creators also raised the concerns of a slew of restrictive clauses in the contract. I mean, I'd like to see. I'd like to see. Can I see rather than be told? Like, I don't know, man. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I could read it. Influence is included in communication about the program, and in some cases an onboarding session for those receiving payments for the 1630 Fund included Olivia Juliana, the centrist Gen Z influencer. Okay, I don't care about these people at all. They were Pat Mooney, host an independent progressive show. We know who that is. According to copies of the contract viewed by Wired that creators signed, the influencers are not allowed to disclose their relationship with Chorus or the 1630 Fund, or functionally that they're being paid at all. And that's being contested now, right? Well, what is the truth then? They've shown the contract saying they can't say they're part of the program. Where can I see that? Is it in the article? Dozens of liberal influencers are believed to have been approached by Chorus. They were told that Chorus appreciated the work they were doing online and were asked if they were interested in being part of the first cohort of the new program. Following initial outreach, many creators expressed concern about stipulations. According to copies of the contract worldwide, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. Creators also have to loop Chorus in on any independently organised engagements with government officials or political leaders. I want to, I mean, is that a problem? I mean, there's obviously stipulations you will sign up to when you do contracts with these sorts of people, and you have to weigh up whether you want to give someone that control or not. And if you don't want to give someone that control, well, you turn the contract down. I don't know, man. I don't really see that as like a massive issue necessarily. If I want to work with another politician, I have to fully collaborate with them. So one creator was offered the contract but declined to take it. If I get Zoran and he wants to do an interview with me, I don't want to give that to them. I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, I agree fully with the disclosure point. I 100% agree that you ought to disclose this. And as I said earlier, you know, the main issue for me with all of this, I think, is primarily the disclosure stuff, you know? But as long as it's disclosed, I'm a bit like, well, yeah, sure, go nuts, do what you want to do. Creators in the program are not allowed to use any funds or resources that they receive as part of the program to make content that supports or opposes any political candidate or campaign without express authorization from Chorus and advanced in writing per the contract. Dead air. I'm thinking, bro. I've not looked at this before. Normally, I at least have some idea of what I think about something because I've got some idea of what's going on. Sorry, I'm thinking on this one. I don't know what to tell you. I'll put a video on in a sec. I'll put on some Subway Surfers for you, okay? The contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures, declaring creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others the members of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. Oh, okay.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Gunhose became a member.
Pedo Troll, thank you for the gifted membership. Yeah, dude, I don't know, man. This is... Like, these terms seem somewhat, like, onerous and shit, I guess, right? Like, sure. But then, I'm a bit like... You've got... Okay, my take on this, I think, is probably just this.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Okay?
But how do I make money off depressed people?
This shit is a huge rabbit hole, and I'm incredibly mad that I feel compelled to take Taylor Loren's side on anything, but she's right.
Thank you for the membership. I think my basic take is disclose it and let people know what the score is publicly. And it seems like that is maybe prevented by these contracts, possibly. And then as a creator, you need to read these contracts and ideally through a lawyer, you know, determine whether or not this is like the right thing for you and kind of go from there, really. I don't know, something like that roughly, I think is my take. Anyway. Some of these are a bit odd, though. I don't really like this stuff. Like, what's this about? You can't publicize your relationship with Chorus. I mean, I think you ought to publicize your relationship with Chorus. I think that's an important thing to do, to let people know that this is a thing that's happening. Right? I don't know. Like, there's clearly some influence that they are trying to exert in all of this. And there's clearly terms which are exerting that influence as well, the politician stuff. So people ought to know that you've got this connection, and there should be transparency about what that looks like and what that means. That part wasn't... Dude, this is what I'm saying about this reporting. Apparently they had to walk some of this back. So this is why I was a bit averse to covering this article, because apparently it's changed, and this is an archived version. Does anyone know what the corrections are? Can anyone link me to what the corrections are, so I can at least know what's correct and what isn't?
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Only a glimpse of a contract I saw revealed by a creator confirmed the non-disclosure clause, but it wasn't enforced.
Right,
All other
okay.
responses are NPC PR spin.
Okay. Anyway, goal of course. I mean, have I got enough here? I don't want to have to read. Dude, I don't want to read, bro. I don't want to read. Is there, you know? Can I go back to the video now? Is that the main stuff? Dude, can someone just summarize it for me? Can someone just summarize it for me, dude? Oh.
I myself have made videos that were posted all over the internet about Chorus that reached hundreds of thousands of people. It is not a secret, and it never was. There's the implication in the article that this is some arm of the DNC, or the Democratic Party. We have literally nothing to do with the DNC. I spend 0 minutes of my day thinking about the DNC.
I mean, that feels a bit like cope, because presumably you're interested in supporting the Democrats, no? But who the fuck else are you going to support? Maybe independents, maybe? Like, I don't think the IABA would want an agent being investigated for fraud and acting their affiliate, even though that agent paid to be a member. Right, okay. And also, it's like, it's not always as simple as the Democrats tell us what to do. But there could be, and that's the point of dark money, right? There's influential money that's floating about, but it doesn't, you don't necessarily know where it's come from, right? But then obviously it's influencing democratic ambitions and goals. Now, I don't know, dude. I don't, you know, I would need to look into this way more before I can really make a reasonable determination, you know, about like what I think about all of this. But yeah, I don't know, man. Let me listen on a bit more.
The creators do not toe any party line. How could we? There isn't a party line. Creators are absolutely allowed to speak out against.
Just because you support the Democrats doesn't mean you give a fuck about the DNC.
Against the Democrats, and in fact, plenty do. And frankly, course creators should and do criticize Democrats when they suck. And quite often, they do suck. I've seen posts saying that this is AIPAC funded, which couldn't be further from the truth. I'd venture to guess that most course...
Right, dude. I've heard about this Israel thing floating about too. I don't know how fucking legitimate that is. That does sound like quite a lot of bullshit, to be honest.
But how do I make money?
Hey, Cassie Flocken, thank you for the super chat.
Less than 3.
Thank you.
Course creators, myself included on both YouTube and Substack, have spoken out against the atrocities in Gaza. Loren says that the 1630 Fund is, quote, a powerful liberal dark money group. 1630 Fund is our fiscal sponsor. One of the largest documented donors to 1630 Fund is the same person funding Meteor's Reporters in Residence program, which Taylor Lorenz herself is a part of. And guess what her monthly stipend is? $8,000 per month. So she's criticizing an entity that is funded by someone that she is currently taking money from.
Okay, that's you know, is that, dude, the problem with that is you then need to go and look into Taylor Lorenz. How she disclosed that? What's the situation there? Oh my God, dude. Oh, dude, this is like such a mess. I'm going to be honest with you guys, okay? I'm thinking about my first drink right now. So I'm a bit like, I'm fucking checked out. I'm finding it difficult to fucking process all this and know what I think about it. Like, it's easy to sit there and go, oh, that's hypocritical. But I don't really know if it is, because I don't know what the details of that are. So I'm a bit like, well, I don't fucking know. Nah, to be honest with you, you know, even from Morning Politics, like, is after this, is there a video that I can watch that gives a more kind of balanced take and gives a fair shake to all sides? Is there a video I can watch like that? Someone said Actual Justice Warrior was fair in his video. Is that true?
I guess it's okay when Taylor Lorenz gets paid, but no one else. The monthly stipend that we offer is so that creators can do this work full time. We've had numerous creators in the cohort quit their jobs so that they can focus on creating content full time. That is what we want. I'm really proud that we can give creators that security for as long as they're in the program. We want people to create pro-democracy content full time.
That's wonderful.
And we want to make sure that they can afford to pay their rent. And
people.
Very slimy from BTC here. Taylor Lorenz funding is all publicly disclosed. A donor to her scholarship is also a public donor to the Dark Money Fund.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not watching a debate about it. I'd rather just watch a video going over it.
and their bills while doing it. If I could have cohorts with 1,000 people in it so that everybody could be part of the program, I would. For everybody saying that they would like to be part of the next cohort, we would love for you to apply. That's our whole goal. It's to build up an army of pro-democracy content creators who can speak authentically about the issues that they care about and be able to do it as effectively as possible. I should note that while I started this program, I have never and will never get paid. I do this 100% as a volunteer. I have never earned a dime from Chorus, and I never will. I want every dollar that we raise to go to creators so that they can do this important work without spending 8 hours a day working at some different job. I've been saying for years that the left needs to build up its creator space. That has never been more true than it is right now. Influencers and creators have never been more important when it comes to how Americans are consuming their news. The left is a decade behind right now. We desperately need incubators teaching and amplifying new content creators, and not just Chorus, by the way. There are other programs in this space doing the same thing. I want all of them to succeed. We need all of them to succeed. There are people like Taylor Lorenz who are desperate to tear the left apart, and in fact, it becomes clear who her efforts help when you hear stuff like this.
Genuinely, I kind of like Taylor Lorenz because I know that she actually believes what she says. Do you get what I'm saying?
So yeah, I generally don't align myself with friends of Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens.
Bro, that is fucking... Dude. That is cancerous. The literal guilt by association. That is so fucking slimy, dude. I don't fucking like... Listen, I fucking hate Taylor Lorenz as much as the next person, okay? But that is so outrageous. Dude, you're literally making a rod for your own back, right? Because as a bit, you could get Candace Owens to say the same thing about you, and then you're fucked, aren't you, idiot?
I continue to believe that the left needs massive investments into the independent media space. I'm really proud of the program that we've built. I'm really proud that we've allowed creators to do this work full time. I'm really proud of the independence that they have to say whatever they want to say in whatever way they want to say it. I'm really proud that our creators are seeing their channels and their pages grow. My goal is to see an army emerge from the left to take on what's happening on the right. Taylor Lorenz and Republicans don't want to see it, but we do. If you also want to get in the fight, apply to the program at wearechorus.org.
So here's a retraction from that article. I haven't read the whole thing, so hopefully I understand it. Hopefully I get it. Following the publication of this article, Graham Wilson of the Elias Law Group, whose participation in a Zoom call was reported upon and who did not respond to Wired's pre-publication email requesting comment, reached out to Wired on several points. These include whether members of the cohort can publicly talk about working with Chorus, and Chorus's connection to Good Influence, both of which Wired has clarified. We've also included comment from Wilson regarding Chorus placing restrictions on content and whether V. Spihar was included in any Chorus materials. Okay. And now I can't see the clarification because I can't see this Wired article. And the archived one is the old archive. Oh my god, dude! Give me a copy of both so I can read and see. Oh, dude. Let's look at the Pacman video. What did Pacman have to say about this? I mean, you know, without looking in super high detail at all of this, I just think it's the same take as the Progressive Victory stuff. Go for it, do it, just disclose it and let people know what's going on. If people have done that, great.
Pac-Man, he's good.
If people haven't, then yeah, I think that's an issue. Because it's about disclosing anything that could potentially impact or influence your coverage on a given topic. And I think receiving $8,000 from an organization could absolutely do that.
Off depressed people.
No major retractions. They've just updated the article to include comments made after the fact. Chorus creators all towing the same PR line.
The disclosure will destroy the point of it. How so? If you... this is very simple. If you make political content, okay, if there's something that you're receiving from a specific organization that has specific goals in mind, okay, I think you ought to disclose that so that people could be fully educated to understand that there could be some influence on what you're saying because of this money that you're receiving. Is that a crazy take? Is that an unreasonable take? I think that's like a fairly, you know, reasonable expectation or standard that you would have for this sort of thing normally, you know? I don't think that's that crazy. You know, and I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm not saying, you know, read the contract. If you like the terms of it and you think it's going to benefit you, go ahead. But just let people know that you've got this contract with this organization. That's it, really. That's it for me. It would undermine the org. Yeah, but regardless if it undermines the org, I think it's important that people are educated into what potential influences there are on someone's content. Okay, what did old Packers have to say about this? Old Packers. They're trying to take us down.
All right, I was not even going to talk about this because I hate participating in the drama. I hate the circular firing squad that often builds on the left. But it's really important that my audience know what's going on, so I am going to talk about it. I was named in an article in Wired yesterday, and the article is about a so-called dark money group on the left called Chorus. And I'm named in the article along with other creators as being part of the group. And since this article came out, I've heard from a bunch of you. David, did you sell out? David, is the DNC telling you what to say? How could you do this to us? I knew back in 2021 when you had the following to say that you must have been getting paid by someone, and here's the proof. And I was not even going to give this the time of day, but my relationship with you, my actual audience, is the most important thing. And so I decided to do this segment. I also was told that other creators, like a Twitch streamer named Hassan Piker, were covering this in ways that don't reflect the reality of the situation and are perpetuating falsehoods about what is and isn't going on. Now, I can't speak to the motives of the people that wrote the article or those that are reacting to it. I can't get in their heads. All I can do is tell you what's going on, and then you can judge and you can make an assessment of me. Now, I also want to mention, I'm aware that many of the people I'm hearing of aren't even part of my audience. They're doing the, well, now I'm unsubscribing, and they mostly were never subscribed. And so I'm aware of that, but it doesn't matter because I want to make sure my audience hears from me about this. Now, the most important thing to say is that the idea behind this group is exactly what I've been advocating for years. For years I've been saying the left needs to organize independent media in the way that the right has been doing. The left needs to fund independent creators the way that the right does. The right has won even arguably presidential elections because they're organized with regard to online and independent media. They're killing us. We've been so behind. And this kind of support for creators is exactly what I've been advocating for. Now, the article is riddled with inaccuracies, and they're not minor inaccuracies. First and foremost, this group has nothing to do with the DNC. People writing saying, the Democratic Party is telling people what to say.
Okay. Yeah, I do see what people are saying. I think that, you know, that there's probably a better way you could comment on the way that the money moves about the political left or whatever and potentially influences things without saying that the DNC are telling them what to say. Like, that probably is too strong language, right?
At its base, the group has nothing to do with the DNC, period. Number two, I do not get clearance for anything I say. I do not run interview questions by anyone at Chorus. I don't tell Chorus when I'm going to be doing an interview. Not a single segment I have done. Not a single.
Okay. So, but the problem is does that not then? So he might not be subject to those terms, but potentially smaller influencers are then. I mean, has there been proof shown that in the contract it says about you've got to, you know, finalize things and confirm things through chorus? Like, you need to see that, really. But if you can see that, it's like, well, why does that exist if it's not a thing? You know?
Single question I've ever asked a guest has anything to do with chorus. They don't tell me what to talk about. They don't tell me who to interview. They don't tell me how to cover a story. There are no restrictions of any kind on my content. I've never covered a story because chorus suggested I do it. I've never not covered a story because chorus suggested I not do it.
The other problem I've got with this as well, and this goes into the progressive, it's like the progressive feature thing again. If you're a bigger creator, okay, you may not feel the same influences of this money as a smaller creator might. Because, I mean, David Pakman apparently is a mentor. I don't know what his role in it is, or if he's even getting paid. But if you're a smaller creator and, you know, you're getting paid $8,000 a month, it could be that there is a soft power being implemented there for you to talk about or cover things in a certain way, or not cover this, cover that, because you're worried in some fashion that the money might go if you don't do it in a way that's going to placate the people that are paying you. And that might not even be legitimate. The chorus might not care one way or another. But even so, I just, you know, it's like, I can see how that influence could affect a smaller creator and not affect a bigger creator like David Pakman.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Gay Shito in Discord posted a video that gives a glimpse of one of the contracts. Notice what Pakman isn't saying. He refers to his contract, not what the average contract is.
Thank you for 333. Well, yeah, exactly. He could have a different contract as well because he's like a bigger creator. And we're not referring to what the smaller influencer creator contracts look like.
There is no content relationship of any kind. So what does Chorus do? They run technical trainings, how to produce content, how to make your operation more efficient. How do you take a small shop of 1, 2, or 3 people and put content out on?
I mean, he can only speak on his contract. Why the fuck would he speak on a contract that isn't his? Because the article is making claims about the contracts of other people, and he's responding to that by talking about what his contract says. Well, then you're not really getting to the point of what is in the article, which is these influencers that you're bringing on board have potentially got a different contract they need to adhere to.
On multiple platforms, the way I've been doing successfully for decades. They set up mentorship relationships between larger creators like me and small up-and-coming creators who are looking to do content, which is something I've said for years we need to be doing. They do advocacy trainings. They do media trainings. How do you deal with adversarial media, reporters with bad intentions who contact you? They do legal training so we understand how is the right-wing machine potentially going to come after us? How do you organize your business to be protected? That's what they do. And I want to make this really clear, and I know that 99% of my actual audience knows this. If this was a group or an organization that required me to get permission before saying things, or fed me talking points, or told me, David, talk about this and not about that, or anything like that, I would never be part of it, period. Anyone who knows me would know that.
I think that's probably
true.
Now,
I'm one of the larger creators in the current cohort. I want to help others grow. I want to mentor people. I want to grow the left media space. That's something I've been advocating for years. And now the circular firing squad is getting going. You look at TikTok, you look at these different platforms, people going after each other.
Did he say TikTok? Also, I find that very obnoxious as well. I find that super obnoxious. This is just the circular firing squad of the left. Well, I don't think so necessarily. I mean, you know, maybe there's problems with the reporting, something like that. I don't know. But, like, this is potentially reasonable concerns being raised. Just feels very kind of like dismissive to people that have got. You're just doing the circular firing squad. Actually, I don't know, dude. There's some stuff in here that is somewhat troubling and concerning. And also the other thing too is Like, none of this is analysing the dynamics between a smaller creator and this organisation and how that could impact it.
Most of it based on misunderstandings or misreporting about what's happening. Now, let me go to another aspect of this. I've seen...
I gotta be honest with you, I'm already sick of you libtard shills that are fucking desperately trying to convince me that there's nothing to see here. It is very obnoxious. Look, I'm not sat here saying, oh my god, this is crazy and this is like fucking Alex Jones tier conspiracy, blah, blah, blah. I think I'm being pretty reasonable in what I'm saying. And you're sat there being like, nothing to see here, what are you going on about, Chud? This is all totally fine. Well, okay, if it's all totally fine, why are there these panicked videos responding to it? Like, I do think it's kind of odd that both him and the other guy have had to release a video talking about it and not just gone, we've already explained all this. Look, there's a video there going over everything. You know, it's a bit like, oh, hang on a minute, what's going on here? You're kind of desperately out there trying to fucking, you know. I mean, maybe there's some things to correct, sure, fair enough. And then in the videos themselves, you're not really addressing the concerns in the article. You're just saying about what your contract or what your deal is. And it's like, well, what about the people that are having to sign up that are smaller creators? What about the people that are signing up to quit their job? Bro, if you've quit your job to be a creator on the basis that you're getting paid $8,000 a month from an organization, do you think that might have some impact on how you approach things and how you go about things and how you potentially talk about things in your content? Because you might feel, you know, somewhat beholden to the people that are paying you $8,000 a month. And that's not really being addressed. And that's the issue. And that's why, to solve all of this, it's one simple trick. You disclose it. And then people can make their own mind up. You know, you can do it in first and then have a fucking comment about it or in your response, whatever you want to have. But just disclose it and then people can see that and they can be knowledgeable that you've got this money coming in and they can make their own determination about how they think it affects how you talk about things. But don't companies like the Daily Wire bring people up on their shows? The difference with the Daily Wire is you know that that's what's happening because they're on the Daily Wire network, right? Like that woman who did the fake Twitch streams. Like, she worked for the Daily Wire. So it's like, well, yeah, obviously she's getting propped up by the Daily Wire because she's on their fucking network. Like, there's inherent transparency in what's happening there, you know?
Like, oh, David, when you said X in 2024, that must have been because they told you to. Oh, David, this explains your take on Bolivia from 2017. Now I get why you said that. Or when you did that interview in 2022.
Like, I've seen a lot of people saying, you know, like oh, you're allergic to winning, you're having a problem with this. And sure, there's probably some people that have got an absolute problem with it and think it shouldn't happen. I don't think it shouldn't happen. I'm not saying, you know, people should not get paid money to do, like, if you like the contract and you want to do it, fine. Just disclose it. That's it. That's literally all I'm asking. All I'm saying. You know? It's just an issue of transparency. Dude, this is like so similar to the progressive victory stuff. It's like the same take, basically, from my perspective, from my own view at least.
It must have been because Horace told you to. Even if you wrongly believed that I was now completely compromised by my participation in this group, this thing is brand new. It's like 8 weeks old or something like that. Maybe 10 weeks.
Isn't this basically the same shit as the whole Tim Pool takes money from Russia? Shit, basically a political interest group paying content creators to put them. The difference with the Russia thing is it was I can't fucking remember. It was like Russian money was coming into the US and that was then being laundered. Not laundered exactly, but like Russian money was, Lauren Chen was receiving this Russian money. Lauren Chen had an organization that had influence under their belt that were then doing certain content, but they didn't know, the content creators didn't know where the money was originating from or something. And then obviously there's the legal implications and the fact that it's a foreign government or foreign entity putting money into the country to try and influence it or something, right? I can't remember the details of it, but that's my vague recollection of it.
weeks old, something like this. So the revisionism of going back and going, now I understand why David. Not only are they not directing content today, this thing is brand new. So that's just like impossible. One other thing I want to mention. The article identifies my friend Brian Tyler Cohen as the co-founder of this group. And now he's being attacked as well. His motives being impugned. Brian worked on this as a volunteer. He has spent hundreds of hours for not a penny on this project, solely because he, like me, believes we need this type of organization on the left. They're killing us on the right. He doesn't need to be doing this for himself. He's trying to do this to build up left-wing content creators, as am I. And so the framing of Brian as some kind of villain in this entire thing, it's just farcical and pathetic. So the bottom line is, we need more of this on the left, not less. We need more organization and infrastructure and people understanding, how do you build a content machine? How do you produce a podcast? How do you grow an audience? How do you distribute it? How do you organize your day? What's your YouTube setup like? The article is designed to attack and degrade. I can't speak to the motives of the people behind it, so I won't even speculate. My involvement is as I've described it here. There's nothing more and there's nothing less. It's up to you to decide whether you trust a particular creator. It's up to you to decide what sort of structural organization the left should pursue. But what I can tell you is that the circular firing squad is how the left loses, when we start turning each other over what at the end of the day. So I'm sick of the losing. I'm trying to win. Join me if you also are trying to win, and then maybe we can have some better outcomes.
I'm sure there's some people that are, you know, taking it too far, maybe, but I don't know, dude. I hate this circular firing squad shit. Well, presuming so, as long as someone has got a reasonable criticism. Most detailed response from a member of Chorus to the article. It focuses less on Taylor and more on the arguments, which I appreciate. Okay, this could be interesting.
Hello, I am a leftist that is known for being very critical of the Democratic Party, and I'm a member of a training program called Chorus that teaches political content creators on the left how to grow their platforms and make content creation into a full-time job. I have a slew of receipts to explain why a very fear-mongering article that came out yesterday about how this program works is just very, inaccurate. And I think I'm a good person to talk about this because I've seen a lot of people afraid that this program is just a way for Democrats to pay people off to blindly defend Democrats on the internet. And I understand the fear because that would be diabolical if it was true. But this is a video of me yelling at the DNC literally yesterday over their refusal to endorse an arms embargo against Israel. I am not one to hold back on criticizing the Democratic establishment, so I think I'm useful proof that that's not what this program's about. I do feel there's people in this cohort who shill a little bit too hard for the Democrats, but that's a them problem, not a this program problem. Without further ado, let's get into the claims of the article versus my receipts. Okay, so the first main big scary thing that's written into this article is creators told Wired that the contract stipulated they'd be kicked out and essentially cut off financially if they even so much as acknowledged that they were part of the program or that Chorus existed. No. Here's a video of someone named Heidi who's in the cohort explaining what Chorus is and that she's joining it on November 20th, 2024. Here is the Chorus website that is public facing, anyone can see it, with literal pictures of creators that are in the cohort. In the contract I signed, there is some language that says, hey, please, before you make a public statement about what Chorus is, just check with us. The reason for that is that, as the article states, there's over 90 influencers in the program, many of whom have very small accounts and joined the program to get
So I'm guessing they maybe just don't want people to say something that's wrong about Chorus and cause a problem, maybe. See, the problem for me is it does seem like some influencers are talking about it, but some aren't. I think it would be far better, just like I say, everyone mentions it, everyone discloses it, and then people can look, find out more about it and see if they think it might influence what they're saying.
Mentorship, and happen to be immigrants or trans in a red state, right? And already happen to be kind of in extra danger right now. And so the goal with the please check with us clause was to make sure that small creators who already had targets on their back weren't accidentally featured on a huge page and then suddenly had an onslaught of threats from the right. Chorus has never been kept some nefarious secret, right? People have been talking about it. It was more just, hey, this is already an unsafe job for some people. Check with us in advance so you don't accidentally add to someone's unsafety. Okay.
I don't know, dude. What does the contract say? Let me see the fucking contract and then I'll decide what I think. Seems like a very bizarre defense, doesn't it? I don't know if I don't like that. I don't like that. It seems far more likely that so you don't say some stupid shit that makes the organization look nefarious and bad, right? That would be my guess.
Number 2, according to copies of the contract viewed by Wired, creators in the program must funnel all bookings with lawmakers and political leaders through Chorus. No, again, I literally have the contract right here. I'll talk through it in a minute, but first let me show you this. Here's an email of me directly reaching out to the Zoran campaign to try to interview him, because Chorus does not control who I interview or what I post. I also sometimes text the comms directors directly of like Congress people that I want to interview, because usually the congressional offices will give out these little business cards. And this is not like specific to content creators. This is just like if you go to try to talk to your senator, their people will give you little business cards. I blurred out the name of the specific person because I feel awkward, but like anybody can get these business cards and then you can just text them. Chorus does not control that. I've done lots of congressional interviews and usually I just set them up myself. And here's the section of the contract, right, that confirms that. It says they want you to disclose to Chorus any engagement with government officials related to Chorus's policy agenda that contractor, that's me, I'm the contractor, arranges through other means, right? So if I just arrange it myself
Oh, so if you arrange it yourself, you just have to let them know.
With a congressperson, I just let Chorus know so that they know that congressperson's open to booking and other people in Chorus can do it too. Accidentally, I always forget to let Chorus know. Like, I don't think I've ever told them that before, but that's not what's important. What's important is that they're literally acknowledging here that you can book it yourself. And the fact that the person who wrote this article claims to have read through the entire contract, but like, here it is, clearly written.
What about this? Utilize the Chorus network to book engagements.
How do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, I mean, this does see. I do see. Yeah, this does seem to be more so like just liaise with us rather than put everything through us. It doesn't seem to be as harsh as the article gave it credit for.
Written that what you stated in your article was categorically false, like that is quite concerning about your.
Well, the thing is, agree to utilize, that could just mean, you agree to like use it basically. I don't know if it's necessarily saying you have to do it this way. And then obviously she's pointed out she has separately of her own accord tried to set up things with people.
Your journalistic integrity. Like, I get that these contracts are long and confusing. That's why people have lawyers and managers to help them, but you don't write an article about it unless you understand what's going on. This whole article is just written like, this group, they have money and so they control them. And it's just like, no, that's not what's happening. If there is someone in this cohort that you are like, they are too much of a shill doing whatever the Democratic Party says, it's not this program that's the reason for that. I don't know how to put this nicely. It's either a personal moral failing by those people or it's a different contract they're under that says they can't criticize Dems, but it's not this one because I'm under this contract and you can catch me on the daily making fun of Andrew Cuomo, pissed at Cory Booker, calling for Chuck Schumer to lose his job. Take your pick. I have heard of contracts that exist that restrict what people can say bad about Democrats, but this is not one of them. This contract actually has no bearing on a single thing that we ever.
I mean, I guess that for me, I'm like, this is sort of transparency, I guess. But like, just show the full contract and let people read it.
Money off depressed people.
This video is basically her saying they don't enforce these terms, assuming her contract isn't another bespoke document.
Thank you for the super chat. Thank you.
Contracts.
Yeah, I don't like this idea that we're just seeing these little snippets, and the snippets are all framed through them talking about it. Like, just let us read the contract. I mean, obviously it might be difficult. Maybe some parts you've got to blur out something. I don't know, but it'd be good just to be able to read the contract and get a wind of what it is. But it's like we're seeing little snippets and little bits and pieces, and obviously we don't know what the other contracts say. I mean, fair enough. Yeah, I'm seeing something. There's some aspect of like, okay, sure, maybe there's some over-reporting of certain aspects of this, but.
Ever post, which brings me to my next section. The next part, and this is a really important part, I'm going to try to explain this as well as I can, but feel free to comment questions, is that the contracts reviewed by Wired prohibit standard partnership disclosures. What she's talking about, okay, a standard partnership disclosure is when you make a video in partnership with an org like the ACLU, and so then you put ACLU partner as a disclosure in your caption. There is very important context left out of this article of why the standard disclosures aren't the kind we use at Chorus, and that's because Chorus never pays us to make a video.
Bro, no, don't. That is fucking bullshit, man. That is fucking bogus, man. They pay us money to facilitate our ability to make videos, but they don't pay us to make a video. Fuck off, dude. That is such a bullshit loophole to avoid disclosing what I think we all agreed earlier should be disclosed. I fucking hate that. It was exactly the same shit with Progressive Victory. Exactly the same fucking argument. I don't like that. That feels like obfuscation to me.
The author of this article actually said that in a comment. You're correct that Chorus doesn't pay you to post specific content. Chorus is a training program where I learn things like what lights to buy if I want to film a YouTube video, and what policy experts are saying about gerrymandering in Texas and National Guard in DC. So since Chorus is about like personal development and they're never paying you to make a video, of course you're not putting like Chorus partnership in your caption. That's not how that would work. So I don't fault anyone who read this sentence and was like, that is so evil, because a lot of people who consume content don't necessarily know the way that the logistics of like, you know, your...
Yeah, it's like they found this loophole. As long as we don't pay you to make the video and we pay you a stipend to be part of this program. Hi, Private Parts. Yeah, I really dislike that talking point. You know, I think that because it's, you know, again, it goes back to the point of how might a small influencer feel influenced by this money and receiving this money to engage in, talk about things in a certain way. Like it's just far better, far cleaner, far easier to just let people know some way, some fashion that's public, that people can see that you're paid this money by Chorus, and then people can come to their own determination about it.
Partnership labels work, but I am frustrated at the author of this article for not adding like the relevant context here, because she is not supposed to publish an article unless it's been like very fact-checked and contextualized, and this was like very misleading. And then I also highlighted this section. I accidentally talked about it already earlier in the video. The, you know, creators will not publicize the relationship with Chorus or tell others they're a member of the program without Chorus's prior express consent. This is the protecting small creators part, but also lots of things in contracts are written very strict in case of legal emergency. I've told plenty of people casually that I'm in Chorus, and Chorus does not care. They've expressly told us that that's fine. This is just for if someone does something like diabolically evil and then Chorus has to sue them, and they can just be like, girl, the contract. Like, it makes it easier in Chorus.
Right, so they're saying, so basically you've got this loophole where you don't have to say because you're not paying them for the video, and then they're like, well, don't make us look bad. This so you don't make us look bad, basically.
Or they don't really care about it otherwise. It's not top secret. If you want more examples of people who've publicly talked about Chorus for a while, I'm happy to provide them. Feel free to comment. I just used Heidi's example because I think it's just very obvious. Okay, I have two more things to address in this video, and then feel free to comment if you have more things you want me to explain. But the first is, we've talked a lot about what Chorus is not, because that article led people to believe that it was this, you know, a plot by the DNC to be able to just pay people off to blindly obey them. Now that that's been debunked, let's talk about what Chorus actually is. I have my Google Calendar for the week here to explain. Every morning, we start off with a news update meeting. Okay, we meet.
Wow, what does this remind me of? What does this remind me of?
For 15 minutes. I wake up and I'm immediately just told what the news of the day is.
Also, what was the line that the guy used about, like, you know, coherency across talking points? Like, that's kind of sounds like you're, you know, trying to put out the same sort of messaging, right? I mean, yeah.
And we all get a chance to ask like questions if we want to know how a specific lawsuit is developing, or what is Trump expected to do next with the National Guard, right? We're just making sure we're all the most informed. These are very brief. Sometimes they're 5 minutes. Then 3 times a week in the afternoon, we have a more like specific training. On Mondays, we have technical trainings.
We talk about all the different talking points, but trust us, it doesn't influence what we talk about. Like, come on, dude. It's the same Progressive Victory shit again. Oh my God, dude. Come on.
That's where we learn about a specific platform. So like someone will come and explain how you start a Substack or how you start YouTube long form. On Wednesdays, we have advocacy training, which is where we hear from an expert in a specific policy field. So recently it's been a lot of people who work in like immigration explaining ICE or explaining the logistics of the National Guard, that kind of thing. And then Fridays are a little bit more flexible and they're optional. I haven't gone to them, so I like won't speak on it. And that is the weekly schedule.
Okay,
and the whole point of it is that—
But how do I make money off depressed people?
Don't worry about this gun to your head. You're not obligated to follow the contract. We won't enforce these terms. Unless.
Thank
How
you.
do people want this?
Thank you, not Spencer, for the super chat.
That you're like developing your channel over the course of 6 months so that hopefully by the end of it, you can be your own self-sufficient full-time content creator. Because people who work in politics on social media often have a hard time getting funding. Like it's hard to make it your job, but the right does a really good job of making it people's jobs, such that the political right actually pushes out 500 times as much content as the political left. That's an actual statistic every single day. They're outperforming us in volume incredibly because they just make sure that people can do it as a job. That's what this program is trying to accomplish to counter like the manosphere. Last thing I want to talk about is my belief that the election funding system in this country is like fundamentally broken. And I want to talk a little bit about the logistics of dark money because it's not really explained in this article. Dark money is when someone does fundraising for the purpose of influencing elections, right? Like giving it to a campaign through nonprofit organizations so that they don't have to disclose the identity of the original donor. So for example, right, we all know that Donald Trump is helping the Cuomo campaign.
But how do I make money off depressed people?
I don't know, Chud. This just sounds like our weekly drama meetings.
Thank you, Nicholas Diorio, for the 333 indeed, yes. Although I don't get to attend those anymore, do I?
In New York. Now, that's embarrassing for Andrew Cuomo is the problem. So if Trump wants to give money to the Cuomo campaign, but doesn't want anyone to know it was him, he can give it to a dark money organization that again gives it to Cuomo and nobody can trace it back to Donald Trump. I don't like that system. And to be clear, most Americans don't. Like, except for the billionaires, we're pretty much all Republican and Democrat, like on the same page that that system is really bad. So I was excited to join this incubator program at Chorus for a while. It was the first of its kind on the left. I felt like it was really important for me as a leftist to be there. I mean, this way I can encourage people to be more critical of Israel, encouraging them to push their representatives a little bit harder. To me personally, I find it important to be in rooms with people who are less critical of the system than I am, because I have the hope of like nudging these people into more strong advocacy. And that's not always gonna work, but sometimes it does. And so when the leaders of Chorus came to us and they were like, we're finally launching the program, we finally found someone to fund this, it's the 1630 fund. I was like, right, okay, not the biggest fan of their other work, let me think on this. And obviously I ended up joining, but it was not without serious deliberation with my friends and my family and my management and the
I can't believe Chud is cutting his hours while the right is winning. Who will stop racism? Oh, dude, I don't know, man. I don't know, dude. This is, I just don't want to believe her because she's annoying. She's annoying to listen to.
The people who run Chorus, and ultimately, like, I want to sort of lay out for you who may be curious what my thought process looked like. I decided that my distaste for the fact that the 1630 Fund funds some, you know, congressional Democrat campaigns with methods that I don't like was outweighed by the potential benefit of a separate program where they have no control over what I say, where I'd be a leftist voice in a first of its kind incubator program for 90 people to combat the manosphere. I was like, you know what? This program is imperfect, but I think that I can do good from it. And I think that the threat of fascism is so big right now that there might need to be a
The righties are going to love that one.
Order of operations, right? We need to get rid of the fascist threat of Donald Trump trying to take everything over. And then once me and us buddies are in power, then we get rid of the dark money mechanism so that nobody in the future has to do this through a dark money funder who's the only one willing to fund something in the future. I'm more than happy to have dialogue with people about, you know, the pros and cons and weighing like joining a program and whatnot. But I do want to like really emphasize everything I have posted has not changed at all since I joined this program. I think that's very evident if you know my page well, if you see the things I talk about, if you see the way that I don't hold myself back from criticizing anybody who is worthy of criticism. I think that there is genuinely...
So yeah, I think that the idea that this is the DNC dictating like you can't criticize Democrats, I mean, I don't think that's true. I don't think there is direct instruction for what to talk about. I don't think they're saying you must talk about this story.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Thank you, Flip Flop, for the super chats.
You see the Trump admin trying to crack down on Wikipedia for being critical of Israel.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do
thank
I
you,
make
Flip Flop.
money
And Neon, thank you for
off
the super
depressed
chats.
people?
Is this the same person that fell in love with her psychiatrist?
He could be, yeah, could be the same person. See, I don't think it's that. I think that, you know, there is probably some misunderstanding of the contractual terms. I think that it's a lot more about the implication, right? You're a young influencer. You've quit your job. You're getting paid $8,000 by an organization. You go into a meeting. You're going to want to impress. You're going to want to make sure that, you know, the money keeps rolling in. And that is, I think, likely to have some influence or impact on what you talk about and what you take away from those meetings and what you choose to implement in your content. You know? Like, there's a reason you're getting paid $8,000 a month. It's because it's an effort to exert some influence over you. That's why you should just disclose it, and then people can think what they want about it, you know? That I think is the fairest take on this. I mean, dude, it is funny. It is literally just Progressive Victory again. It is exactly the same fucking shit.
A very important conversation to be had about the way that we do funding for all things political in this country. And part of the reason this article frustrates me is because instead of having a very legitimate conversation about that, it was just like a bunch of misinformation, and now we're all just debating the facts. That it's like taking everyone's attention away from what's like really important and what the real things we should be talking about are, and just making a whole like internet mess. Anyways, feel free to comment any questions that you have. I'll be responding to the comments, and if you have any questions too, like we can respond in the comments with pictures now, so I can probably I can send you specific stuff in the comments, like photos of proof of whatever, you know what I mean? Okay, that's all for now. Bye all.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's easy really, because it's, like I say, very similar to Progressive Victory, but yeah, I think that is the take. The student has an insane amount of sponsors. So? Bro. It's literally, bro! Okay, question. How do we know that he's got so many sponsors? Because he's literally fucking disclosed it. Bro, are you serious? That's good. Look, even Ken Klippenstein agrees. At least he discloses those. Stupid. Stupid criticism. Ken Klippenstein. This is from Discord. A local tard, an independent journalist, was claiming he was being paid to shill for the Democratic Party. I mean, that, yeah, I don't think that's right. That doesn't see, that's incorrect, I would say. Certainly you could, I mean, also, I just don't really think David Pakman is someone that is likely to be influenced in the same way that, this is all, like, I tell you what's happened, is people have fucked this story up by focusing on the bigger parts, the bigger players here, right? Talk about the smaller influencers and how they're likely to be influenced by this. The soft power of being given $8,000 a month by an organization. That's the story. Not fucking David Pakman, for fuck's sake. Bro, David Pakman doesn't give a fuck about shilling whatever points these people have got to say. He's going to do his own fucking show. So yeah, I do think that people have fucked it up in their desperation to jump on people like David Pakman, and they've not taken a step back and thought, well, what is the actual story here? And what is the actual issue? Like, and also, yeah, I presume David Pakman has got a different contract as well if he's one of the, you know, top-end people doing this as well, you know? Anything else on this? I think that's it, isn't it? I think that's it for that, guys. To be honest with you, is there like a right-wing video talking about this? That's like 10 minutes long. What an actual... Dude, what? Chud is at the pub mentally. What are you on about, dude? No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm vibing. I'm chilling. I'm chilling, guys. I'm chilling. Relaxing. Okay. Okay. Listen, Kilo did a good video about Progressive Victory. So I think this probably does raise some good criticisms. Kilo's going to be fair on this, I think. Chorus seems to almost exclusively sign pro-democratic influencers and creators. You can say they aren't a DNC-affiliated org or an arm of the Democratic Party, But this is dodging the criticism being made that there is a shadowy organisation with heavily Democrat-orientated interests that is paying you. I'm not being paid for my content. Yes, you are, flatly. If you didn't produce content, you would not be paid by the org. And in your own words, you are being paid to support your growth and influence as a creator. Your value to them is your ability to spread your messaging. Just because they don't tell you what to say doesn't mean you aren't being paid for your content. Yeah. Organisations don't flood the influencer market with cash and expect no return. That's true. I'd say that's fair. Most dark money groups operate as a 501c4 or 501c3 organisation. Chorus is the former. These are non-profit designations for organisations, and entities designated as such aren't beholden to the same regulations for disclosure as other orgs. They don't have to publicly disclose the source of their funding to the IRS or any other government body, so money that flows into PACs or candidates from these organisations is essentially untraceable. Even if one of these orgs wasn't donating specifically to a PAC or to a candidate, they can still be considered dark money. Dark money isn't a legal term, it's an ethical one. It refers to money that is spent to influence the outcome of elections, and the source of funding is unknown to the general public. Any given voter in the country. Thank you for the $5.
Off depressed people.
I just had realized what that picture is in the background, and Christ, is that dark.
Yes, I know. It's a meme. It's a meme. It's a meme. Any given voter in the country should, if they choose, be able to track and identify the interests that are financing the causes they may be voting for. Dark money groups, even if they're just spending money on something seemingly innocuous like a TikTok influencer, violate this expectation. Taylor Lorenz is doing the same thing. Fuck Taylor Lorenz. As a footnote, it's entirely possible that certain creators and influencers don't really understand what they're signing up for when they get offered contracts like this. I could absolutely envision the approach and sign-on process to these types of campaigns being somewhat deceptive, and some of these dark people genuinely may not have realised they were signing on to a dark money group's payroll. For that reason, you shouldn't necessarily immediately get angry at figures who are involved. Drawing attention to this is a good start. Calling them out as lying evil scum immediately probably isn't the best way to draw attention to it. But the creators should be receptive to the criticism that they're part of the system that, especially on the left, they often speak out against. Okay, I think that is pretty fair. From Kilo. Anyway, anything else on this? What are we going to do for 15 minutes, guys? We've got 15 minutes. What are we going to do for 15 minutes? You tell me. You tell me what to do for 15 minutes. I don't have any trans tent. Body cam. Metal Gear Solid 15-minute cutscene.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money off depressed people?
Lady J became a member.
Thank you, Lady J, for the membership.
That's wonderful. But how do I make
money? Oh no, sorry, Thyologist. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. That is insane. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I
appreciate that?
I will triumph over the Patriots.
King Mustang became a
and
member.
Liberate us all. And we will become the Sons of Liberty!
DR Octobong became a member.
Okay, that's wonderful. But how do I make money?
Raiden, are you receiving?
Captain Jones
We're still here.
How's that possible? The AI was destroyed.
Only GW.
Who are you?
What didn't I notice?
To begin with, we're not what you
became a member.
Oh, you didn't notice that? Yeah, yeah. The death background is making my face red. Yes.
Call human. Over the past 200 years, a kind of consciousness formed layer by layer in the crucible of the White House. It's not unlike the way life started in the oceans 4 billion years ago. The White House was our primordial soup, a base of evolution.
Okay, that's wonderful.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and morality that Americans invoke so often. How can anyone hope to eliminate us? As long as this nation exists, so will we.
Cut the crap! If you're immortal, why would you take away individual freedoms and censor the net?
Jack, don't be silly.
Don't you know
Dude, I'm just gonna go, bro. This is fucking stupid, dude. I'm just gonna go, dude. Okay, 5 hour, 45 minutes today. 5 hours, 45 minutes. Damn, I really am quite quitting, aren't I? Don't let Kojima cook again. True, dude. Who let the Japanese guy cook anything other than noodles? Am I right? Do not let the Japanese guy cook unless it's chop suey. Dude, that's how to. Also, isn't that Chinese? I'm just being very racist. No, Metal Gear Solid 2 is great. Dude, I remember the first time I played Metal Gear Solid 2. It was honestly an incredible experience. It genuinely was an incredible experience. Such a good game, man. Such a good game. Anyway, what have we got? What have we got on the... What have we got on YouTube Drama? Nothing on YouTube Drama of any interest. Anything on LSF? Anything on live stream fails? Oh, parched. Parched for content. Force Chud to play the Pathfinder games. What's the Pathfinder games? Yeah, what was funny about Progressive Victory is they ended up like disappearing. Like, I mean, well, they stopped funding the creators. It was like in the days after the election, they stopped funding the creators, and then Wick was shaving his beard on stream, and then Xanderhall was like begging people to like his videos. Very funny stuff. Very, very funny stuff. It's like the ass dropped out of it, and all of a sudden they were like, can you like my videos, please? And also, can I shave my beard for money? Dude. Just so transparent that they were obviously reliant on that money. And again, proving, to me at least, that it does create a soft incentive for you to do things in a certain way that will placate the people that are giving you the money. Yeah, the Wick beard shave was funny. I think I covered that, didn't I? Very, very funny stuff. Zan didn't even get the money at first. It was being sent to some random bank account because Cherry fucked it up. Really? Is that true? That's so funny. I might probably covered that and just forgot, to be honest with you. Dude, I've got to be honest with you, man. I am very uninspired this weekend. The jar stuff was fun. I enjoyed doing that, but dude, it's just... Oh. Who's Cherry? Cherry Xanderhall's editor, or former Xanderhall editor, who I actually spoke to one time about Xanderhall and stuff. A long time ago now. You've killed me, Cherry. You've killed me. Cherry, you've killed me. You've killed me, Cherry. You've killed me. But yeah. Dude, we're going to do it. We're going to just chat for a bit. We'll just chat. We'll just chill out and chat for a bit, guys. Okay, 10 minutes. I could go off the dome for 10 minutes. No problem. Easy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Come on, guys. Give me something to bounce off. Give me something to bounce off, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. I need you. I need you right now, chat. I need you. Would you shill reform for 8K? I would never take money to have a certain political message. Never. I would not take any sort of contract that would have, you know, ongoing, continuous stipulations on what I could and couldn't talk about. I mean, it's bad enough when I can't, you know, speak my mind about a game that I'm having to shill for a week, you know? The Roblox thing was probably the worst one because, you know, the Roblox drama was quite interesting and I had to put off covering it for like a couple of days because I still have the sponsorship running. Let me redeem myself.
What if I told you that for many African societies, the concept of the future doesn't exist, and that instead of time moving forwards, time actually moves backwards? This was the work of John Mbiti, one of Kenya's and Africa's greatest philosophers, and in 1969, he wrote something that completely reimagines the way we think of African time. Mbiti says time is a two-dimensional phenomenon with a long past, vibrant present, and virtually no future. Using Swahili words, he describes the two dimensions of time. The first one being sasa, the now, the recent past. And
I mean, I know you sent me this because you want me to be racist. But I'm just like, I don't know, I don't really care. I don't know, dude, I'm just like, well, okay, good for them, I guess. I don't know. Am I supposed to like think badly of Africans for this? I'm sure they've got all sorts of kooky beliefs over there.
The immediate future which can be experienced. The second
I'll listen more though, maybe I'll
is
change my mind.
Zamani is the vast, endless past where all events eventually go on to live forever. But the future, in African thought, it barely exists because time is made up of events. Time has to be experienced in order to be real. So because we can't conceptualize events tied to the distant future because they haven't been experienced yet, then therefore the future cannot constitute part of time. And this is why, according to Mbiti, African languages, at least the East African Bantu languages that he studied, don't have a word to describe the distant future. In African time, according to Mbiti, events create time. Seasons, ceremonies, a conversation, those moments produce time, and people produce as much time as they need. An example that Mbiti uses from the communities that he studied is that a year is measured based on 4 seasons, 2 dry seasons, 2 wet seasons. So a year is only over when those 4 seasons have taken place. So a year could take 365 days, 390 days. It doesn't matter the number of days in a year. What matters is that the 4 seasons have taken place. And this is in contrast to the Western view towards time, where time is a commodity, something that can be spent, saved.
See, listen, Edgar sent this to me because he feels bad about the other video wasn't that fun to react to. And this is only 3 minutes long at the tail end of my stream here, so it's not a problem. But, I mean, mate, listen, maybe I'm just not racist enough. But do you genuinely have, do you racists in chat genuinely have a strong feeling about this? I just don't really have a strong feeling about it, you know? It's just like black stuff. I don't know. It's just like a different black African perspective on something. I'm like, okay, well, they got a different view. Explain, well... It's very funny that they don't believe the future exists. Maybe that's true in some parts of Africa because it sucks, I guess. I don't know.
Wasted or lost. And according to Mbiti, this is why if foreigners come...
Well, she's just explaining it. I don't think she's saying one way or another about it, you know? She's just kind of, I think, explaining the... You know, the kind of dynamic at play and how it all kind of works and shit, right?
Africa, and they see people sitting under a tree, they would remark that, okay, why are these people wasting so much time? But in African thought, that sitting under a tree, it's not wasting time. It's either waiting for time or producing time. For me, I think this Western idea of time as a commodity is what drives this Western obsession of progress, development, and some promised future. And this...
Okay, well, okay. That part I'm a bit like, hang on a minute, that sounds a bit like stupid. Those are all good things. Those are all good. Those are all good, right?
Difference shapes everything from politics, economics, to how we live our daily lives. Because in African thought, the golden age isn't in the future, it's actually in the Zamani. According to Mbiti, the future is only a shadow until it comes to the present, and then it flows into the Zamani. So in that way, time moves backwards. We are not the ones who move forward into time. So, of course, Mbiti wrote this from a theological point of view because he was trying to explain the nature of African religion. But my main takeaway from the parts of the book that I've read is that unlike Western cultures and religions with end-of-the-world myths, African time has no end. Seasons, years, birth, marriage, death, it's all a cycle. Asante kwa kutazama, tafakari hayo, and I'll see you in the next video.
Thank you, African intellectuals. For the only thing that I took issue with is the kind of comment about the Western culture thing and them having a view on whatever it was she said. I explained that well, didn't I? I explained that well. Yeah, it was not really that compelling. Normally I need something a bit more like, I need something really, 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 really stupid to laugh and mock at, you know? It needs to be a lot stupider than that. It was boring. No, Edgar, no. I think Edgar's just racist and he saw a black person talking about a novel African concept and thought, oh my God, this is so funny and oh, look how stupid the blacks are. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like, oh, whatever. Whatever. Anyway. Oh, that feels good. I'm not going to lie, that feels good. Take the load off my head. I'm going to raid Cope and Seethe. So if you don't like Cope and Seethe, unlucky, but he's the only person I can see this streaming at the moment. So, enjoy. I will obviously, you know, like I said, I'm going out tonight for a bit, so I'll try not to get too drunk. If only so I don't do something stupid. Let's make sure I don't do something stupid, first of all. And second of all, so that I can stream tomorrow. Guys, I need you right now. Get your recommendations into Discord, okay? Whatever it is, whatever you think, get it in. Go, go, go. Except for Edgar. Edgar's banned from recommendations for a few days, okay? Everyone else, get in there. Get in there, get in there, get in there, get in there. Go, 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 go. And we'll see what's going on, okay? What's the Discord, by the way? Dude, it's fine. It's just, you know, sometimes you can think something's got some sort of potential as a piece of content, but then when you as the streamer get to it, it's just not. It's just not. You know, it's just not. It's just not. So, no harm, no foul. No issue. No issues. It's all good. It is what it is. Right, guys. I'll be back tomorrow, 8 AM Eastern. I look forward to seeing you there. I'm going to go ahead and raid Cope and Seethe. And look at that, guys. We managed to do it. We managed to hit the 6-hour mark. I could have gone, but I thought, no, come on. We can at least stretch out another 15 minutes, surely. That seems a bit outrageous to just end 15 minutes early when I'm already on a short schedule. Yes, I'm a part-time streamer now, correct. Right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Much appreciated. I had a great stream and I hope you did too. And I will hopefully see you tomorrow for another fun stream. Be good, have fun, enjoy yourselves. Be there or be square. Catch you later, au revoir, and goodbye.